Well, a very warm welcome once again to Karting North East here at Warden Law for the second day of racing for Event 2 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2025. We had a great day here yesterday for round 1 of all of the IAME classes. Today is a brand new day, Easter Sunday, round 2 for all of those same categories, and round 1 for KZ2 in the short gearbox championship. My name's Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the box again, as he was yesterday, is Piers Pryor. Piers, really good day of racing yesterday. A lot of clean racing as well, which was good to see.
It was a great day. The weather held off. It was not warm but dry out there, and we had excellent racing in all of the 4 categories we had yesterday. Of course, the additional racing we'll have from KZ today, which we're very much looking forward to. If anyone tuned in yesterday, you would have seen how excited I got about that in my little video that I made. Well, we're actually racing today. Standing starts, 30 gear changes, all the speed, and plenty of good racing as well. But yeah, it's going to be a great day in all classes. I'm looking forward to it.
Here's the circuit that we're racing on today, of course, 1,200 metres in length. The map on your screens there is, of course, for the IAME categories. The one slight difference when we get to the KZ2s, the Dunlop chicane, the one at the top dead centre of that map, gets cut off, but a bit of elevation change. Weather pretty much the same as what we had yesterday. Not as warm as it was last weekend out on the circuit, but still dry. A few broken clouds over the circuit, some cool temperatures. When that breeze gets up there, it can be a little bit chilly, particularly for those out on track. Here's your timetable. Public service announcement. Screenshot this, then you have no excuse for not knowing when the times are. 11:15 is when we'll kick things off for Water Swift. Their 4th heat of the weekend, but this is a brand new round, remember, so this is the first heat for them within round 2 of their championship this year. Same for the juniors, same for the seniors, same for Water Swift Restricted. 12:15 is when we then see KZ2 come out to race for the first time here this weekend. We saw their timed qualifying at the end of yesterday, so very much looking forward to that. 2 heats and a final for them today. Water Swift and Junior X30 have a couple more heats before we get to the Paddock show. If you've seen the Paddock show already, thank you very much for tuning in Saturday at 8 PM. We'll have the replay of that over the lunch break, and then again into the afternoon. More heats before we get to those finals, 5 of them today, with the KZ2 one in there as well. It'll be 3:15 local time here in Sunderland on your Easter Sunday. What more could you want, Piers Pryor?
Nothing more to want. Plenty of races, plenty of go-kart actions, and a wonderful Karting North East circuit here at Warden Law that's produced a lot of good racing. You mentioned it already. Plenty of overtaking opportunities, close racing, and also the extra narrative, of course, with today being a new day, but everyone having raced yesterday.
Yeah.
Clean sheets for all the drivers who maybe didn't have the day they wanted yesterday, and the drivers that did have a good day yesterday, they have to do it all over again.
They do indeed, and for those who had a good day, they'll look to keep momentum going. Also looking to keep their momentum going down in the paddock is Nicole Sutherland, who's our eyes and ears once again out there on track. Nicole, how cold are you? Have you warmed up from the paddock show last night? Over to you.
No, I haven't, Andrew. It is cold out here then, haven't quite warmed up yet. I know I spoke to some of the drivers yesterday, the likes of Riley Cranham, who weren't enjoying the cold too much, but they definitely were enjoying the racing out there. What a day yesterday, absolutely fantastic. Like you said a minute ago, Andrew, so clean from our X30 drivers so far. I know they'll be giving us a show today, and of course we've got our KZ2s out today for their first bit of racing here in 2025. X30s and KZ2s is going to be fantastic. We've got all the action live throughout the day. What a better way to spend your Easter Sunday.
Absolutely, couldn't have put it better myself. You're not missing any track action at the moment. We've just seen the culmination of all the timed qualifying sessions. We'll bring you the news from those qualifying sessions as soon as we can. Here's a little look into the paddock. Hive of activity, Premium Karting on the right there. They had a good day yesterday in the hands of Harrison Whitcomb, taking the win in Senior X30. I've always been looking forward to the senior categories this year, Piers, and obviously that's a category that you know very, very well from your racing days. But did we see a potential changing of the guard yesterday in Senior X30?
too early to tell, and we don't want to spoil anything that's happened in qualifying before the races. However, it's looking like things may repeat themselves. We've got a particularly stacked grid in Senior X30 this year. We were almost sort of stumbling across that realisation during the races yesterday when we were looking down the order, and anyone inside the top 10 has got a CV that anyone would be happy with.
Absolutely. Of course, all of our officials are prepared and ready to go here today, including in the timekeeping office. Ian Rogers leading the team once again, keeping an eye on all things and making sure, as ever, that this meeting runs to time. Them ably assisting us in the commentary box as well, provision of grids and all of the documents of that nature. If you're just joining us, 11:15, in fact, you can see some of our grids being prepared right there. 11:15, we'll get things going for the first Water Swift heat. And it's, again, same as yesterday, so everyone races twice across the heats. For those fields, those grids that are a little bit bigger, those entries that are a little bit bigger, Water Swift and Junior X30, they have all been grouped from timed qualifying. So each driver is either in A, B or C. We have a little bit of a round robin as we go through, Piers.
Yeah, provides an interesting dynamic there with the A versus B, B versus C situation. We've spoken about the tyre advantage for some of those drivers. The drivers that qualified higher may have a marginal tyre advantage in the first or their second heat, but that's not huge on the Comet and Vegas that we have this weekend in the X30 or the IAME categories at the least. But it's going to be interesting. Looking forward to seeing how things. Some things change from yesterday, some things remain the same. But one thing I'm certain of is the good racing we're going to have.
Absolutely. Very quickly before we go to an ad break, hello to all of you in the comments. Hello to Tom Reed, who's cheering on Oscar Kenny. Hello to Ailing Laman. Good luck to all the Irish drivers. The Irish contingent had a very good day yesterday, particularly Corey Lyons and a first podium for Daily Motorsport in Restricted. Hello to Callum Maxwell. Haven't been able to catch a stream in a while, so very excited.
Me too.
And Michael Burke, as ever, 8 p.m. in Bathurst is joining us, and Alfie Mayer in the chat as well. So keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know where you're watching from around the world. I'm going to take a short break here. More action from Warden Law coming right up.
Here at Demon Tweeks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweeks has got you.
So we've got a little bit of a gap then before we head off of our first race of today, and I'm here with Alfie Davidson. Alfie, it's Water Swift for you in 2025. You've jumped up this year. Strong start so far. We knew that you were going to have good pace, but how was yesterday? Can you talk me through the challenges?
Well, yesterday qualifying didn't go as planned. Everyone was rolling out, so we went to the front and everyone tried to follow us. So we went, got to the front and then qualified like I don't know where. And then in the heats, just couldn't pass anyone. Really bad at passing, I am. And then the second heat, couldn't pass anyone again. And then the final got up to I think 5th, and then got past, and then kind of my teammate kind of missed his braking point and hit me. So I spun out and finished probably last.
So you said yesterday you struggled to pass people a little bit, but today it's a double header this weekend, so you got 2 opportunities. Do you prefer that setup where you get 2 full days of racing?
Yeah, it's a bit better. I like it like that.
And then Alfie, the teammate setup, we know within this grid there's a lot of Fusion drivers. Does that help you? Do you prefer it to be like that?
Well, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really bother me, really.
Well, good to hear from you, Alfie. Good luck for your first race of today. We're going to talk to some more Water Swift drivers. Like I said, we've got a little bit of time. Over to my right, there's Knight Measures and Christian Kobe. We know Christian had a very difficult day yesterday. Knight, Christian, second day of racing here. It's Easter Sunday. Have you had your Easter eggs yet this morning?
No, I'm not having any at all. I need to lose weight.
Racing driver diet.
Yeah.
Knight, have you had any Easter eggs yet?
Not yet, but I will soon.
Okay then, boys, and back to the racing. Difficult day for you yesterday, Christian, but you've got a full day of racing today. You feeling good? You feeling confident?
Yeah, we were quite fast in quali and practice, so I'm feeling much better than yesterday. So, yeah.
And Knight, what about you? How was yesterday? Talk me through it.
Yeah, it was decent. The first heat we had a P7, I believe, and then the second heat didn't go quite to plan. We went for a move, but it turned out to not go well, so I think we finished like P23, something like that. And then the final, we finished P10 on track and 17th with penalties. So yeah, it was a good day.
Well, good to hear from you both, boys. Enjoy your Easter eggs after the racing once you are allowed to eat them. So I think within time qualifying there could have been some unfortunate disqualifications, I believe, for Austin Gibson and Mason Brooks. I can see them at the back of the field, so I'm going to go and speak to Austin, try and work out for you guys at home what quite went wrong for him, because we saw him start the final yesterday right from the very front of the grid. Now it's a bit of a stark difference having to start this far back within qualifying heats. Austin, I'm seeing that number 5 car at the back of the grid. It's not where I expected to see you. Can you tell me what's happened in qualifying?
Something's went wrong in schooner, and which we didn't expect, and we've been shuffled to the back. So yeah.
So talk to me about the passing then, Austin, because you're going to have to do quite a lot of it within these heats. What's it like around Warden Law? What's it like when you're in the Water Swift grid?
It's a good track. Water Swift's good. It's got to be a lot of fun this race. Hopefully get forward as many places as we can. Less pressure on my shoulders now, so have more fun.
Well, have fun. You sound, even though it's a bit of an unfortunate situation, you sound like you're going to make the best of it. Looking forward to seeing how many places you're going to make up. Have you got a prediction, a number in your head of how many places you'd like to make up?
Well, going for first, of course, but it's going to be hard, that. So happy with top 8.
Top 8, okay. Good luck, Austin. We'll see if you can get in the top 8. We've also got Mason Brooks, who I believe is in a similar situation as Austin. Mason there is with me in the Fusion suit, but he is in the XL team for 2025 on the Energy Kart, but with XL. New kart for that team, new within this championship compared to some of the other teams around him. But Mason, what happened in qualifying?
So I got pole in my group, and then there was something wrong with the clutch or something, and it was like just the tiniest bit of thing, but I don't really know what actually happened, but I got disqualified, but hopefully I can just get through.
So is a technical non-compliance is why you find yourself back here, but you've got 2 opportunities in the heats to get yourself back up the order. Austin got disqualified as well. He wants to get into the top 8. Do you think, where do you see yourself at the end of this race?
Same, top 8. Yeah, top 8, top 7.
top 8. And then Mason, this group of drivers around you, is it hard to overtake on this circuit? Are they difficult drivers to get past?
Not really. It's only when you get to the front with more of the experienced drivers, then it might start to get harder. But hopefully it'll be easy.
Well, great to hear from you, Mason, and good luck for this race. We'll head over you to in the box then, Pierce and Andrew. Let's see where Austin and Mason can end up after this race.
Yes, indeed. Well, if you want to take any inspiration, Piers, look to 1 week ago, because we did see in the Rotax categories at this same level, at the Inter category, Oliver Spencer have a similar kind of challenge of having to race through the field from the back after a technical non-conformance DQ. So it can be done round this circuit.
Yes, but not easy, as both those drivers just pointed out. Of course, this is the British Kart Championships, the best drivers in the UK all racing here, and some foreign drivers as well. Some drivers from abroad racing here this weekend and will be throughout the season. The field spread has been very tight in all of our classes, no more so actually than Water Swift. As we've seen, they were very, very close throughout yesterday. Ultimately, it could have been anyone. And Austin Gibson, he was my tip for the win yesterday after the form and speed he had in practice and qualifying. He looked like he had a bit of a buffer in terms of overall pace, but when it came to racing, it's a different story. So it shows that the racecraft is equally as important as the pace on circuit. Two drivers who won't be too disappointed with those disqualifications from qualifying are the drivers on the front row of the grid, and they will be Colby Patterson and Nathan Hodges. Great to see Hodges having another good qualifying session. Was right up there yesterday, got shuffled back a little bit in the heats, but his pace has been undoubted this weekend, and he's a privateer. We like privateers.
We very much like the privateers in this commentary box, but yeah, showing that yesterday wasn't just a one-off, wasn't a flash in the pan. That's another very good qualifying from Nathaniel Hodges. We'll go through the full grid in a moment's time, but just to kind of go over the headlines in this one, you have got yesterday's round winner in this first heat. So just to explain, this will be groups B and C. So anyone who's hopped into Group A off the back of the qualifying this morning, Austin Newstead, George Clark, Luca Narroway, Chester Fawkes, Henry Clark, Johnston Stewart, all examples of drivers who we won't see in this race. That's not a problem. They're just sitting this one out. Virtue of being in Group A, being a little bit quicker across the board than the drivers we see in Groups B and C. They do get the privilege of getting a bit of not a delay as such. It's just they get a later slot and a bit of a tyre advantage later on in the schedule for when we get Groups A and C racing out on circuit. So yeah, if it's a driver that you're following in IAME Water Swift and we don't read their name out in the next couple of moments, don't worry. They're just sat probably watching this race, which should be a good start to the day. It was a very good start to the day yesterday, wasn't it, for the IAME Water Swift? Straight out the box. That first race was a spectacular one in Heat 1.
It really was. Set the day up nicely for racing for the rest of the day. We did just see the number 142 there of George Clark. He will be going out in the other group of Water Swift Restricted as the carts go out onto the grid. Thank you very much to the comments that are coming in. Good luck to George House from Granny B. So I'm assuming that is House Grandma.
Indeed. We're ready to go then. First race of the day, IAME Water Swift kicking things off for their second round. It's next. So let's take you through the grid then for IAME Water Swift. First heat of round number 2. Colby Patterson starts on pole position for this one with Nathaniel Hodges alongside on the front row. Daniel Ferguson and yesterday's winner, Harry Williams, go from an all-fusion row 2. Charlie Clough and George House on an all-Excel Motorsport row 3. Christian Kobe and Mason Hibbert go from row 4.
Row 5 is Wynne Godshook and Night Measures. Then Marjoris Kovetskis, Jensen Ackerman are on row number 6. Row 7 is Alfie Davidson and Oliver Spencer. Row 8 is Sophie Campbell and Joseph Davis. And we are going round again, so we'll complete the grid in just a moment's time.
row 9 will be Ilias Samian, Ruben Sagu. That's a good qualifying from Ruben Sagu on the 9th row of the grid. That's a heavyweight row 7 there as well with Davidson and Spencer. We'll keep an eye on that. Callum Graham and Ian Carey go from row 10, Oscar Kenny and Ethan Robinson on row 11, and then the 2 drivers disqualified from qualifying for technical non-conformance, Austin Gibson and Mason Brooks, start on row 12. We would expect to see both of those drivers flying through the order. Result from yesterday, if you missed it, Williams, as mentioned, took the race win, took the final win. Gibson was P2, Patterson P3, so all of those drivers in this one. Spencer P4, Ackerman P5. This could be quite a telling race then to kick us off then, Piers, because in fact the top 9, yeah, the top 9 from yesterday's final, all in this race, but not going very quickly, is Charlie Clough. Charlie Clough, who finished P9 yesterday, has had a technical problem, and like we saw with Austin Newstead yesterday, will not take the start of this race. Into the tram lines, lights go out, 8 minutes plus 1 lap are underway, and IAME Waterswift get their second round of the year going. Good start for Colby Patterson, will lead towards the dogleg for the first time. Solid start for Nathaniel Hodges as well in the black 193 kart there. Night measures in the middle of it all. It's a little bit of a scrap in the midfield. One of the JGRs takes to the grass there, but apart from that, all running, looking good. Patterson and Hodges starting to break away, Piers.
Hodges doing the difficult thing of making it round the outside as we see a move for 3rd and 4th between Ferguson and Williams. But it was Measures that got just out of shape. I think a little bit of contact with another driver through the dogleg as everyone came together. That held Measures and also Oliver Spencer up, as now that is the 0. That's Harry Williams going through on Charlie Clough.
So through the horseshoe for the first time in this one then. Out of the final corner, let's count them through. It's Patterson leading. Hodges P2, Williams, Christian Kobe there in P4. Daniel Ferguson has dropped 2 spots to 5th. It's just ahead of George House. Another good start for Jensen Ackerman, another one of the privateers, up 5 places to P7. Wyn Gottschalk, the driver running on the American licence, is from the Dutch Caribbean island of Curaçao, is up to 8th place. Austin Gibson, there he is in the number 5, is already into double figures of positions gained from where the number 5 seat started. So Austin Gibson, I think up to P12 now. That top 8 that he was talking about with Nicole before the race is very much looking on, Piers.
Yeah, Oliver Spencer also made a move in the middle sector there on Mason Hibbert, I think it was. So he's already making places despite that lack of momentum on the first lap, but he's nearly being caught up by Austin Gibson already, the number 5, carving his way through the back end of the field early on in this race.
Good stuff indeed. There through goes Daniel Ferguson, and a solid day yesterday. Moving up, of course, from the IAME Waterswift restricted category last year into this one. 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Patterson comfortable at the moment, just working with Hodges, trying to keep that gap to Harry Williams, who we know from yesterday, we know from the O-Plate as well, likes to lead these races side by side between Kobe and House. 2 very experienced drivers, race at both the British Championships level and an IAME Euro Series level, and very competitively in those series as well. They're fighting over 5th place. They're trying to hold ahead of Wyn Gottschalk at the moment there in 7th place. Jensen Ackerman closing in. Spencer and Hibbert complete the top 10. It's got into a rhythm, this race, Piers. For Patterson and Hodges, how do you think they'll play the next couple of laps?
It looks like Hodges was happy to wait with behind Patterson for the last couple of laps, but with the likes of Williams, Ferguson, Kobe and House all catching the back of them, I think we could see a bit of moving. And actually, I think Hodges is going to be the one that's under pressure as he's now defensive into Senna 1. That means that Williams is also defensive, but through goes Daniel Ferguson, taking advantage of the poor exit that Williams got from the defensive move into Senna 1. So a bit of changing already. In 2 teammates in 3rd and 4th, and Ferguson feeling the need to go defensive now as well, just giving the Colby Patterson at the front of the field. A little bit of breathing room at this early stage.
Got to say, I like that from Daniel Ferguson on the front foot, as we've been talking a lot about across the course of this weekend with various drivers. Now, Daniel Ferguson now looking for second place down the inside of Nathaniel Hodges. This is a really good drive from Daniel Ferguson. Had to wait, had to be quite patient in 2024 to pick up race wins. It was often a case of playing second fiddle to Alfie Davidson in the restricted category. But Ferguson's had a good start to his time here in IAME Waterswift. Bit of a crossed-up moment there for Nathaniel Hodges, and that allows Harry Williams to step through the door and into third place. George House is going to have a go, you would think, for P4 now. George House, who pulled off an amazing overtake yesterday round the outside. That was one that social media enjoyed. This time down the inside goes House. Good defence from Hodges, holds on to P4.
Hodges actually had a look around the outside of Williams there, I think, and couldn't get that done. Left him under pressure, as we see a little bit of jostling through the horseshoe and paddock bend. And now Kobe is on the inside of Hodges, as Hodges has lost that place to House. Will Hodges lose a place as well to the JGR car, the number 125 of Win Godshawk? Looks like Hodges is just being shuffled backwards. He was in second only a couple of laps ago. Not any major mistakes, but it shows how close the racing is in this Water Swift class.
Very good stuff indeed once again from these drivers as Godshawk goes down the inside of Kobe, takes fifth place. Meanwhile, here is a change for the race lead, and it's that familiar sight so far in 2025 of Harry Williams coming through, but he's not in the lead. It's another one of the Fusions who's got to the front. It's Daniel Ferguson. Ferguson now trying to defend from Patterson. They're getting very close there, and it's going to be three wide through the horseshoes. Through steps Williams. Now Williams hits the front, whilst Ferguson and Patterson were having a little meeting as to who was going to lead, as there is the move between the two Excels. It's getting pretty feisty out there in this first race of the day. Christian Kobe's moved through the order, is now back up to fifth place, getting by past Godshawk. It's not going Colby Patterson's way as they're starting to kick up the dirt now, and off goes Jensen Ackerman. Goes for a bit of rallycross, picks it all together, but has lost probably 5 or 6 positions there, Piers.
Yeah, just got forced wide on the entry of St John's. It's all suddenly got a little bit scrappy, and clearly no love lost between teammates, as we saw battling between the Fusion drivers earlier that lap, and then at the start of this lap, the two XL drivers almost coming together, and they're going at it again. This time it is Patterson on the inside of House, and following through is Kobe.
Good stuff there from Colby Patterson, getting stuck in once again. Warning for the 177 of George House. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Williams leads, Ferguson P2. The two Fusions looking to go with each other now. They've got a half-second advantage over Colby Patterson, Christian Kobe and George House, third, fourth and fifth. And Nathaniel Hodges still there as well, P6. Drives through the field, Spencer P7. Mason Brooks is into the top 8, a gain of 16 spots. Austin Gibson's kind of just got stuck in the midfield, it would seem. We've not seen him on our cameras, Piers, but he's down in P13. It's still a good return, up 10 positions from where he started, as here's a battle coming out of the Senna S as through go two of the... In fact, yeah, I think Brooks is involved in that fight. There's also saw Knight Measures and Mason Hibbert involved in there. There is Margaret Kvetskis going through Gasworks in the 152, stepping up from Honda Cadet in 2024, and has applied himself very, very well so far, the privateer flying the flag for Lithuania.
Yeah, we've got to fight for the lead, though. Williams is doing what we know he can do this season. He's at the front of the field, defending with just a couple of laps to go now. He's under pressure from his teammate Ferguson, as we keep half an eye on the likes of Brooks and Gibson down the back end of the top 10. Brilliant drives from both of them. But let's keep an eye on this battle for the lead. Defensive into turn 1 goes Williams. Defensive into centre 1, but leaves the door open. Centre 2, and definitely front to rear rubbing there between the two Fusion teammates. That's allowed the XL duo of Pattinson and House to slip through into second and third respectively. And now in fourth is Christian Kobe. As outside again goes Gibson, just defending that move. Whoa, that was saying, no, you're not coming through there. That was Hodges being fended off by Ferguson.
On to the last lap then. Harry Williams, can he defend it like he did a few weeks ago at O-Plate? Like he did yesterday in the final. This isn't a final yet, of course. This is just the first heat of the day, but once again, we're seeing just how competitive IAME Water Swift is in 2025. Williams into St. John's. George House there in second place. Colby Patterson in third. There's a bit of shuffling behind as well as Christian Kobe looks to defend P4. And Ferguson trying to go around the outside. Grass tracks a little bit there. Has he got the move down the inside? Yes, he has. Through goes Ferguson, and here's Aussie Gibson. Austin Gibson, well, he's not stuck in the midfield anymore. I think he's up to P6 now with some great moves at the end. House trying to look round the outside, but it's gone too deep. May have trouble here holding on to second place versus his teammate. Up the inside of Patterson now is Christian Kobe. It's going to be another close finish in IAME Water Swift and another win for Harry Williams. The O-plate holder starts Sunday in the same way he finished Saturday, with a close win there by 0.2 of a second ahead of George House. Colby Patterson P3, Christian Kobe P4, Daniel Ferguson and Austin Gibson complete the top 6. 17 positions gained for Gibson.
Wow, that was just like yesterday. First race of the day, out the blocks. Brilliant racing all the way through the pack, including, as you mentioned, Brooks and Gibson. It was Gibson that had the better first couple of laps.
Yeah.
He made up a lot of places. Brooks just bided his time, but then somehow actually managed to get himself past Gibson and inside the top 8, which is where they were both targeting. But it was Harry Williams at the front of the field. We've seen that face a lot on British Kart Championships broadcast this year so far.
With this form, the suggestion would be that we're going to keep seeing it as well. Who can get on top of this form of Harry Williams? There's the rest of the order. Mason Hibbert, Knight Measures, Margaret Kovetskis, Sophie Campbell, Oscar Kenny all in the top 15. Kenny up 6 spots there. Decent drive for the Evolved Motorsport driver. Ackerman, Sammy, Graham, Davis and Carey all in the top 20. Sagu, Robinson, Alfie Davidson not having a good run there. Down 10 places. It's been a tough weekend for last year's IAME Water Swift Restricted champion. Charlie Clough, as mentioned, effectively did not start the race. But another win for Harry Williams, who will go to the top of the intermediate classification. Still 2 heats, of course, to go in IAME Water Swift, but that is a very, very good start. More racing to come up here at Warden Law. We'll be back after this. First racing appearance of the day then for the junior category. X30 Junior out on circuit next, and like we've just seen with the IAME Water Swifts, this is a Groups B and C qualifying heat. Aaron Richardson, second yesterday in the final, equaling his best result ever in these Wera Tours British Kart Championships, will start this race from pole alongside George Edgar. Sam Woolley and Sugmani Kira looking for good points here today. We'll start on row number 2. Cameron Edmonds had a difficult day, but the good thing about a double header, you can come back strong on the Sunday, and starts on row 3 alongside Archie Owen. Oliver Meek and Jacob Backler, they go from row 4.
Row number 5 has Max Endicott alongside Jack McLaughlin. Row 6 has Mayan Patel and Max Ewell. Row 7, Rocco Leon Shenton. We saw he had good pace yesterday. He'll be looking to come through the field. He's alongside Ethan Woodward for Fusion. And then Max Mason and Zach McDonald round out row number 8.
Sam Mott and Suske Maeda start on row number 9, and then due to go from the 10th row of the grid, Freddie Wood and Ashley Harzer. So 20 runners in this one. I do believe we've got all 20 runners out on track, which is very good to see. The story from yesterday, if you weren't with us, if you missed any of the action yesterday, don't worry, you can watch it back on the Karting UK and Alpha Live YouTube platforms, take your pick, but it was a pretty dominant affair for Fusion Motorsports with their 1-2, headed up by Riley Cranham. Aaron Richardson on pole for this one was their second in the final. What will we see today? We're going to find out from here on in. Good start for Richardson for this 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat. As round goes Cameron Edmonds and is joined by others in there as well. I think Sukumani Kira in the 244 was caught out there. That is not a good start as well for the 268 of Jacob Backler. So 2 MDL Motorsport runners there in trouble, Piers.
Yeah, that was the first time we've actually seen a first corner incident at any point this weekend. Everyone just carrying a bit too much speed into turn 1 with their Comet tyres not completely up to temperature. And a couple of drivers coming off worse, but no one with any lasting damage other than positions lost as Rocco Leon Shenton has a look up the inside of Gasworks. Don't think he got that move done. Also looking at Endicott versus a Mick Barrett racing car. That will be, couldn't quite catch the number of that one. That is Nat Johnson, I think. No, it can't be Johnson. He's not in the race.
It might be Max Ewell.
Max
in
Ewell,
the middle of the pack there. So Richardson leads at the end of the first lap. Sam Woolley up to P2. Mayan Patel managed to pick his way through all the events there at turn number 1. It's up to P3. That's a gain of 8 spots. George Edgar down to 4th. Rocco Leon Shenton, who's not quite been at full speed, I feel, so far this weekend, but this is a decent start for Shenton. Up to P5. That was a nice move as well by Jack McLaughlin down the inside. One of the strong Irish contingent here this weekend. It's already gained a couple of places, so it's solidly there in the top 10.
Yeah, defensive into Gasworks goes the 271 of Max Mason.
So we're going to have a look at a replay of the start here. Now, I do want to note, do the marbles on driver's left come into play here? It's a very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Not so good for George Edgar. Actually, it comes from the inside, doesn't it? The initial push. This is another angle of it, and unfortunately for Cameron Edmonds, he'll be the trigger of things. Yeah, that's all coming from a little bit further back in the midfield, isn't it, Piers?
Yes, I have a. I'm not going to.
You have a view.
I have a view. I think there's a driver, a couple of penalties today that may have initiated, and it was one of those two there. I won't, discast any aspersions other than that. But it looked like a bit of old-fashioned loading to me. Not what we want to see at all. We got away with none of that yesterday. So hopefully no more going forward, but unfortunately a couple of karts came off worse, and the karts that ended up going wide were not the ones that were actually causing the incident, so unfortunate for them.
Under investigation is the 268, that's Jacob Backler. We've just seen that come up on our timing screens, so we'll note that and report on any further bits from that investigation. Should we need to, of course. Just over 5 minutes of this race to go. Aaron Richardson looking pretty confident. How do you think Aaron Richardson will have woken up this morning, Piers, knowing that he had that second place yesterday? That's a nice move down the inside by the 288 of Max Endicott. I think there was very much a sense yesterday, just reading the body language of Aaron Richardson, knowing that he had his best result to date on the line. It was his teammate ahead of him. It's his teammate who's favourite for this class, for this championship. Do you think there was a little bit of something held in reserve from Aaron Richardson yesterday? Not there today?
I don't think there was anything in reserve, but I think he will have gained confidence yesterday from the fact that he could stay with our highest seeded junior X30 driver, Cranham, who took the win yesterday, pushed hard by Richardson, his teammate. But also, we heard from Cranham after the final, he felt that Richardson actually had the pace to beat him. Yeah. It was track position that allowed Cranham to take the win. And he's clearly rolled out of the bed the right side this morning. He was second fastest in qualifying in his group. Fast in his group, second in the overall qualifying classification, which of course put him at the front of the field for this one from pole position. He's not looked back since. Nearly a second he's gapped to Samuel Woolley, and that is on pure pace because Woolley was right with him at the start of this race.
Just having a closer look at the 267's front fairing. That's Oliver Meek running a mix of equipment. So he's on a Croc Promotions chassis with a CRG suit. Not quite sure that everything is all right with that front fairing, but we'll check on that, of course, when drivers come back in. We don't make the calls. That's over to the officials down in scrutineering. And in the stewards room, of course. 3¼ minutes of this one to go. Aaron Richardson still leads this race. Pace is good. 50.2s going in time and time again, but hasn't completely got this race won yet, I'd say, Piers, because Sam Woolley's just gone purple through sector number 1 and set a PB through sector number 2. I've been impressed with Woolley this weekend. I've watched Sam race for a very long time. He's continuing to grow and mature in what is a very competitive category, and he's always been there or thereabouts, and with a bit of luck here today, a bit of racing luck that we all need from time to time, don't we? I think Sam Woolley could be on for a strong result here today.
Yeah, he kind of went about his business yesterday, not getting involved in anything, but plugging away, getting some good results. Finished 5th in the final. Didn't quite have that last little bit to get on the podium, but today looking like he's taken a step forward. So good job from him and his team as we got fighting through centre S's. That's Zach McDonald on the 280 kart there with the excellent star livery that we've got going on that kart. I very much enjoy that. Yeah,
and he's a bit of a star in and out of the kart as well. Is Zach McDonald. He's currently fighting here with Archie Owen. I've been surprised to see Archie Owen down there, to be honest. Archie Owen, who had a very good qualifying, was strong yesterday, but the race pace seems to have left Archie in this one. Has lost 7 places out there. I suppose I think Archie was one of the drivers involved in the first corner incident, wasn't he? So actually, yes, this is a recovering Archie Owen. Freddie Wood was in that group as well. Freddie Wood, who's another driver who's impressed me a lot, is one of those taking the big step from Inters to juniors across the course of the season, as Owen looks down the inside of McDonald and takes P11 there. Sorry, P12 from McDonald, but Freddie Wood chipping away at things and impressing once again in the Jamie Green Racing outfit.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on this battle with Owen, but Owen, of course, very strong yesterday, 3rd in the final after all was said and done, so we know he's got the pace to come back through, starting in 6th place in this one, so just got shuffled back in that incident. We look back to Sakmani Kira, she was involved in that first lap incident as well, so we've had a lot of drivers that have been lost time at the start, but are actually coming back through quite well, considering they lost a decent chunk of time to the overall group, which shows well. Bachler as well, one of those, back up to 15th too.
So less than 60 seconds on the clock for this one. Woolley keeping things honest at the front. It's chipping away at that lead of Aaron Richardson. It's down to less than 0.6 of a second. Here on your screens, going through the Dunlop chicane, is the battle for 6th place. Oliver Meek and Jack McLaughlin. Jack McLaughlin right now the highest running rookie in this particular heat. Rookies defined as any driver who haven't previously done a full season of any category in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. So that's a really good showing from Jack McLaughlin at the moment there, ahead of some very experienced drivers. Another new fastest lap of the race from Sam Woolley. Not a lot of time remaining in this one. We're going to have 2 more laps, Piers. The gap is less than half a second. Will Richardson start to be getting a bit worried?
The gap is just about big enough if he doesn't make any mistakes, so it requires a pretty faultless final lap and a half from Richardson. But Woolley's come on strong in the second half of this race, a good 10th or so per lap that he's been chipping away at that gap to the lead. I think potentially Woolley will be looking at his tyre pressures for the next race and just pumping them up a little bit more, because setting a fastest lap on the last lap is all well and good, but you'd like it maybe a bit earlier in the race. We'll see what happens as we go through the day. Entering the last lap of the race. Good race so far from Mayan Patel, helped potentially by a wall of karts getting out of his way at turn 1. We'll see what happens with that. But actually, Woolley's closed the gap to visually closer than it's been at any point since the first lap. Just going to be outside touching distance unless Richardson defends in this middle sector, which it looks like he hasn't. Just about had enough to hold off, but great driving from Woolley so far. George Edgar, again, another one who's just quietly gone about his business in this race. 3rd place on the road. He was one of the drivers that narrowly missed out on that incident at turn 1. He went wide as well, but slotted back in. And at the front of the field, it's been fairly undramatic, but the story is building. The picture is painting.
It is indeed. Bit of pressure from Aaron Richardson on his teammate Riley Cranham, because Richardson has started the racing part of the day with a heat victory by 0.3 of a second from Sam Woolley. George Edgar comes home in 3rd. Mayan Patel P4. Rocco Leon Shenton P5. So that is the provisional order there. Jack McLaughlin P6 ahead of Oliver Meek. So McLaughlin got that one just at the end. Max Ewell, Ethan Woodward, Max Endicott, all in the top 10, Piers.
Yes. It's a sedate start to the Junior X30.
A
calmer start.
Apart from the
ignoring
first
turn one, yes, ignoring turn one. We've just had a Water Swift race, which would have challenged any final. Yeah. But then Junior X30, things, just brewing. We'll see. Of course, we've got 3 Junior X30 heats coming up. We've just had, that must have been B versus C, if I'm not mistaken. So then we've got, of course, A versus C and A versus B. Richardson will be very happy with that, and there he is, Aaron Richardson for Fusion Motorsports, taking another Fusion win.
Indeed, very good weekend for them so far, continuing to extend their advantage in Henry Baudet's table of all-time team victories in the modern era of the British Kart Championships. There's the rest of your order: Wood, Owen, Edmonds, McDonald's, Backler, Kira, Mott, Mason, Maida, and Haase, completing the running order. All 20 drivers who started that race finished it. Let's have a look at some of the highlights and the big moments of this race, Piers, right at the very start.
Yeah, you see there's the drivers getting forced wide and just coming together. Luckily, no one physically hurt in terms of their car or their person. But there's a lot of karts being forced wide. Actually, very good save from Max Endicott. It was on the lock stop there in the middle of the corner. Then we had some moves up and down the field. It was McLaughlin making some moves. Good overtake up the inside from
Ethan Woodward there.
Woodward, yeah. This is when Edgar got through on Mayan Patel. He eventually finished 3rd. Endicott's recovery drive through the field as well. Flashing through that final sector, really technical section, and through the horseshoe and into Paddock Bend through there. You have to get the line just right. Zach McDonald right in the fight, as we've seen him many times this weekend, making a move past Wood. And then McDonald getting passed by the MDL driver, returning through the field, who was involved in that first lap incident. But it's building. I'm looking forward to Junior X30 today. It was very close yesterday. We saw the final, the battle between the 2 leading drivers, but it's been so close generally.
Absolutely. Seniors are up next for their first heat of the day after this short ad break.
Here at Demon Tweeks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweeks has got you.
Let's go for it then in Senior X30. First heat of the day, and what is this second chapter of the story for this Wera Tools British Kart Championships in 2025 going to give to us? Well, it could be a bit more of the same, but it was a very interesting story yesterday for round 1. There in the foreground, your round winner, Harrison Whitcomb, in the 366 Premium Karting Prepared Machine, backed by the Argenti Academy. On the opposite side there, you can see Freddie Lloyd after the move of teams for this round from Fusion Motorsport also to Premium Karting. The main reason, we're told, our understanding, is because he wanted to be on an OTK chassis, which is generally what Premium Karting run with Harrison Whitcomb in that regard being the exception. So here is your grid for this first heat. Whitcomb and Lloyd on the front row, Gabriel Stilp and Gus Lawrence on row 2. Big day of field hiss today for Gus Lawrence. Harrison Mackie and Morgan Moore go from row number 3. William Antrobus and Tristan Powell form out row 4.
Row number 5 has Aaron Brown alongside Jack Buckley. Row number 6 is Jack Nettleship and Hayden Eldridge. Row 7, Lewis Bird and Sam Lewis. Row 8, Joey Brown and Harry Cottrell.
CJ Bennett and Theo Lestrange form an all-Irish row 9. Samuel Branston had trouble yesterday, starts on row 10 alongside the TB Kart of Rhys Newburn. Row 11, Dylan Patel, a bit further forward than yesterday, is joined by João Castro. That's a decent qualifying from the Brazilian there on row 11. Levi Sangera of Canada, joined by Michael Gray on row 12. Harrison Morrow and Oliver Harris go from row 13. Laith Khan and Conor McCollin on row 14.
28 kart grids. Strength and depth in this field. Very, very close in qualifying. Looking forward to this one. All these drivers racing against each other in all of the heats. No split grids in this one. And going from pole, again, Harrison Whitcomb. We'll see if he can do the same as he did yesterday and hold that. Premium karting teammates side by side into turn 1. Whitcomb holds out. Still has a look. Oh! Very hot into turn number 1. That's Freddie Lloyd that went very wide. And actually, our driver in third place, Gabriel Still, was taking the lead. Whitcomb in second. And Gus Lawrence is trying just to go side by side with the dogleg and holding off the likes of Jack Nettleship and co.
A bit of dust being kicked up in the background. I'd be interested in another look at that start, because on first look, it seemed to me, Piers, that Harrison Whitcomb tried to do the same move that he did on Gus Lawrence twice yesterday, hold the middle of the line, and I don't think Freddie Lloyd was fully prepared for it. Got caught out. So the problems there for João Castro, the Praga IPK, not at full speed, it would seem, there through the Dunlop chicane. Well, either way, as problems for Rhys Newburn off of the chicane. Quite a few drivers having issues down through, well, not through the chicane, out of Gasworks and then into the horseshoe. So bit of a scrappy first lap, which emerges with Gabriel Still leading this one by 0.8 of a second. Whittaker P2. Harrison Mackey's had a decent start, P3, and the ever-experienced Aaron Brown, the number 7 seed from last year, driver and engine builder, of course. He's had a strong run, gains 5 places, and is up to P4. That is a 3-1-2 of Theo Lestrange, not going anywhere quickly. I'm not sure if Nicole's down there in Park Ferme can find out what the problem for Theo is there, but the way that the kart was hopping up and down as Morgan Moore goes wheel to wheel with Gus Lawrence. Good move there from Morgan Moore to hold on to P7. I just wonder, Piers, that looked like a bent rear axle to you, the way that the back of the kart was hopping up and down for Lestrange?
Yes, yeah, Lestrange was just involved in a tussle on that first lap, and coming into the pits, we also saw, I think it was McPollen that was involved with someone else, with Newburn at the Gasworks hairpin. Nicole, hey, you've got something for us down in the paddock.
Yep, I do, Piers. We've got the 3-1-2 has retired from this race, Theo Lestrange. There was a bit of an incident up at the top corner and it's resulted in a bent axle.
Thank you, Nicole. Confirms our thoughts then that, yeah, Theo Lestrange out of this heat. On the attack, Aaron Brown down the inside. Lovely stuff there from Brown to take third place away from Harrison Mackey. Let's have a look at a replay earlier on in the race. So this is back to the start. So what happens here between Lloyd? Lloyd tries to take the outside line. Yeah, I don't think he's quite anticipating that Whittacombe's going to hold that middle lane line. Lost out there, and Lloyd at the moment down P14.
I don't actually think that was a deliberate act from Whitcomb to hold the middle line there. He just understeered wide. He just, the temperature wasn't there. It was a first-time start this time. We saw a couple of times Whitcomb going or deliberately causing a, well, I say deliberately, I'm maybe speculating. Tactically, there may have been a deliberate act to try and get a false start to allow everyone to get these Comet tyres up to full temperature. But no, first time start today, understeer, cold track temperature, understeered wide, a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact with his teammate, deliberate, not deliberate, of course, but that hurt them both and allowed Gabriel Still to come through, and still a little uncharacteristically, it didn't really feature a huge amount yesterday, but clearly has found something overnight. He actually finished yesterday 12th on the road. We very rarely see Gabriel Still outside the top 10. But one person I'm going to keep an eye on today is Aaron Brown. Looks like he's got excellent pace in this one so far. 4th in the final yesterday. Currently in 3rd place, having overtaken Harrison Mackey, the junior champion from last year. Mackey, of course, finishing right ahead of him yesterday. Clearly Brown's found something with that kart.
Has indeed. I tell you what, his teammates aren't doing bad either, and those of his engine building customers. If you just look into the back of this group there, the green and white TB kart of Jack Nettleship. Well, Jack Nettleship's got a bit of a rocket ship at the moment. This is a really, really good run from the privateer entry, solidly up in the top 10. Is a rookie as well as, out. Is that on the run up through Gasworks? I think, was that Hayden Eldridge? Because Hayden Eldridge is falling down the order, down to P26. Yeah, that would check out with the KR runner. KR for Kart Republic there, not in terms of KR Sports, of course. That was last week. 3 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. I think that might have been the first commentary curse of the day, because I was just talking about how a Brown Power entry was doing well, and then unfortunately for Hayden Eldridge in the Vismo International awning, same as Aaron Brown, it's not gone too well there. There was a nice move. Gus Lawrence through past Morgan Moore-Pierce.
Yeah, he completed the move, Lawrence, on Moore there that we saw him try and do a few laps ago. So it's taken him a little while, our reigning champions, get through on Morgan Moore, but that's probably because it's been so close. In qualifying, it was 400ths covering the top 5 drivers, showing quite how close it was. But Lawrence just chipping away now. Lawrence is 7th place. He qualified this morning in 4th place, so actually fell down a little bit, potentially involved in that incident. We also seen a move back on Mackie, back on the inside of Aaron Brown. Now Brown's under pressure from the black helmet kart of Antrobus.
Yeah, William Antrobus. I think that might be a new lid. I know that his normal lid can't be used anymore because it didn't pass scrutineering.
Okay.
We saw him in Will Archer's helmet last week. So I'll have to ask him later. Is that just a new lid that hasn't had a paint job yet?
I quite enjoy the Darth Antrobus era.
Yeah, the dark side.
Yes.
Antrobus.
Well, it's working well for him. He was quick yesterday. He was well inside the top 10, 7th in the final yesterday, but was up as high as 3rd at points yesterday. We now got a battle for the lead. So Whitcomb has closed the gap to Stilp and is pushing on. Stilp defensive in to the second Senna S, and defensive heavily into the Dunlop chicane. So clearly fancies backing Harrison Whitcomb up into the back of the pack, because he is completely defensive. Whitcomb looking for the outside line, the cut back. Not normally the most successful move, as Gasworks right goes into the left of the horseshoe, but this is closing up. The battle pack of Mackie, Brown, Antrobus, Buckley and Lawrence are only 3/10 away, or 5/10 away now, owing to the last lap being particularly slow due to Stilp's defensive driving. Perfectly legal so far, nothing untoward at all, but potentially still feeding Whitcomb to the Sharks.
Yeah, and you have seen in the last couple of weeks that you can do this. You can defend around this circuit, and often a good way of doing it, particularly in the senior categories, is strength in numbers. Get a bit of a pack together, get them fighting amongst one another, and then try and break away. 45 seconds of this race to go. Samuel Branston's 3:58 entry is under investigation for something that's happened out there. Mackie trying to go around the outside of one of his junior rivals from last year. Wow, what a move there by Harrison Mackie. Gets one, mark 1 to 2 of moves around the outside through Gasworks. Harrison Mackie up to P2, now pointing towards Gabriel Stilp, saying to keep eyes forward. Or is it a psychological play from last season's X30 junior champion? But that was a mighty, mighty move. Aaron Brown's lost the position to Antrobus to P4. But Harrison Mackie, will say it again, what a talent he is. Oh, that's getting a little bit rough down into Senna 1. Mackie's now having a half look and defence into Senna 2. He impressed me so much last year, Harrison Mackie, with his ruthless approach to when there's an opportunity, even if it's a 50-50 one, just go for it and execute, and he's done it again there.
Yeah, that's the second time this weekend he's made a decisive move from 3rd to 2nd. We saw that yesterday into Senna 2 on Gus Lawrence, today around the outside of Gasworks, using the defensive Stilp as a tool to back up Whitcomb and go around the outside. We've got a nose-to-tail battle now, but also I noticed a little bit of a tactic there from Gabriel Stilp. That was the previous lap into Senna 1. Stilp slowed it on the apex a little bit. That backed up Mackie into the rest of the pack, and it's just given Stilp enough of a gap that he's not defensive anymore, so we can avoid that defense over-defending warning flag. So lots of tactics, a lot of wily driving going on in this senior category.
This is what we saw last week from some of the front runners in the senior category 1 week ago. Play the rules, know where the lines are. Ooh, that was a little bit rough by Nettleship into Gasworks, and Gus Lawrence has lost out in all of that. There's going to be things to think about here for the reigning champion. Gabriel Stilp takes the win, though. That's a very good start for Gabriel Stilp here today for round 2 of the championship. Harrison Mackie P2 gets one over on Harrison Whitcomb. Aaron Brown impressive again in 4th. William Antrobus, Jack Buckley, Jack Nettleship, Morgan Moore, Gus Lawrence and Joey Brown completes the top 10. Decent run there for Joey Brown, up 5 places, Piers.
Yeah, unfortunately Lawrence lost out to Nettleship and Moore. It looked like there was a bit of front to rear assistance, Nettleship on the back of Lawrence.
Apologies if my eyes were deceiving me there. I think I just saw the 375 Invest flag come up on the digiboard there. Thank you very much, Race Control. Yeah, just an investigation at the moment. The officials will look over that one to clarify whether there was any foul play. There's Harrison Mackie over the weighbridge. Cool as a cucumber, and second place there. That was a properly good move. And I know we saw George House do one yesterday in the inter category, but the simple physics of these junior karts, they're much bigger. It's much harder to do around the outside through gasworks. Just having a look at the front left there of Harrison Whitcomb, who just body language wise, I mean, it's a good result, but won't be completely pleased with how things went there. Congratulations with Gabriel Stilp. We'll see the juniors, the seniors out again later on today for their second heat, and we'll see whether Gabriel Stilp can repeat that victory, Piers.
Just an example of quite how competitive this senior X30 grid is this season. Our seeded drivers in this race finished 4th, number 1 9th, number 2 11th, number 5 12th. And number 10, Hayden Eldridge didn't finish. So we have effectively unseeded drivers all the way inside the top 10, other than Aaron Brown, who falling back. But it's ever so close this season. It's going to be one to watch for the rest of the year, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it all plays out. But let's have a look back at some of the highlights from what was a good first senior X30 heat, and it all started with this move at turn 1. Contact between the two of our premium karting front row drivers. And that's, there we go. That was how the number 388 found his way further down the field.
Oh, it's Oliver Harris and Harrison Morrow were a long way off the circuit. That was an alternative line through 3 and 4 and towards the doglegs. That's where all the dust will have been kicked up from. Really impressed with Aaron Brown in that race, Piers. Battling through. It's good value for P4 in the end. Yeah,
he had good early race pace. Potentially went off a little bit at the end as he made his way through on Harrison Mackie into 3rd place at one point. He stayed there for a few laps, eventually fell down a little bit further. Then we had the fighting between those two drivers of Antrobus. Then we had a successful move for Lawrence on Moore. Then Mackie had good late race pace. He made his move excellent all the way around the outside of Gasworks. Don't see that very often. And then on the final lap, Lawrence not happy with the move applied by Jack Nettleship, but it was a well-controlled race from Gabriel Stilp. Started 3rd into the first on the first lap, and then didn't look back. Well, I say didn't look back. He did look over his shoulders a couple of times as he had a lot of pressure to absorb. But that's, again, that's going to be one to keep an eye on for the rest of the day. Good first senior X30 heat.
Was indeed. More racing coming up here at Warden Law after this short break. First heat of the day then for IAME Water Swift Restricted, and Bodie Batch will start from pole position. Harry Chapman alongside on the front row, LBJ Stubbs in great forms at the start of this season. Starts on row 2. Is joined by Zev Godshalk for Jamie Green Racing. Jaden McElhenney starts on row 3. Is joined by Freddie Baker. Ollie West and Louis Williams-Mabs are on row 4.
Row 5 has Corey Lyons alongside Patrick Wood. And row 6, Benjamin Slivar and Logan Hodges. Row 7, Leo Russell and Frank Morris. And then the last driver on our 15 kart grid is 15 kart grid, my apologies, Harry Murphy.
Result from yesterday for the first round of this championship, the same as the other categories we've seen so far today. This is a brand new round. This is round 2. Your winner was LBJ Stubbs. Now I think we might be going round again because the full grid yet isn't fully formed up. You can see the flashing yellow light on the digiboard there, so we'll recycle the moves from the Saturday night disco and go round once again for another formation lap, which gives us enough time to talk you through what happened yesterday. Stubbs was your round winner from Chapman. Corey Lyons, that great podium for DMS P3. Bodie Batch and Zev Godshalk 4th and 5th for Jamie Green Racing. Ollie West, a very impressive 6th, was in the top 6 across every single result yesterday. Louis Williams-Mabs and Jaden McElhenney completed the top 8.
Bodie Batch was one that I was keeping a keen eye on Friday into Saturday morning. Had excellent pace. Didn't quite realise that pace, I don't think, yesterday, just through positioning and not being in the right place at the right time. Found his pace this morning, of course, going from pole position for Jamie Green Racing team, and he could be one to be hard to beat today if he manages to hold the lead. Of course, LBJ Stubbs who's right behind him, will be looking to continue what he did yesterday. But we go green this time for Water Swift Restricted down towards turn 1. And our race leader has already fallen into 3rd place, overtaken around the outside once again by Harry Chapman. I think he did the same thing a couple of times yesterday.
Yeah, Harry Chapman likes starting from P2 on the grid and has got the early lead in this one. McElhenney a little bit wide there out of the dogleg, but rejoins back on circuit just behind his DMS teammate Corey Lyons. And number 36 right in the middle of things. That's Patrick Wood, one of the privateers. In this one, quite a few rookies, of course, in the IAME Water Swift Restricted category in 2025. This is the first rung of the ladder across the IAME categories within the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Down through Gasworks for the first time. There's the number 92 of Freddie Baker. Had a decent qualifying, did Freddie Baker. His family and his team doing a lot of work, forming a bit of a driver development business as well, called the Karting Coach. That I know you can find on social media. But Freddie Baker there in the number 92. Solid start. Is running currently just ahead of Leo Russell in 12th place.
Yeah, keeping an eye on the front of the field. It is LBJ Stubbs that's keeping a keen eye on the back of Batch's kart for 2nd place at the moment.
Plus 5 second penalty for the race leader, Harry Chapman. I wonder, I don't know if we can get a look at the replay of the start as Stubbs goes through past Batch for P2. Is that a jump start?
I would imagine so, because I didn't want to say anything because, of course, we only have the one angle. But to get that far ahead that early down towards turn 1 would have suggested
some form of... Well, and a penalty this early in the race, I should say, is generally one of two things. It's some form of start infringement. It's either tram lines and jumping out of the tram lines before the lights go out. Now, that's normally a 3-second penalty. And the other one, of course, would be a jump start. So the team working busily in the background will look to get us that replay in a short moment's time. But meanwhile, on the road, Chapman leads from Stubbs. Well, what we do know is that this turns into a bit of a time trial now for Harry Chapman to see how far up the road he can get in terms of those 5 seconds. That was a lovely move. And a lovely return as well. And a lovely double return. Louis Williams-Mabs and Jaden McElhenney fighting here. This is all around 6th place. Really, really good to see Louis Williams-Mabs improving all the time. We talked a bit about this in Micromax last week with drivers moving forward. I think when we look at this IAME Water Swift Restricted category, Louis Williams-Mabs is one definitely to keep an eye on. So now, the the conclusive one, I think, will be the other angle, the reverse angle, looking up the track. Is the 32 significantly ahead of the 88?
Yes. I think there is an element of leniency. There's a tolerance, isn't there? Something about 400ths of a second, but it looked like it was just half a kart ahead. Easily done, because you as a second place driver, especially here with the double right-hander of turn 1, you need to be all the way alongside the pole sitter to make sure that you can slot in behind them, or at least give yourself an attempt at a move around the outside. But on that occasion, just a bit too eager on the throttle was Chapman, which allowed him to take the lead unfairly, as deemed by the stewards and race director at the moment. So yes, as you say, he's going to be trying to either win this race or get overtaken by the karts behind of Stubbs and Batch, whilst losing the least amount of time.
Absolutely. So at the moment, Chapman would slip down to P9. 4 minutes of this one to go. Louis Williams Mabs to the middle of the road, as here comes Zev Gottschalk. Gottschalk down the inside of Corey Lyons there for P4. Really brave move by one of the youngest drivers in this paddock. First time I've personally seen Zev Gottschalk race, but if he's got any kind of the speed we've seen from older brother Win, this is going to be a driver to keep an eye on across the course of the next few races. It's a good move down the inside into P4. McElhenney and Louis Williams Maps are still going at it over 6th place, and McElhenney back into that spot. Good move there from the DMS driver.
Yeah, lovely move through, liking the DMS livery, as we've discussed a couple of times this weekend. We're keeping on this battle from 9th upwards towards about 6th, 5th place, 4th place, actually all the way up to Zev Gottschalk, who made that move up turn 1 on the previous lap. It was a lovely move, side by side, a little bit of rubbing, but all's fair on a race track when you're just side by side, and it's just, you know, side by side rubbing, but there was no malice and no competitive advantage was taken. So love that. We're cutting back every now and again to our lead battle, as that has come down to almost nothing, and therefore almost a matter of time before LBJ Stubbs, I imagine, makes a move for the lead. Don't know whether Chapman, or in fact, he's already attempted that move for the lead. Looked like he was trying to go around the outside of Senna 2. Couldn't quite get that one done. But all this not helping Harry Chapman's bid to try and lose as few places as possible. Although he made that look fairly easy into Gasworks for Stubbs. So not sure if Chapman is aware of his 5-second penalty at this stage.
There is a tactical game to be played here, though, for LBJ Stubbs, perhaps, because if he can... He knows at this stage that, you know, be in any kind of close proximity with Chapman, and you're going to win this race. But if he can almost like delay Harry Chapman a bit, the likelihood of those drivers in kind of the Williams, Mabs, Wood, West, Baker region, the likelihood of them being within 5 seconds of Harry Chapman increases. And I think you would say on balance that these two drivers have been the quickest across the category so far this weekend. So there is a bit of an opportunity here for Stubbs just to make Chapman's life a little bit harder, maybe move him down the intermediate classification a little bit further.
That would be very advanced tactical thinking from these 7, 8 to 10-year-olds in this Water restricted category. But who knows? You know, these young drivers, they are already experts. I mean, you're seeing the level that they're driving at this stage.
Second 5-second penalty for Harry Chapman, so this has not gone well at all for the driver of the number 32, the former British Bambino champion who won that title here 2 years ago. So 10 seconds will now put Chapman down to P11. Out is Harry Murphy in the number 65. Was doing nicely. He was looking to break into under the 60-second barrier for lap times, but unfortunately will go no further in this one. There has been a problem out there as well, unfortunately, for Benjamin Schlivar, who a few laps ago just fell down to the back of the field, has now got back up to P14. He's trying to find a way past Frank Morris for 13th. We just thought we should give that a mention. Back with the fight for 4th place. In fact, this is much more than a fight for 4th place, because everyone from Zev Gottschalk down to
Patrick Woods,
but Ollie West, in fact, is involved in this group. So this is 4th down to 9th, and they've been having a really tidy race so far.
Yeah, after making that move into turn 1 a few laps ago, Gottschalk hasn't been able to run away not having a toe from anyone in front, and it now looks like Corey Lyons is going to have a go up to turn 1 to try and return the favour that Godshalk did a few laps ago and done that. Godshalk getting out on the marbles is now going to be under pressure from Williams-Mabs, McElhenney and Wood. And it looks like, yeah, he's going backwards now as Godshalk. He's been forced out wide. This shows, you know, as soon as you get overtaken and the momentum is backwards, you can go from losing 1 place to a fair few, and he's now under pressure from the 24 of Ollie West between 8th and 9th place. So up goes Corey Lyons, down a few goes Zev Godshalk.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Zev Godshalk. Didn't really do much wrong through that, but it was good, clean racing once again from our IAME Water Swift restricted drivers. Time has expired. We'll see the last lap board this time, or this time around at the end of this one. That's a lovely one once again from Louis Williams-Mabs. Down the inside of Corey Lyons for P4. Louis Williams-Mabs is on for one of the best results we've seen from the driver of the number 22. Apologies, no, that was on McElhenney. That's again, they're still going at it.
Yeah.
Williams-Mabs and the other DMS of McElhenney now fighting over 5th place. They've gone back and forth. They've lost count of how many times now across the course of the last 9 laps. Meanwhile, back at the front, Stubbs and Chapman separated by not a lot. Chapman, though, does have 10 seconds worth of time penalty, so this should be a comfortable run to the line, Piers, for the O-plate holder.
Yes, it looks like in this late stage, Stubbs just has a little bit more pace than Chapman, able to hold that gap at just over a kart length or so, even with Chapman in the tow. So as much as Chapman has slightly more pace in qualifying, the race pace once again for Stubbs has been impressive. The 77. So that was more of the battling that's unfortunately led to McElhenney leave the circuit. But it is Stubbs who takes another win. We've seen him do it at Wilton Mill a few weeks ago. We saw him do it yesterday a few times. Today, again, another heat win for LBJ Stubbs.
Very good stuff indeed for LBJ Stubbs. Harry Chapman across the line, P2. Once the 10-second penalty is applied, down to 6th place. So still a good haul of points there for Chapman. Bodie Batch, a solid 3rd. Corey Lyons, Zev Godshalk complete the top 5. And another entertaining run for our drivers who, to answer the question in chat, all of these drivers in the year of their 8th birthday. So a number of them still what you would say is 7. As long as you have your 8th birthday before the end of the year, before New Year's Eve, you are eligible for this one and up to the age of 12. But most of our drivers, 7, 8, 9 in this one. LBJ Stubbs, another race victory there. Should just know that Louis Williams-Mabs is under investigation. The number 22 has just come through, maybe for something that's happened there on that last lap.
We saw, apologies, we saw McElhenney falling down on that last lap, and he was in that group, so we'll see what happens with that in the final results. If you want to see any of the results, you can, of course, go to Motorsport Timing and British Kart Championships, and you'll be able to see all the up-to-date bulletins. But it was this man, LBJ Stubbs, top of the field.
And I know our very hard-working admin, David Whitehouse, aka Motorsport Magpie, has been putting the URL links in the chat because he has the power to do that as an admin. We don't. Well, that is the end of this part of the schedule for the IAME classes, which means, of course, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to turn things up a notch
to 11.
For 11 notches. KZ2 is out next.
Do you know what I like? Karting. Do you know what I like even more? Very fast go-karting. And KZ2 is back this weekend. 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds. Top speed over 90 miles an hour. They're absolute animals. It's the biggest challenge in UK karting, with sticky tyres, 4-wheel brakes, 50 horsepower and over 30 gear changes per lap. But that's my opinion. Let's hear what the drivers have to say about it. So what's your favourite thing about racing KZ?
It's an unbelievable driving experience.
What's your favourite thing about driving a KZ? Speed.
Everything is happens very quick, like changing gears and a lot is going on.
Shifting gears. Fast, fast, fast.
The acceleration.
Fastest class in UK karting, KZ2 is back this weekend at Warden Law, and this is why you should get excited about it, and make sure you tune in all weekend. Well, I hope that's whet your appetite. Now, let's go racing.
Let's go racing indeed. Heat 1 for KZ2 is out on circuit. Let's take you through the grid for this one. 14 drivers heading out on circuit. Reigning champion Josh Price starts his title defence on pole position. Alongside on the front row, Timo Youngling in preparations for his run in the FIA KZ Championships later on in the year. Oliver Stewart is back and is on row 2 for this one. Jake Weston, who's changed teams this year, is alongside him. Charlie Turner, last year's runner-up alongside the English champion from 2024, Ella Stevens, that's row 3. Ashley Lewis, another one of the new runners or runners on the new Formula K machine, is there on row 4 alongside Miles Murphy, who's not had a lot of preparation time for this first race. Derek Morgan and Ralph Youngling complete the top 10 there on row 5. Nat Thomas and a returning Jessica Edgar to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships form up row 6. Lee Ward and Nino Piccoli complete row 7. Nino Piccoli, this is his first competitive karting outing of any sort for 24 years. We'll be keeping an eye on how Nino does. He's another one of the runners on the new Formula K machines for Rush Performance. They made that switch from the Maranello kart in 2024 to the Formula Ks for this year. I'm really pumped for this, Piers. We have waited all weekend for this. We've got to remind ourselves that it's just a heat. It's the first of 2 heats, so it's all about building up towards the final. But for these drivers, they have waited a long, long time for this. The practices are over. The qualifying is done. It's time to go racing once again in KZ2.
And it's going to be a good one. Of course, something a bit different about KZ, if you have not watched it before, standing starts. 6 forward gears in these KZ karts. Very, very powerful engines, 50 horsepower, but it's very peaky power. If you fall out of the rev band, you know, the sort of the 12 to 14, 15,000 RPM range, you very much lose power. So that's why they have gears, and they have a clutch on their left hand on the steering wheel. So the drivers will pull up to the line, select neutral, pull the clutch in, grab first gear, lights will come on, and then very quickly they will dump the clutch. They will be doing at least 60 miles an hour by the time they reach turn 1, even from halfway down the straight.
Here we go then, the start of the 2025 British Short Circuit Gearbox Kart Championship. KZ2 and the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2025 is go, and it's a very good start for Timo Youngling. Wheel to wheel with Josh Price into turn 1. It was not a good start for Oliver Stewart, but he's had a good second phase. He's fighting for 3rd place. One of the Formula K Rush Performance entries has had a good start as well. That might be Charlie Turner up from the 3rd row of the grid. But it's a bold, bold run there, and Youngling's taken the lead. Timo Youngling takes the lead away from the reigning champion Josh Price. We saw a very good run for Timo Youngling here last year in the summer round for the 2024 championship. He didn't win it. He had technical problems across the course of the weekend that stole arguably the win away from him. He wants to take that P1 trophy here today, but he knows if he's going to do so, he's got to beat the reigning champion Josh Price.
Yeah, Josh Price has actually looked not like he's been completely all at one with that kart this weekend. He wasn't topping many of the practice sessions, but got it done in qualifying by a decent 10th and a half over Timo Youngling, but very, very close together, especially 2nd through 7th place, covered by only about a 10th of a second.
It's Ashley Lewis, the first of the Rush Performance Formula Ks, who's come through. So Ashley Lewis, who has started to turn things on a bit yesterday in timed qualifying. Those guys, I think they're just still trying to find out about their machinery. Watch them across the course of the season, but they're getting quicker and quicker and quicker all the time. Ashley Lewis there in 3rd place. Oliver Stewart in P4, returning after his time out of the kart due to a road traffic accident injury. Let's see how Oliver can do across the course of a full race distance. Changes further down the order. Nat Thomas and Lee Ward have got past Jessica Edgar for P11. Miles Murphy is on the move. The number 5 seed has been seeded in every single edition of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in KZ2. and is starting to get back to the rhythm. Has just got past Charlie Turner for P6.
You'll notice that the drivers on the outside of rows 2 and 3, so Jake Weston and Ella Stevens, have both fallen down the order. Jake Weston didn't get away from the line particularly well as a late lunge from the number 7. That is Jake Weston. He had a terrible start, couldn't get away from the line, and unfortunately, the driver right behind him, Ella Stevens, who has been quickest in a lot of the practice sessions, was caught right behind and had nowhere to go. So they dropped down the order. Look out for them coming through. Oh, no!
Josh Price is out. Josh Price is out of this first heat. Has come to a stop. Couldn't quite see where was that last corner. Yes, it's down in the latter part of the circuit. What has happened there?
Just pulled off, I think. It's not really an overtaking opportunity, especially in these KZ2 karts. That last corner, very tight. They go in narrow, they come out narrow. He's just pulled off the left-hand side, so it remains to be seen what's gone on with that kart. We'll keep an eye. But our reigning champion out of the first race in 2025.
Here we go. The drama's already started. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, Andrew, I've been watching on then. What a disaster for Josh Price. But I was watching on eagerly at the start and just noticed that Ella Stevens dropped a load of positions. We saw in 2024 that it was her Achilles heel was those starts and that she just couldn't quite get it right. It looks like that's been a problem for her in this start, but is making up those places again. Do you think she's got enough time to at least get herself into where she started?
Yeah, I think she's definitely got enough pace. I think the irony is that on this occasion, it wasn't necessarily Ella's fault or a mistake from the plate holder. It's simply a case of circumstances. Stewart down the inside. That is what we have missed from the Scotsman. Ollie Stewart has not lost a single bit of his pace. We've seen that across the course of free practice and TQ, and he's not lost his racecraft either. A brilliant move down the inside of Ashley Lewis for second place. 6 minutes of this race to go, Piers. This is a good scrap. This is all around Derek Morgan. He's had a good run at the moment. Derek Morgan, the number 6 seed from last year. This is for P4. Murphy down the inside.
Oh, good move from Murphy into St John's, and that is the 7.
That's Jake Weston.
He's got an issue at the front end by the looks of it. He's looking at the front end of the kart, but I love KZ2. That move from Oliver Stewart was absolute poetry in motion. Kart dancing around, one changing gears up the inside into Gasworks from about 90 down to about 15, 20 miles an hour at the apex, but then they shoot out of the corner. Brilliant driving. We've also seen brilliant battling. Interesting thing about these KZ2 karts, 4-wheel brakes, all on your left foot, no hand brakes. The drivers can change the brake bias, so the percentage of braking that goes between the front and rear wheels, and they may choose to alter that based on either the kart setup or the circuit. But because they have 4-wheel brakes, they can really fire it into the apex of the corner, brake very late, and also allows them to overtake in places that maybe you don't otherwise see overtakes sometimes from the direct drive classes, the other classes this weekend, as we saw Murphy do that previous lap on Derek Morgan into St John's. Not normally a regulation overtaking opportunity, a good exit, dive at the inside as we now see Ella Stevens up the inside of Charlie Turner. Ella, that's a good move, got it done at the apex, and Charlie, just fighting with the kart a little bit. Doesn't look quite as comfortable in that Formula K quite yet as he did on the Maranello. I'm sure he'll get there. Of course, second seed from last year. You can see him shake his head. Not happy at the moment, but he'll be there or thereabouts when he gets things sorted. Yeah,
and a very good record round this Warden Law circuit. Has been a race winner here in previous visits for KZ2. Ella Stevens now setting about trying to get through past Derek Morgan for P5. Morgan taking that just subtly tighter line that we see from the KZ2s. We were talking a little bit about that earlier on in the weekend with some of our interviews with the drivers and what we're looking at in the Paddock show yesterday. Down into Gasworks again, full commitment from Derek Morgan, Ella Stevens and Charlie Turner. Ralph Youngling's just off the back of this group as well, has gained 2 positions so far in this race and is holding off Nat Thomas for P8. Jessica Edgar back up into the top 10 of this one. And just to tune in with Nico Piccoli. Nico Piccoli going for some fun this weekend. A dad and lad effort, but not the dad and lad effort we perhaps are used to. Piccoli's just set a personal best lap time of this race so far. It's into the 47s. Let's head down once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, it was the number 7 of Jake Weston that retired a couple of laps ago. That's because of a front brake binding on the left-hand side. He came in, was playing around with that front left, and it's just a brake issue that has caused him to come in. Not safe for him to be out there any longer.
Of course, 4-wheel brakes means that there's 2 extra discs. Normally just 1 disc on a normal direct drive kart on the rear axle, but an additional 2, so potentially a little more to go. Not quite right. Really unfortunate for Jake Weston. Was 4th fastest in qualifying in that very close group between sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. We expect to see him go well later on as Ella Stevens having a look up the inside of centre 1 on Derek Morgan. Can't quite get it done. This group coming together. Looks like Morgan doesn't quite have the pace at this middle stage of the race to hold off. But another cool thing about KZ2 is corners like this, which are not normally a corner in other classes, certainly become a corner. And Ella Stevens are another great move up the inside of Gasworks, up to 5th place for Ella Stevens.
Super work there from Ella. Another repeat of the move that we saw earlier on. So that moves Ella Stevens up to P5. 2 minutes in this one to go. Timo Youngling looking pretty comfortable and very consistent in terms of pace. Just did a 46.14, which is only 200ths slower than the fastest lap of the race, also set by the race leader. Oliver Stewart, P2. Ashley Lewis and Miles Murphy looking to bring these ones home in 3rd and 4th and take care of tyres and materials. 2 more races, of course, to go for all of our KZ2 runners here today. Here's your main battle on circuit. This is Derek Morgan and Charlie Turner going over 6th place, and it's been a solid run this from Derek Morgan, another regular in this category.
Yeah, Derek Morgan, good to have him back. Proper privateer, effectively his own car, does his own engines, and just a easy up, loves the racing. We heard from him yesterday. If you want to hear some of those interviews again, you can tune back in, or I'm sure we'll get chances to play them throughout the weekend. But Derek, he was saying to me when I caught up with him off camera, saying that he's just struggling this weekend with the bouncing, the rear end of that right car, just not quite so settled over the bumps, which is where he's losing some of that time. And you can see there's a fair few bumps around this Warden Law circuit. It's what makes it such a challenge for the drivers and gives it character, and especially that bump down in towards Senna 1, the dip on the right-hand side of circuit that would be on the classic racing line. A lot of the drivers going in a bit narrower there to miss that, but Derek soaking up a lot of pressure. Of course, 6th seed from last year. Charlie Turner right behind him, the number 2 seed, but we're looking forward now to Miles Murphy, who's been closed in on by Ella Stevens, the E-Plate, the English champion from the Shenington race last year. She's had excellent pace in this second half of the race. That last lap was the fastest of anyone on circuit, even faster than our leader Timo Youngling by a good 2.5 tenths of a second. So she's got good late race pace.
And this is showing again what we saw a lot of in 2024. A typical Ella Stevens race was unfortunate start, then having to fight back very, very quick in the second half of these races. So that is a positive for Ella Stevens, that there's a continuation of that form. If she can get the start sorted out, and say it wasn't her fault here today that she didn't get this one to be a good one in heat number 1. But this is a driver who could potentially be on the podium here today. Both of these drivers could be on the podium here today, fighting over 4th place. You can see how much Miles Murphy having to fight through the dogleg there. That's the best position of 4th in this championship over the years of the modern era. As side by side into Senna 1, Charlie Turner knowing that now is the last opportunity to get through past Derek Morgan in this one.
Yeah, this is the man that we haven't seen a huge amount of because he's been out front. Brilliant start away from the front of the field, and then has not looked back since. Timo Youngling coming over the line to win the first heat of 2025 in KZ2, followed by Oliver Stewart and Ashley Lewis in 3rd.
Very, very good run there for Youngling. Murphy holds on for P4 ahead of Ella Stevens. Morgan likewise ahead of Turner for P6. Ralph Youngling home in 8th. Nat Thomas and Jess Edgar complete the top 10. Lee Ward and Nino Piccoli complete the 12 runners in that one. I think we're just waiting for Nino to come around the final corner now. What are you seeing there, Piers?
I think there may have been a photo taken of our race winner on the road of his nose cone, so potentially a drop-down penalty. That's just us speculating at this stage. The official results will show whether that is the case or not. Therefore, if that were to happen, it would be that man that we're looking at right now, Oliver Stewart, the number 22 in second place, who would inherit the win. It would be a 5-second penalty, so that would drop Timo down into third place, so not off of the podium positions. Of course, it's only a heat, so you don't get a podium for it. So you wouldn't drop miles down, but that's certainly a concern for Timo Youngling. Did we see Timo have contact with anyone at any point?
Can't think off the top of my head, but I'm sure we'll have a look at the highlights in a few moments' time. But on the road, Timo Youngling, P1, showing once again his exploits and why he's off to the European Championships again later on in the year. Stewart, Lewis, Murphy, Stevens, Morgan Turner, Ralph Youngling, Thomas and Edgar, all in the top 10. Lee Warden, Nino Piccoli. There is Josh Price running back. Will get points for P14, was one of 2 retirements in that one, the other being Jake Weston. Let's have a look at the highlights then from that one. First heat of the weekend for the British Short Circuit Gearbox Championship. Very even start between Youngling and Price. Youngling taking the lead away from the reigning champion. The rest of the field filing their way out of Horseshoe and into Paddock Corner. There was the moment. A little bit of a touch on the front left there for Jake Weston. I wonder if that's maybe influenced. And there was Josh Price. Well, it wasn't an overly spectacular failure of the kart. It just seemed to peter out, and there was the problem as well for Jake Weston. You just see the front left there binding. Not a safe situation for Weston at all. Ella Stevens moving through the order, got past Charlie Turner, then pulled the same move on Derek Morgan. Wasn't quite able to get past Miles Murphy on this occasion after those 14 laps, but a solid top 5 for Ella.
Yeah, look at them flying through this section. Such a good camera angle through that final corner, but it was Timo Youngling, his brother Ralph, in the race as well. But Timo took the win on the road. Remains to be seen whether he'll get to keep that, but his pace was looking pretty impressive, as was Ella Stevens. If she can get away well, she'll be challenging at the front, no doubt, for the Birrell ART team. A good result overall for Birrell ART, with Oliver Stewart in second place as well. Ashley Lewis in third. Didn't feature a huge amount because he was kind of on his own for most of that race, but plenty more KZ2 racing coming later on today. There's Jessica Edgar in the foreground, a shot F1 Academy driver in the past, racing GB4, races a fair amounts of karting and cars. She's good to have her back in the paddock this weekend.
And I'm just having a chat there with Ella Stevens, her Jade Racing team teammate for this weekend. The Jade Racing team, the Allen family, putting a lot of efforts. Of course, they have looked pretty quick so far this weekend, and could potentially be on the podium. There is Oliver Stewart. Really good to see Oliver back in a kart, and P looking absolutely rapid.
No doubt, no doubt. Second place on pace there, and also lacking no confidence in terms of overtaking either. We saw that lovely move down into Gasworks. Gasworks is going to be our main overtaking opportunity, I think, in the KZ2s this weekend. It's looking like a very competitive grid. Also good to see so many just female drivers generally in this category as well, showing that it doesn't have to be. Well, you've got the diversity in the grid, and Ella Stevens are setting some of the fastest laps in that second half of the race as well.
Keep your comments coming in as well. Loving the love for KZ2. KZ2 will of course be back later on this afternoon. Their second heat of the day will be on version 1 of the timetable. Was at 2:15, but of course we're running 10 minutes behind a set 10 minutes later. So 2:15, 2:25 is when we'll be seeing KZ2s back out again after the lunch break. For now, though, we'll take a short break. We'll be back in a few moments here with more action at Warden Law. Two more races before the lunch break. IAME Water Swift out on track next for their second of 3 heats. Just to confirm as well, once we go past the lunch break, we're back to version 1 of the schedule. But right now here for IAME Water Swift, this is the A versus C race. Austin Newstead didn't have a good day yesterday, but had a very good time qualifying earlier on this morning, has pole position and is joined by Nathaniel Hodges for this one. George Clark and Harry Williams, they go from row number 2. Luca Narroway and George House on row 3. Chester Fawkes and Mason Hibbert go from row number 5.
Row number 6 has Johnson Stewart and Jensen Ackerman. Row number 7, we will see Danny Dempsey and Oliver Spencer. Row 8, Andy Stewart and Joseph Davis. Row number 9, Efan Owen and Ruben Sagu. And row number 10, Alex Riley and Ian Carey.
Ryan Meta and Ethan Robinson go from row 11. Ada O'Brien and Mason Brooks form up the last of the 12 rows. Just as well, Fawkes and Hibbert, of course, on row 4, not row 5. Same order of things, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Can Austin Newstead get things right? He did not have a good first heat. He didn't even get going in the first heats yesterday. Has a great opportunity here from pole position. Not quite yet, though. We're going to go around again. Yeah, just a bit of an update on timing and schedule. So, yes, this race going from 12:45. The Junior X30 A versus C race will be at 1300. The 40 minutes lunch break is now a 30 minutes lunch break. For those of you at home, unfortunately, that means you won't quite get all of the Paddock show in for that one. But don't worry, to see the whole thing, head across to the Karting UK YouTube channel at your leisure to watch that back from last night. And then once we get to 1:45, we're back to as we were advertised. So 1:45 for the Senior X30s, 2 o'clock for IAME Water Swift Restricted, 2:15 for KZ2, and then of course 2:35 and 2:50 for the remaining Water Swift and Junior heats after the lunch break.
And that Paddock show included the Viritools tyre changing challenge.
Yes,
I made
wheel changing challenge.
Sorry, wheel changing challenge. You're correct. And where I made an attempt at changing 2 tyres, and you'll see that go off. Oh, a bit of a jostling already before the start. That was interesting, but it is Newstead the leads from pole, and we're going round again. Yeah. I think that was probably because of the little bit of funny business down at the last corner. Newstead looked like he took a slightly alternative line around Paddock corner, which handed the position to him, but of course we're going round again. So down to Nicole, you've got something for us. We'll grab Nicole at some point during this race, but we're heading or looking back at our grid as the drivers are just circulating around, getting their tyres up to temperature, preparing for the 3rd go at this Water Swift start. Andrew, you've got a thought?
One, they've got to get this start right, otherwise Mr. Edwards is going to be out with his clipboard, and nobody wants to see that. Harry Williams, George House, Colby Patterson, Christian Kobe and Daniel Ferguson. That's the current 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the intermediate classification. Remember, it's 0 points for a win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, etc., etc., down through the field. So, Mr. Ashton's out with his clipboard. That should be warning enough to note that they need to get this one right at the 3rd time of asking. Into those tram lines. Do the lights go out? Yes, they do. 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway, and a good start for Austin Newstead. Looked like Harry Williams was trying to poke his nose through there from the 2nd row. George Clark's had a decent run of things in the green and white helmet, is immediately up to P2, and Luca Narroway has taken advantage of starting on that inside line. Piers goes from 5th to 3rd in the first half of this first lap.
We've seen that a few times this weekend already, with the drivers that start on the inside line can actually make up a few positions, and I'm not surprised not surprised that Nathaniel Hodges dropped back a few places. He was effectively boxed in by Fusion drivers on the outside of the front row. That's the 1, 2, 3 that's gone off there. Ethan Robinson, and looks like he's not continuing at this stage. Narroway and Hodges coming together on the exit of Gasworks, and that's let our front 2 break away. Is now around the outside goes George House.
Yeah, it's a lot of drivers knowing that this is their final heat. Anyone who started on drivers left at the very start of this one, this is their 2nd run. For Harry Williams, if he wins this race, secures pole position for the final like he did yesterday, but right now he's down in 6th place. Out it's all! George Clark is out! Ended that first lap in P2, but is in the pits there in that 142 machine. What has happened there to George Clark? Technical flag is out. They were looking around the rear end of the car. Nicole, what can you see?
Well, Andrew, on the start, on the rolling up lap, I could see one of the karts out there lost a chain guard. Then the Fusion mechanics came into Park Ferme to get it replaced. So it was Clark. He pulled in, they put a new chain guard on and sent him back out.
So easy to do. The chain guard not attached. And in terms of any kind of competitive results, that is going to be the end of things for George Clark. Over the line, 6 minutes to go. George Clark does have a second heat to go, though, so there is still opportunity for Clark to race through into the top 34 into the final. There is a very almost brutal cut-off for this one, that 2 drivers won't make it through from these heats into the final later on this afternoon. But for Clark, there is opportunity to come back. Also opportunity here for Nathaniel Hodges to hold on to this second place. Harry Williams has got through past George House. House was having a go at Narroway's 3rd place a few moments ago, and Harry Williams has taken advantage of that to move up to P4. Down through Gasworks once again, through the horseshoe. Austin Newstead has a 1.5 second lead at the moment here, Piers. This is a tremendous run.
Yeah, he got away well at the start, but all that drama with Narroway and Hodges, and then, of course, the 142 of George Clark coming in the pits for that chain guard means that he's got a cataclysmically sized gap in terms of Water Swift of nearly 2 seconds, and he's on his own, so he's got an opportunity to just pound the laps in, be consistent. He's unlikely to be caught now, as that's well outside of the tow, but this battle is going to be the one that rages on. Hodges at the lead of this second train is now up the inside. Goes Harry Williams, takes 4th place, and following through is George House, a narrow way down from 3rd to 5th.
Yeah, good stuff there from both Williams and House. Just a few more parish notices. The 193 of Nathaniel Hodges has had a warning flag and has now got the side of the rear axle of the O-plate holder, because Harry Williams has gone down the inside there. Very decisive move into P2. Just over 4 minutes of this race to go. Is there enough time now for Harry Williams to close down to his teammate Austin Newstead? The gap is 2 seconds as things stand. The 196 is also under investigation. That's Ian Carey, currently running round in 17th place. Quick update on the intermediate classification. Newstead on 0 points as things stand, but remember, this is only the first race for Austin Newstead. Harry Williams right now on 2 as House goes down the inside of Hodges out on track to take P3. So as things stand, Williams on 2 points. It would leave Newstead needing to either win or finish second in his second heat later on this afternoon to take pole position. Narroway now down the inside. Very close there between Hibbert and Oliver Spencer. Bit of a quieter day so far for Ollie Spencer, I think, here, Piers, but it's good to see that he's running up once again solidly in that top 6.
Yeah, he's been there or thereabouts this weekend, always on the back of that lead group, just clearly not quite having the out-and-out pace that we often see him have in the other categories he drives in. But he had a decent result yesterday, was inside the top 10, but not quite being able to bring it his way through. One thing I've been very impressed with so far with Nathaniel Hodges is that he is, every time he's been overtaken, he's slotted straight back in. Very rarely loses more than 1 place at a time. I think it happened once yesterday, but he's one of these drivers clearly that understands that you often lose less time if you're being overtaken if you just relinquish the place early, slot back in, rather than fighting tooth and nail to hold on to it and then potentially falling further and further down the field.
Indeed. So 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes remaining in this one. Chester Fawkes is currently your fastest driver out on the circuit. Just saw the 138 pass through shot there. Well, that was until Austin Newstead set the new fastest lap of the race at a 54.78. At the moment, Chester Fawkes running in 8th place, trying to join this group on your screens now. Williams, House, Hodges, Narroway now the holder of the fastest lap. So the driver's getting quicker and quicker all the time, it would seem, in this one. Their Comet tyres providing a good baseline of performance going long into these races. Changes further down the order. I think Mason Brooks has had another issue. Had got up to P10, but you just saw on the timing tower there, went down to around P14, maybe P15. So we'll keep an eye on Brooks, who had that technical non-conformance earlier on this morning. That's why Brooks has been starting these races from the back.
Yes, Brooks had a good run through in the first heat. We'll keep half an eye on him, but we're keeping a full eye, both eyes, on this battle for second place, which is what would normally be the lead battle, but of course with all the drama we had early on, Austin Newstead extending his lead at the front to nearly 2.25 seconds. His pace is pretty good. In fact, he was quicker than the whole of this chasing group on that last lap, so we're unlikely to see a battle for the lead, but I think we're very likely to see more fighting for second place. We've seen this situation many times though before. Harry Williams leading a gaggle of karts. He feels very comfortable in this sort of situation. Only difference this time is it's for second place. George House though, we've seen him, went around the outside yesterday into Gasworks. Can he do the same again? I'm sure he'll be looking, although he has to be he has to be thoughtful, the fact that Nathaniel Hodges is right on his tail.
Is indeed. 45 seconds to go then. Williams leads the line through and into Paddock corner, just behind these drivers. You can see Spencer and Hibbert working together. Oliver Spencer in the 191 KR Sport entry, just the single KR Sport entry in this particular heat. The team will be using some of the data that they generated last week during the running of the road tax classes here at Warden Law. As I mentioned, Warden Law, the sun's come out once again here on the Costa del Sunderland. 10 seconds to go. Austin Newstead will be managing things now. Doesn't need to do anything too dramatic between now and the end of the race. Harry Williams, though, the race pace for Harry at the moment, very, very good. He's just edging away from George House. And in fact, Nathaniel Hodges is going to have a go for third place in. No, thinks better of it. Just pulls back into line there, holds on to P4. Further down the order, change of position for 14th to report Piers. Andy Stewart through past Ian Carey.
Yeah, good move there. We're keeping an eye on this battle, and Harry Williams again has done what he's done so many times, led a group and then allowed them to fight and then pulled away, and he's pretty much guaranteed himself second place on this final lap of the race. But it is House, Hodges and Narroway that are fighting now amongst themselves. At the moment it is it looks like House has just gapped a little bit in the middle sector, but Hodges is going to have an opportunity potentially down towards Gasworks once again. A 5-second penalty for Wyn Godshawk. That's unfortunate. I think he's down in 11th, P12. Yeah. So that'll drop him way outside of the top 10 or top 15 places, I would imagine. But we cut back to our leader, Austin Newstead, got away at the front of the field, the 4th seed from last season. He's had a pretty easy run of things in this one. It won't be easy for him for the rest of the day, or it's unlikely to be as easy as this, but he takes a victory in heat number 2.
This is what a doubleheader is about. If you have a bad Saturday, you can bounce back and have a very good Sunday. And Austin Newstead starts it with a race victory, 0 points, and is the only driver who can stop Harry Williams getting another pole position in a final. Williams P2 on the road is done for his heats, first and second. That is a very, very solid score from yesterday's round winner. Third place for George House means George House will finish on 5 points from his 2 races. Nathaniel Hodges with 4th there. That's another solid score for Hodges. Luca Narroway, Oliver Spencer, Mason Hibberts, Chester Fawkes, Henry Clark and Danny Dempsey all in the top 10. Good drive there from Dempsey, up 3 spots. The privateer from Ireland.
A little bit more calm,
leisurely
than that one.
Yeah,
leisurely I think maybe not, because they were flat out.
Oh yeah.
However, a lot more calm than our first Water Swift race, which was frenetic.
Yes.
Good. I enjoyed that first Water Swift. That one was good in another way, but it was Austin Newstead that took the win. We didn't see a huge amount of him in the race because you know, it's not so interesting to look at a kart drive around on its own at the front. Plenty of battling up and down the field. If I was racing in this Water Swift category and I was racing someone near the front and I was anywhere near Harry Williams, I would not be allowing him anywhere near the front of the pack that I'm in, because when he gets to the front of a group, it's exactly where he stays, and that's what he's done this season pretty much all year so far. Only reason he didn't do it for the win this time is because he couldn't catch Austin Newstead, who had that gap from the first lap.
Yes, indeed. Rest of the provisional running order then. Alex Riley P11, Wyn Gottschalk in P12, but Gottschalk does have a plus 5 second penalty. Andy Stewart, Ian Carey and Orion Meta all gained positions in that one. Good drive there from Meta into the top 15. 16th for Jensen Ackerman. It's not quite been the best of days so far for Jensen Ackerman. A bit of a rough ride out there. Ethan Owen P17. The juniors will be up very, very soon. In fact, let's get ready for it now. X30 Junior out next. Last race before the lunch break here on Easter Sunday at Karting North East. It's Junior X30. Heat 5 of their weekend, second one of this second round of the season for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Riley Cranham starts on pole position, is joined by George Edgar on the front row. Tiger Buckley and Sugmani Kira go from row 2. Isaac Sayer of Singapore is joined by Archie Owen on row 3. Harley Musk, Jacob Backler have things to do from row 4.
Row number 5, Nat Johnson alongside Jack McLaughlin. And row number 6, Cooper Snedden and Max Ewell. Row number 7 has Alexander De Benedictis and Ethan Woodward. Row 8, Alfie Brown and Zach McDonald.
Baron Alton Soy and Suskameda from Japan starts on row 9. Jack Crockwell and Ashley Hazer complete the top 20. Finley Lines starts at the very back of the field for this one. So keep an eye on the premium karting run entry. The Argenti Academy driver in Junior X30. Bit of a surprise to see Finley Lines towards the back, and I thought this would be why a DQ. Technical DQ for Finley Lines is why he starts at the back, and we're going to go around again. I thought we were going to be good for a start then, but no.
There was a bit of side-to-side action towards the back of the field, which I think is why we're going round again. But familiar sight, isn't it, seeing the O plate of Cranham at the front of the field this weekend. He's looked pretty imperious this weekend so far.
He has indeed. A bit of an update if you weren't with us for the first of these Junior X30 heats for this second round of the season. Richardson was the race winner, Sam Woolley P2, George Edgar P3, so keep an eye on George Edgar in this one, because this again, similar to what we've just been talking about with Harry Williams in Water Swift, anyone on the Edgar side of the grid, this is their second and final heat. There is no cut-off for this one, though, so it's 32 drivers total entry, so all of them will make it through to the final, running 3 heats, just to give the drivers a bit more space, I imagine, out there through these heats. So that was your top 3 in the intermediate classification as things stand. Mayan Patel P4, Rocco Shenton P5, McLaughlin, Ewell and Woodward completing the top 8. So some of those drivers in this one. Those who are not, they have got their second heats later on today, of course. And what can anyone on the pole side of the grid do for their first heat of round 2? We're lights out and racing once again. Very even start between Cranham and Edgar. Edgar trying to go around the outside, gets a big kick of oversteer on the marbles. That's going to get tight. 3 wide right in the middle of the pack. Cooper Snedden was involved in the 218 for Croc promotion. But apart from that, I think everybody is running. Finley Lines has already picked up a couple of positions from the back of the field. And it's Sugmani Kira who's taken second place. Sugmani Kira, who was involved in the first corner incident in the first heat, Piers, needs a good result in this one. Oh, just runs a little bit deep, though, through the Dunlop chicane. That's going to allow the BMR down the inside. It's Archie Owen who's now up in second place. George Edgar having a tough time of things. Is down to around 5th place. You can tell once again for half the field, this is their last heat. This is their last opportunity to gain their spots on the grid for the final. And we shouldn't forget as well, there are championship points at play through the heats. Once we get to the end of all of these heats, whoever's top of the table in the FIC gets 65 championship points.
Yes, Sugmani Kira had a brilliant start up into second place momentarily before running wide through the Dunlop chicane as Ty Buckley now takes second place away from Archie Owen, but she got shuffled down due to that and is down all the way. Where is she now? Seven or eighth, I think, actually, maybe on this lap. Riley Cranham's liking the look of this as he looks over his shoulder, as he's got a nearly 1 second gap to the front of the field, but plenty of fighting up and down the order. Zach McDonald still getting involved. He was part of that 3 wide, 3 into 1 doesn't go situation into turn 2 on the first lap, but is recovering nicely. He's in 12th place at the moment.
So the challenge for Riley Cranham, yes, he has the lead once again, and it's an 8/10 advantage over Ty Buckley, but we will remind that generally so far this season, a Mick Barrett Racing prepared machine has been very, very quick in the second half of races. Buckley has just cut the lead a little bit there to 3/4 of a second. Ty Buckley, very strong 2024 season, finished 5th at the IAME Warriors final, the global competition for drivers across the X30 categories. That was, of course, at Wera in the autumn. So Buckley's abilities very, very well known in this paddock. Over the line to complete lap number 3. It's Cranham from Buckley. Last time around 51.08 for Cranham, 50.95 for Buckley. That's not the quickest pace on circuit though, Piers, because it's Archie Owen, Isaac Sayer and George Edgar behind, pushing on, looking like they could close in on second place.
Isaac Sayer, we spoke about it yesterday, Andrew, but he's had batches of pace this season, both at Wilton Mill and here at Warden Law, that have been almost unmatched, but hasn't quite been in the right place at the right time in terms of positioning and qualifying and being able to be quick in the right moments. But when it all comes together, he's been very, very fast. He's in that group at the back for second place, and we now got a second group forming, the peloton, shall we call it, from George Edgar downwards. That's 5th through 9th, 10th, 5th through 10th place, led by George Edgar. Jacob Backler, who has had an unfortunate run yesterday, didn't finish the final and then also received a penalty in that previous race. So someone near the back, he needs a good result in this one if he wants to have a decent starting position and championship points going into today's finals.
4 1/4 minutes to go. Gap at the front's coming down. George Edgar feels the need to just defend a little bit into the centre S. Sukmani Kira looks down the inside, trying to wrestle an opening there to get past Jacob Backler. Backler, who's looked good this weekend, was a bit unlucky yesterday with some things that happened out there, but Backler has taken a big step forward in the early part of this 2025 season. Nat Johnston and Harley Musk fighting there over 8th place. Riley Cranham, what has he got in the locker? Does he respond? Does he almost allow this chasing pack to close in a little bit, Piers, and wait for later in the race? Almost do one of those like chase me things. Get the chasers of Buckley and Owen to work hard, maybe take a bit out of their tyres, and then pounce later in the race?
I think he would like to keep the gap because the variables in that situation with just you is the fewest. He wants to make sure he has a solid result here as Backler's still having a look on the back of Edgar, can't get that done. But the group behind are closing in ever so slightly, although something I noticed from qualifying that's going continuing in the races is the middle sectors from Riley Cranham. He's almost always fastest in that middle sector. Sectors 1 and 2, he's there or thereabouts, but that middle sector, which includes both centre S's and the Dunlop chicane, if I'm not mistaken, he is absolutely hooked up in that Fusion kart.
Few bits from race control. The 2:32 of Isaac Sayer, yes, is the fastest driver out on circuit with that 50.52, but he's also under investigation. We should note, not quite sure what for. Warning flags as well for the 275 of Max Ewell, the 218 of Cooper Snedden, and the 280 of Zach McDonald. I think that was from the earlier part of the race, as there was a move through, goes Archie Owen.
Yeah, good move. It looks, we just caught the second half of that in the centre S's, and Owen clearly thinks at this stage he's got better pace than Ty Buckley and wants to close that gap down to our current leader, Riley Cranham, as Manikira goes defensive on to defend off Nat Johnson in one of the many Mick Barrett Racing karts we have on this grid. Johnson, he's one to watch, certainly one to keep an eye out for, because he's had good pace at various times, but again, not quite getting it right in qualifying when he needed to. His race pace actually yesterday was pretty good, and visually that gap at the front coming down, it came down by nearly a 10th and a half getting towards 2 tenths on that last lap, and actually Owen gapping Buckley. So late race pace looking very good from Owen.
This is what we've come to expect from Archie Owen, another driver who's taken a big step forward in 2025, plus 5 second penalty on the board for Max Ewell. So one of Mick Barrett Racing's runners currently 9th on the road will be dropping down the order once we get to the end of this race. Buckley responding. Is this the point where the red and white machine starts to go quickly? We said they like to finish strong. Out of the final corner, 1 minute 10 to go. Cranham checked over the shoulder there just to assess the situation. That was a 50.56 last time around, a 50.45 pretty much for, well, in fact, yeah, the 3 following behind are, in terms of lap time, covered by 100th of a second. Owen, Buckley and Sayer doing a good job here into the centre S.
Yeah.
Once again, Cranham continuing to lead, managing things at this moment, not in a danger zone at right now, but Archie Owen continuing to close. That wasn't the greatest of exits though, off of the Dunlop chicane. Tyg Buckley is not going to need a bigger opportunity than that, Piers Pryor, to go down the inside and take second place.
That late race pace coming on again for the Mick Barrett Racing driver of Ty Buckley. He's at the purple middle sector, a 10th quicker than both drivers ahead of him. That allowed him to get close to Owen into the down the back straight towards Gasworks and make that move. And therefore, you can see that on screen. He set the fastest lap by a good 2.5 tenths of a second compared to Cranham on that last lap, and he's going to be chasing down Cranham. This is the penultimate lap. We'll have this and one more, but he's not going to catch Cranham if he has to defend against Owen like that.
Oh, a little bit of indecision for Archie Owen. That's more like it from the Welsh driver down the inside where he takes second place. Here comes Isaac Sayer. Oh, lovely stuff from Isaac Sayer, taking advantage of a little bit of a slower exit for Owen. Goes up to second place. Surely Riley Cranham has got this race won. We're not quite on the final lap yet, but Cranham's lead is back up to being a big one once again. Isaac Sayer, can he hold on to this second place now? Out of the final corner, onto the final lap. Sayer ahead of Buckley. This is all for intermediate points, of course. It would move Sayer to 2, Buckley to 3. And all of these drivers needing another run, of course, later on in the afternoons. It's going to be all to play for, you feel, when we get to that A versus B race. Good positioning by Sayer once again, Piers.
Yeah, Sayer's looking good at this final stage as well. He's had a very clean final lap. A little mistake out of centre 2 from Buckley is not allowing him to attack Sayer into Gasworks. He's having to look over his shoulder for Owen. Sayer defends nonetheless, and Backler has a look up the inside. He's the meat in a Mick Barrett Racing sandwich here between Edgar and Johnston, but it is Cranham that takes the win ahead of Sayer, Buckley and Owen. George Edgar holds off the attacking Jacob Backler, who tries to get a few a number of times. Nat Johnson, Sukmani Kira, Max Ewell and Harley Musk rounding out your top 10 over the line.
Very much all to play for then when we have the A versus B race, because the intermediate classification currently now looks like this. Cranham 0, Richardson 0. They'll both be in the A versus B race. Woolley 2, didn't race in that one, so he'll be in the A versus B race. Sayer also 2, will be in the A versus B race. Buckley 3 will also be in the A versus B race. Patel 4, Shenton 5, Johnston 7. So yeah, this is wide open, I think, today in Junior X30. But right now, still on top is Riley Cranham, who takes that one by 0.93 of a second ahead of Isaac Sayer, Tyke Buckley, Archie Owen, George Edgar, Jacob Backler, Nat Johnston, Sukmani Kira, Max Ewell and Harley Musk, all in the top 10. Alexander De Benedictis up 2 spots to 11th, Jack McLaughlin P12, Ethan Woodward P13, good drive from Finley, lines up 7 spots to P14 from the back of the grid in that one. Snedden, Brown, McDonald, Mader, Altonsoy and Crockwell in the top 20. Difficult day so far for Ashley Harzer, P21. There is the stare of Riley Cranham thinking through that heat win. Still unbeaten in any race we've seen Cranham take part in so far this weekend. Piers, tell us how he did it.
Here we go. It was Edgar that tried to go around the outside, but Cranham held on. We had a cleaner start in this second heat. Apart from the 3-wide action, that was just a case of 3 into 1 doesn't go. Sukmani Kira got into second place, but ran wide to the Dunlop chicane. She then fell further backwards as Edgar's getting involved with Sarah and a number of other drivers at Gasworks. Much of the drama was early on in the race. Then this is when things started to settle down. Ty Buckley up the inside of Owen, and that 3 of Owen, Buckley and Sayer pulled away from the rest of the field. And then we had side-by-side a bit of communication down the straight between 2 of our drivers. That was Mazak McDonald and one of our Jamie Green Racing drivers. Johnson getting assisted off of the apex by some drivers behind there. This is when Owen had good mid-race pace, tried to take the battle to Cranham in the mid-stages, but later on Ty Buckley managed to get back through and did close the gap in the end. But then we had a bit of a shuffle of order, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, which I'm sure we'll have in a moment. This is when it started. Owen up the inside of Senna 2. Sayer managing to get the undercut through Senna 2 into Dunlop chicane on both of those drivers and would eventually come home in 2nd place. Buckley 3rd, Owen 4th. Edgar, strong defence from Jacob Backler over the line. Backler, decent result for him after the penalty this morning. So he'll be in the final, should be.
Absolutely. Right, that brings us to the close of the morning and early afternoon running. We're into the lunch break now. We're going to bring this to a close very, very quickly because we're eating into Paddock show time. Racing will be back at 1:45. We'll see you then. For now, enjoy last night's Paddock show.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Back down here in the paddock then, Pierce has joined me. Pierce, what a day of racing.
What a day of racing. I didn't realise it was quite as cold out here as it is. It's freezing. It's a little bit warm in the commentary box. It's been an excellent day of racing, but we've got some even more exciting, well, maybe not more exciting, equal as exciting
It's been competitive on the track, but it's going to be competitive in the paddock because we've got something very special.
Why am I holding a Wera tool, Nicole? Tell us about it.
Well, you can see to my left a kart. It looks a bit different maybe from some of the karts that go around on the track, but we've got some comments on there, and we've got a challenge for the drivers, we've got a challenge for the mechanics, and anybody else that is up around the paddock this evening. It's going to get feisty.
It's going to be good fun, but if you want to be involved in that, you have to tune in to the Paddock Show. That'll be live from 8 p.m. this evening on the Karting UK channel. Make sure you're subscribed to that so you get the notification. 8 p.m. the Wera Tools tyre changing challenge. I'll probably be leading us off and setting us a benchmark time on the Top Gear Star leaderboard.
I'm going to beat.
Are you going to have a go as well?
I'm going to beat you, yeah.
Probably. I'm terrible. But anyway, that's that from 8 p.m. this evening. Tune into that. But for now, I think we're pretty much done with live. So thanks very much for joining us later on. And we now have the Paddock Show. Paddock Show. Wonderful.
Here we go.
Here we go. Right, so the Wera Tools tyre changing challenge starts here. Let's talk us through it. Andrew is going to come and join us in a moment's time, but we have the back end of a kart here. You'll notice 2 wheels on the back of the kart and 2 wheels on the trolley down there, going from dry to wet tyres. Now, the challenge is that basically there's a big start-stop button here. Start.
Oh, I wanted to press it.
You can stop it, you can stop it. There you go, and it stops, and that'll be a time. And the time is to take 3 wheel nuts off one side, take the wheel off, and then put the wheel on, basically change from slicks to wets. And how quickly can we do it? Using our wonderful Wera tool here, which has got some really cool features. I was playing with it yesterday. You can choose your angle, you can go 90, you can go 60.
And you can twist.
Go on, tell me about it.
No.
You can also...
I'm not a mechanic, but you can also change the direction. So then it
it's
should go
tighten
the
and
other
loosen.
way. There we go.
Right, I think I'll set a benchmark.
That's my sales pitch.
I'll set a benchmark to start. So we'll show you how it's going to work, and then throughout the year, actually, we're going to have this car at a lot of the rounds this year. And if you're a budding mechanic, or even not, and just want to have a go, you can then try and beat our times. Nicole, I think I'm about ready to have my first go and demonstrate.
You can be a mechanic, you can be a driver, you can be a commentator. Anybody can come and have a go. Get your name on the board.
And you're almost certainly going to beat my time. So there you go. You're not going to lose.
You're definitely going to beat Pierce's time.
Right, here we go. Right, I'll start things off and show you how to go. Ready? Okay, count me down.
Right, I'm going to hold the mic because I want live commentary.
Let me just make sure that I'm loosening. Right. So these are 3 tight wheel nuts on each side. The rules are: the wheels must be in control at all times. So once the wheel nuts are off, the tyre can't be rolling around. It must be in control. Back on the trolley. New wheels must have gone, 3 wheel nuts must be on, and they must be tight. The time is for both tyres to go from a dry to a wet. So I'm about ready.
Right, I need to press a button, so I'm going to...
No, I'll do it. That's all right.
No, you can't do that because that's cheating.
Okay, come this side.
Okay,
right. Ready?
Ready? Ready?
Come this side.
Ready? Go. Huh. Go.
Right. Here we go. So, loosening it off to start with. Using my strength. It's loosened 1. Loosen the second. That's the one's already loose.
Oh, getting it wrong already,
right, now I'm going to
Pierce.
use the feature so I can... There we go. I can use this little spinny feature here. Again, anyone who's a mechanic or wants to be a mechanic, don't copy my technique because that's 1 wheel nut. Oh, no, it's gone. Second wheel nut coming off now. Third one nut. No, it's not really helping me.
35 seconds.
With these brand new Nylock nuts is not helping my situation, right?
40 seconds.
40 seconds. I was hoping to get under 3 minutes. That'll be my target, but it's not looking likely at this stage. Right,
it's a good job we've got no driver that's in a rush for you, Pierce.
No, exactly. Right, here we go. That's 1 wheel off. Let's get the wheel off. Wet's going on. Can I get it on the hub? Come on, Piers. Right, here we go. And these wheel nuts must be tight. Okay. Oh, I've not changed the direction. Here we go. If anyone's watching at home, you could probably fill you with confidence that if you do this later in the year, you'll probably be quicker than me. I've thrown a wheel nut on the floor, so I'll have to collect that in a moment. Hopefully Andrew Mather won't deduct me.
1 minute 23.
God, this is not going well.
It's the talking, Pierce.
1 minute 23, that's actually not too bad. I think I'm on track for about 3 minutes, so I can do the second one quicker. Right, they're not tight, so I need to tighten those. 1, 2. Okay, 1 wheel done. Right, move. Get out of the way, Nicole. Get out of the way. Come on. Right, now I'm twisting this to loosen again. Who tightened this? 1, 2, 3, and then...
You're a fast learner, because that was much, much better.
I'm getting better with practice, but everyone else is going to be learning from this, aren't they? So I'm at disadvantage going first. That's okay. Right. 1.
You're now at 2 minutes 15.
All right, Nicole. All right.
How many laps of this circuit is that?
Far too many. I think what's the time on the grid? Like 2 minutes. I think my driver's missed the race.
The gate on the pre-grid is closed.
If I wanted a job as a mechanic, if I swear on the live stream and get fired, this isn't going to help me, is it?
No.
Right, 3 wheel nuts.
I wouldn't put it on your CV that, changing tyres is your strong suit.
I did just check that the wheels were pointing in the right direction.
Okay, that's good then.
I didn't want to put them on backwards, right?
So your driver might not get through the grid, but he might get disqualified because the tyres are on the wrong way round. Right,
here we go. I think it's actually quicker if I do this. 1. Where are we in the time, Nicole?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Oh, I've not beaten
your goal.
My goal, but can we make 4 minutes? We're going to be close, I think. Butterfingers over here. Oh, no, that's the one's already got a wheel nut on. Right, and then last little bit. Nicole, get ready to hit the buzzer. Yeah, stop.
4 minutes 20... No, 3 minutes 26.
3:26:27. So
anybody will be able to beat Pierce's time.
Whoa. It's anybody. Right, write my time on the board then, Nicole, because that's a benchmark. Don't start at the top, but it's somewhere, I reckon, somewhere around here, I reckon.
Okay.
So it was a 3 minute 26. Can you spell my name correctly? That is the question. Yes, you can. 3 minutes 26.27. Nicole, are you going to have a go at beating my time?
No.
You're not?
No.
Maybe we'll see that later in the year.
Yes,
when it's warmer.
When we've got the kart at another round, I'll have a go. And I'm going to get less than 3 minutes 26.
Well, thank you very much to Wera Tools and also Apollo Karts and Red Graphics for providing this kart for the whole season. We're going to be having this at many of the rounds. It's going to be good fun to get involved with. If you do want to get involved and come and inevitably... Did you just put a sad face on mine? I just clocked that. If you want to get involved, come and let us know. Be around for the Paddock Show later on throughout the season, and it'll be good fun. And also, thank you very much to Wera Tools for providing this wonderful tool. If you want to find out more about it, come down to
the tool did a great job. It's just a mechanic.
Hey, a bad workman blames their tools. A craftsman knows when they need sharpening. There you go.
Okay.
Wise words indeed. Anyway, that's it for today on this. Andrew Mather, our commentator, is just joining us. Come on the middle. 3 minutes 26 seconds was my attempt. Rate that out of 10.
So you made the sad face that's on the board.
Oh, that's just a bit awkward, isn't it? That's how many nuts was that?
It was they are tight, I can confirm. I did drop a couple of nuts.
Well, there you go. I'm sure you'll get the practice in across the course of the season.
Hey, maybe I'll have to come back at a later round and see if I can improve my time.
Well, Wera Tools have equipped us with many, many great tools. So you've got the equipment to be able to practice.
All the gear.
All the gear.
No idea. Anyway, there we go. Paddock Show starts proper now. Andrew, you've got a bit of an idea of where we're going to go. So I'll hand to you and I'll go and I'll grab some drivers.
I have. We've got podiums as well. We're going to tag team this for the next half an hour or so. Let's head round and go to Vismo International to see, because we didn't really see Vismo yesterday during the build-up show.
You've been in the warmth today. I
don't know what everyone's complaining about. I think this is beautiful northern weather. This is what an Easter weekend's all about.
We heard Riley Cranham say it's really cold out here today, but it's made for some interesting racing. You know, I think kart engines perform well when it's cooler conditions. They thrive in those kind of conditions. But how's your day? Have you been thriving, Andrew?
I think we have been thriving. There's been some good proper racing today. And in the same regard to what we saw last week as well. You know, this is what we like to see. Close quarters
really
racing.
Clean.
Yeah, really clean. Clean is the optimum word to describe how the racing's been today. I think in some regard, we're talking maybe 3-4%. I do think drivers have probably been holding back a little bit, just knowing that they've still got another full round of the championship tomorrow. You know, there are dropped scores, but there's not many opportunities across the course of the whole season, and you don't want to use those too early.
Gus Lawrence said on the grid, you know, we had a chat. He said you can't win it on the first round, but you could potentially actually lose it.
Yes, no, I tend to agree with him on that one. We'll head into Vismo and see who we can find. They are playing music though, so we'll have to turn that off so we don't get copyright struck by YouTube. We know how they like to do that one. So there we go. Let's head on in and see who we can find and have some chats with our drivers. In fact, let's try and get Aaron. You all right to have a very quick chat with us for the Paddock Show? Strong running day for you, consistently up in the top 10. Talk me through your final from your perspective.
Yeah, so hard starting fourth on the outside. I think I dropped back to 8th or 9th. So trying to come forward then. I think I was in about P5 and catching the leaders when they started to race. Got hit out the way at the hairpin and then started to come back at the end and just didn't really have time to do much. I think I finished 6th on track or 7th on track and then gained one with a penalty. So overall the points are okay from the heats and the final. But
and a further growing operation for you. I know when we came and talked to you last year, you know, as we were getting going with the team and the engine building, it was 1 or 2 karts. Now I'm looking around and we've got more than 5 karts in here. It's busy times.
Yeah, so I've got Alfie Brown in junior who uses my engines. He's not running with the team this weekend. But he's recovering from a broken collarbone, so he's struggling a little bit. Jack Nettleship, he's over there getting his kart jigged. And there's Hayden in the awning as well. So he was quite fast yesterday, struggled a bit today, but might change some things and see if he improves tomorrow.
And how rewarding is that for you as both a driver but as an engineering side of it as well, that you've got more and more people coming to you and trying to grow this bit of the paddock?
Well, it's a good sign, more, you know. And hopefully, the more good results I get, then it keeps growing. Hopefully, that's the idea.
Good stuff. Cheers, Aaron. Thanks for talking to us. Piers back with me. Nicole's run away.
She's too cold.
Too cold. Come on.
It's easy for us to say.
I say you can tell she's from the south of England. Right. Let's move on from here. Let's see who else we can find. There's Ollie Spencer in front of us. Every single time I come to this part of the paddock, Piers, this week and last week, there's Piers Pryor organising a football game. I'm not going to try any of that. It's good. Good skills there. They're busy involved.
As generous as you say, good skills.
Good skills, but compared to mine, they
Let's
are.
pop in here.
Let's have a pop into the number 70. I think this is going to be Benjamin Schlivars.
It is.
It's shop shut. Where's Ben? Has he got?
Where's Ben? It's a great question.
Oh, he's right behind us.
Ben, come here.
We'll have a chat with Ben, who's one of our newer drivers. Ben, come on in. Let's have a little chat for the paddock show. How's your day been?
It's been quite well, but I qualified 12th, and then heat one I got last.
But still had lots of fun along the way.
Yeah.
How long have you been driving the Water Swift Restricted?
I haven't been driving it for long, but I have been driving it for quite a long time.
And is it your favourite kart that you've driven to date? What do you like about it?
I like the noise. I like the throttle positioning, and I like the
Like the brakes?
yeah.
Like the brakes. Who's all the battles that you've had today? Which one was your favourite? Who do you like racing against in this category?
I like racing against like people as fast as me, and so it can be like more of a competition.
Very good answer. Very professionally
Very
done.
professional
done,
indeed.
Piers. Well done, Ben. We'll see you again tomorrow, of course.
And why don't we grab a word with our winner in Water Restricted, Albie J. Stubbs. Albie, come on in. You've had a pretty good day today, haven't you? It was a good result.
Yeah, it hasn't been too bad of a day. Qualified first, then heat one. We finished first on track, then got a penalty. Same in heat two. Finished first and then got a penalty again. But dropped back a few little places in the final, and then managed to gain them back up and done the double overtake into the hairpin, and then managed to take the win in the final.
Oh, we saw that. We saw that double overtake, don't you worry. Have you watched it back on the live broadcast yet?
No, not yet.
You can watch that back later on this evening, while also watching this very paddock show at 8 p.m. this evening. Exactly. Albie, of course, tomorrow, you're going to be trying to win the races without getting some penalties, aren't you? Because then it would have been a clean sweep otherwise, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have been, but hopefully we can have a clean sweep tomorrow without any penalties.
Absolutely. Albie, we'll see you go again tomorrow. Of course, another day, another round. And why don't we grab in Oliver Spencer in our Water Swift category. Oliver, we saw you last weekend. Excellent pace, one on the road. Unfortunately, didn't stand after the race. Today, a little bit more of a difficult day.
Yeah, of course, like last weekend, we got protested. I don't think there was any age for it. I think it was fair, but yeah, today was really good.
Very good indeed. Of course, you ended up at, was it fourth or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, fourth, not too bad. Didn't quite have the pace of the front three, I don't think, or do you disagree?
No, I think like the engine we lacked on a bit. The car was really good though.
Well, we'll see you go again tomorrow. Can you win tomorrow?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You heard it here, Andrew.
Confident words as ever from Ol. We'll move on through, because I think a Mercedes A-Class is going to try and drive through in a minute. But some good drives there from our top runners. I think I just see Chester Fawkes' car.
I think it may
there.
well be.
We'll see if Chester's in. I don't think Chester's in. But good performance today. Unfortunately, his run of podiums has ended today.
Yes.
But that's not to say that he didn't do well, because again it's that big step up, much bigger field of course as well for Chester this year in the Water Swift category as opposed to the restricted category last year. So
big step up in terms of pace as well, about 5 seconds a lap faster around here.
Yeah, it really is a circuit that shows the difference between the restricted and the inter category in that regard, and he's driving against drivers who are a good degree experienced against Chester. Now Chester's got a good number of years, 3, 4, 5 years racing through the Bambino ranks, but yeah, I think we could see possibly that Argenti kart back, or the Argenti backs kart up into the top 10 tomorrow. So,
and I think he'll build as the season goes on.
Yeah,
Going from
definitely.
Water Swift restricted up to Water Swift, as we've discussed, is watch out, our camera
There's
on.
a cone. There's a cone.
Luke, there's a cone.
If this was Club 100, that would be a penalty right now. But there we go. We'll move on through it now. There is one driver whenever he's in our paddock.
Yes.
You know him. In fact, I'm trying to think if you did race against him
Who's
in the
this?
old BUKC days, Mr. Murphy, because
No,
he's
I
finally
didn't.
with us. He's pretty much the only KZ2 driver who we haven't spoken to so far this weekend. So we'll head down into KZ World. They've just had their TQ.
It was a good session. I don't want to interrupt your train of thought, but we had a couple of instances of commentators' curses this weekend.
I always do.
But there is a way of mitigating.
There is.
Commentators' curses. This is something that, if for those of you who have listened to Andrew Mather over the years, Andrew Mather is the king of the commentator's curse. If you don't want the commentator's curse, you can ward away those fairies by bringing tasty treats to the commentary box, and that wards away the evil spirits.
Jaffa Cakes works, Victoria Sponge Cakes works. Is Miles around, or is he gone? Is he gone to rest his head? He's here. He's there. Miles, how's the head? I hear you've been busy.
That's what you want to worry about. You're trying to say that I'm some sort of raging alcoholic drunk?
Absolutely not.
Because I'm an absolute extreme lightweight. I was a good boy.
You're a prime athlete.
Well,
it's on the song.
I don't know how to adjust that.
10 years ago.
I don't know if you're coming on to me or not.
Tough weekend in a way. You know, you've just gone out and done your TQ. You've had, what was it, one session of practice before. Everybody else has had, what, 4 or 5 runs?
Well, yeah, we just did that. First one was run it in and go from that, get one lap, and just see how it goes. It's the risk I took coming into it. There's no point in a moment in where you are when everyone else at the practice time made the most of it. I've come in, what, 8th? It's like, it'll do.
You say that though, Miles. You did jump in basically in that final session, and then with very little practice, only half a second away, which a half second is a long time on a racetrack. But considering the lack of lap time, you must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, someone's like, it wasn't near where I thought. To be fair, we tested last Monday, and it felt like nowhere near that. That's where we kind of took the solution. Well, I can try and do both. Obviously, it doesn't always play out that way. But again, as they say, it's the risk you take. It's not an ideal position, but we just keep building into it. Just do more and more in laps and see where I go, really. Good job by Josh, though. Josh got pole. That's a new lap record as well, he's done?
Yeah, no, it looked really quick. And doing it under pressure at the end there, you know, the Timo was looking quick as he was last year here. But as a team, you've got to be pretty pleased with that performance.
I mean, yeah, that's why he won the British Championship, isn't it? He's not a bad driver. I mean, to be fair, he won the British title last year, where there was only one round where the car was literally the best. So the kick and drive, that's one of those. He pulled out the bag, so fair play to him.
Good stuff. Cheers, Miles. Thanks for talking to us. And we'll see you later on today. You'll see the KZ2s out in action for their races. Daily Motorsport, DMS. What a day for them, Piers, in the hands of Corey Lyons. You know, 3rd place on the road, a tremendous run in IAME Water Swift Restricted.
Absolutely, no doubt whatsoever. It's also one of my favourite liveries, and we get camera operator Luke to spin around and look at the resplendent
They're
DMS.
playing music as well, though. Oh, right, no, I think that's another 10. The music's turned down now.
Yeah, DMS, Corey Lyons in 3rd place, but actually had a chance at the win. Is Corey around anywhere?
Is Corey here?
Corey's right
Corey's
here.
here, right
Let's
here.
have a chat. Corey, come this side for me. Where's your car? We'll stand in front of your car. It's over there. Let's get your car in the background so we can see it. Corey, a good day for yourself. Sum it up in 2 sentences.
Good race. When we all closed up, I was hopefully getting on because I was second, I hopefully got on the bumper of pole, and I'd push him around and get away from 3rd. But then they waved the yellow flags and we bunched back up again. And I tried to take Harry Chapman, and LBJ Stubbs got it in the inside of me, and Harry Chapman took me on the hairpin back there. So couldn't do much. So
good racing out there. It looked like, I think if things had fallen differently, you could have had a chance at the win. You know, you three at the front of the field were very close together.
Yeah. So hopefully tomorrow in the 2nd round I can get like P1. So
What can you do tomorrow to give yourself the best chance of winning, as opposed to, you know, getting on the podium today was a good result, but I'm sure you want to win tomorrow.
Yeah, so, well, hopefully a better qualifying than today, and just do the same thing as in the heats today, because I got up to came first in one, I came second in one, so hopefully I do better tomorrow.
Absolutely, we'll see you go tomorrow again. Of course, tomorrow's a new day. We wipe the slate clean, we go again. If there is a chance of rain, would you prefer it to stay dry? Would you prefer a bit of wet out there?
I'd say I haven't drove in the wet in wet tires, but I've driven slicks in the wet, and I came 5th quickest. So, you know, in the wet I'd probably be good. You know, whatever happens, I'll just drive with it. I can't change the weather, so like.
Very stoic approach from young Corey Lyons. Corey, we'll leave you to a good evening.
I've got one very important question. Corey, I very much like your jumper. Where did you get it from?
I got it on my birthday from my mom. So, yeah, on my 9th birthday, I got it from my mom, and I got a lot of other McLaren clothes.
See, the sad thing here is 9th birthday, this was and still is my favourite. Get a shot of that. MP413, my favourite Formula 1 car of all time when I was 8. So we'll move on swiftly from that one of me getting old and reminiscent of late 90s Formula 1. Let's head back into the paddock. I think we've got about 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes more remaining of this one. I can head further along the paddock. We've not talked too much about the juniors and the seniors, or particularly the juniors.
Yes.
Another very good performance today, I thought, Piers, from Riley Cranham.
I mean, he's looked pretty much. It's just so settled. I noted at Wilton Mill.
I'm just going to cut across you. Big thanks to Paul Bainbridge there. Paul is busy walking away. I just want to get it in that Karting North East, Warden Law have been tremendous hosts for us these past 2 weeks, both this weekend for IAME KZ2, last weekend for Rotax and Honda Cadets. One of the best venues in the entire country. Sorry to cut across you there, Piers, but I just want to say testament to Paul and all the work that he's done, not just these last few weeks, but, you know, every time we come back here, it's a pleasure to race at Warden Law.
Absolutely, completely agree. I've actually never had the pleasure of driving around the Karting North East Warden Law circuit, but I've been here many times on presenting and commentating duties. Very much enjoy it, and it's always well turned out. Happy to be interrupted for that message.
Okay.
We'll talk about Junior X30 again. Riley Cranham at the front of the field. Imperious, unbeaten this weekend so far, basically. The only time he's not been at the top is in heats he's not been in, and I think 1 or 2 of the practice. No, actually, I think he did lead every practice session he was in as well. Yeah. So pretty impressive stuff indeed. We say can't see anyone else going ahead tomorrow, but Aaron Richardson pushed him all the way, and he said actually in the interview with Nicole after the race that Aaron actually had the pace to beat him, and it was more about
Welcome back, everybody, to Warden Law, to Karting North East, getting ready for our second Sunday in a row here in this part of the world. Here's the timetable for this afternoon. This is how we're running things. So we're back to version 1 of the timetable, Piers. A good number of races for us to get our teeth into.
Yes, look at all those finals at the end of the day. That's what you're all waiting for. We've got a few heats to decide the grids for those finals first. The first final will be 3:15 local time. That's GMT +1 British Summer Time. Senior X30, then shortly after that, 3:40 Water-Swift Restricted, then KZ2, then Water-Swift, then Junior X30. But first up this afternoon, we've got a lovely race coming up in a moment's time.
Heat 2 for the Senior X30 category in the bathing sunshine here at Karting Northeast. Let's take you through the grid for this one, determined by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. Remember, results from this one will be combined with Heat 1 to set the grid for the final. Harrison Whitcomb starts on pole position. Freddie Lloyd alongside on the front row. Gabriel Stilp on the road took the win in Heat 1 and is joined by the reigning champion, Gus Lawrence, on row 2. Harrison Mackie and Morgan Moore will go from row 3. William Antrobus and Tristan Powell can be found on row 4.
Row number 5 has Aaron Brown alongside Jack Buckley, Jack Nettleship and Hayden Eldridge on row 6. Row 7 sees Lewis Bird and Sam Lewis, with row 8, Joey Brown and Harry Cottrell.
CJ Bennett and Theo Lestrange go from row 9. Sam Branston and Reece Newburn complete the top 20 on row 10. Dylan Patel and Joao Castro on row 11, ahead of Levi Sangera and Michael Gray on row 12. Harrison Morrow and Oliver Harris on row 13. Leif Khan and Conor McCollin complete the 28-strong field. Yes. The results from earlier: Stilp from Mackie, Whitcomb, Brown, Antrobus, Buckley, Moore and Lawrence. What are we going to see in this one? Into the tram lines. Well, right now, we're going to see a false start.
I'm going to do a bit of research here, Andrew. I think Gus Lawrence may have a different NASA panel on than he had earlier. I'm going to do a little bit of research, come back to me in a moment.
Okay, well, he's been running... well, I didn't quite... and he's been running with the new OTK one, hasn't he?
He was
running the old one.
I believe he was running the tunnel one, but without the
hot
straights.
dog.
Yes. I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Either my brain's just come across something that isn't existing, or but it looks a bit different. My brain instantly went, that looks different.
Okay. I'll leave you to look over that one. Harrison Whitcomb there at the front of the field. Different chassis, of course, for these two premium kart runners. So Harrison Whitcomb, as part of his backing with Argenti Academy, is on the KR chassis. Everybody else in premium karting running on OTK platforms. So in the case of Freddie Lloyd, it's a Cosmic, but it's saying all the different... Actually, no, it's not. It's an LN kart. That's quite clearly an LN kart right at the front of the field. But again, one of the OTK family products. Into the tram lines. Do we go racing this time? Yes, we do. Green light and away for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Another very close start. Whitcomb takes it a little bit tighter this time. No problems for Freddie Lloyd. Oh, William Antrobus had a real slide right in the middle of the exit of turn 1, but they're all through the first couple of corners. Piers on their way to St John's.
Yes, Mackie and Stilp were going side by side through the dog leg, but they made it out together and through the lead again. A decisive move from Harrison Mackie, getting through on Stilp. Stilp immediately pointing forwards, so they've got eyes on the front of the field. They do not want to let that man at the front get away, Harrison Whitcomb, because we know he's a good place this weekend. Aaron Brown at the inside of William Antrobus. Good move in Gasworks. It's all changing around, but a fairly clean second start here of today.
You can see how rubbered in the racing line is there through Paddock Corner after nearly 2 full weekends of racing here at Warden Law. Bit of a different start this time, I feel, Piers, for Harrison Whitcomb, in that he's broken away. He's got an 8/10 gap over his namesake Harrison Mackie just behind. So maybe Whitcomb, he's been playing the containing game so far this weekend. Maybe just trying things a little bit different in this second heat.
Yeah, of course, we saw the first heat this morning. He actually went a little wide, didn't he? understeering off on the first race we had. I think it was the first race this morning or one of the first races this morning. A bit cleaner this time. Of course, that second formation lap will have helped with that. So potentially, Lewis, but that was nearly a grip flip there from Joey Brown as a bird went up the inside of Gasworks. Looked like slight touch at the apex along with a tap of the curb, and Joey Brown, his inside wheels were not on the road for most of that corner, but we now got a fight down towards turn one. That looks like one of our BMR carts, couldn't quite catch the number. We cut back to the front of the field. Mackey's dropped off or pulled away from Gabriel Stilp and is now hunting down Harrison Whitcomb at the front of the field. The first sector, last lap out, actually a 10th and a half to the favour of Mackey. So Mackey seems he's got a good pace at this stage, but conversely, he had a very, very good pace at the end of the race this morning. So we'll be keeping an eye to see if maybe there's a bit of a difference there, or whether he's actually just made a whole step forward in terms of pace. Antros up the inside of Moore, robust move. Now Moore's having to defend or fend off the attack of the Mick Barrett Racing cart right behind him. That will be
Jack Buckley,
Jack Buckley, who was trying to get through. Actually, Buckley lost out in the end there.
Yeah, it did to Tristan Powell, who's up to P9 and having a very, very good run this weekend for MDL Motorsport. 5.25 minutes of this one to go. Whitcomb versus Mackey. We saw these two go wheel to wheel several times in 2024 back in the junior categories. Something tells me this battle in seniors is going to be a juicy and enjoyable one across the course of this campaign. Out of Senna 2, Morgan Moore there in the 316, the Irish driver, P8 at the moment. He's had a very good couple of seasons at this level. At the moment though, Tristan Powell's on the move. Down the inside goes Powell and takes P8. Through the final couple of corners they go then. 4 laps down. Whitcomb still leading from Mackey. Mackey a touch quicker than Whitcomb at this stage. Fastest driver of anyone out there though right now is William Antrobus. 49.59 last time around. Through St John's go the leaders again. Changed for 21st place. Leif Khan is having a decent race. Is up past Levi Sangera for P21. Conor McPollen is also gaining places out there. It's up 8 spots to P20. Piers, I've seen you've been looking at the evidence. We'll come back to that because that's Freddie Lloyd down the inside of Gabriel Stilp, and wheel to wheel between Antrobus and Aaron Brown, and Brown gets the better of that one and holds on to 6th place. You've been looking at pictures, you've been looking at evidence from earlier. That question over Gus Lawrence and potential setup and bodywork changes, what have you found?
Still TBC. This morning he was running the same NASA panel, but my brain still thinks there may have been a difference, may have been compared to last year. I will come back to that later on. I'll do some research in between this Senior X30 race and the final later on. Just interesting because there's a lot of talk recently with the NASA panels and front fairings on karts, with Gus running the OTK chassis. He's got the newest for 2025 OTK. The 324.
Sam Lewis for Evolve Motorsports in the pits and out of this race. Should note as well that Harry Cottrell and Joao Castro are also not running in this one. Now, I'm not sure whether they were on the pre-grid or not. I don't know if Nicole's in earshot and can potentially check in on that for us, as well as see what's happened there with Sam Lewis. Meanwhile, out on circuit, 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Harrison Whitcomb digging deep here. This is a very good run. It cannot be understated how hard in this sport it is to lead from the front, especially around a circuit like this. And Whitcomb right now is extending his lead in the race to 1 second. Gus Lawrence through there past Gabriel Stilp for P4. This is more like it from the reigning champion. We shouldn't forget that the start of last season wasn't a good one for Gus Lawrence. At his home circuit as well of PF International, a lot of people said, my, is this going to be where the king falls? And he came back strong through the course of the season. Longest season as well, 9 rounds for the IAME runners this year, as opposed to 8 in 2024. But Gus Lawrence starting to trend forward, as we've seen him do many times before, Piers.
Yeah, using his experience in this class, 3-time champion, knows what he needs to do to win races and championships now. He's done it a number of times. You don't need to win every heat. You don't need to win every final, but you do need to be there or thereabouts every single time. And he's been in a Senior X30 around a lot of these circuits, but this battle here is continuing on. It's been the main area of fighting. That's Brown, Buckley, Moore, and Brown, Buckley, and Moore, sort of the lower end of the top 10. They are continuing with that, as now Brown couldn't tell if he's defending or attacking. It was a defensive move ahead of Moore, and that's allowing Buckley a little bit of breathing space. Jack Nettleship involved there, as is Lewis Bird. Oh, Nettleship looking up the inside of the last corner. Don't often see that one. It's unsuccessful at this stage. That's going to leave Nettleship vulnerable to Bird, is it? No, still line astern, going down towards turn 1.
Yeah, good to see Lewis Bird with a better turn of pace in this one. He's had a very quiet weekend, the number 5 seed from last year. He's had a decent start to 2025 in Senior X30 in European competition. He's currently ranked 6th in the Senior X30 portion of the FIA International karting rankings, and we shouldn't forget that races in this championship do count towards the FIA IKR. British drivers have done very, very well in that in the last few years. Aaron Brown down the inside. That's a bit of an unorthodox one, and he's made it work. He's got back past Jack Buckley. Jack Buckley's lost out to others in that exchange. Morgan Moore trying to take advantage. This is all for 9th place. Over the line they go. And Hayden Eldridge, who's another driver who's had a fairly quiet weekend. We haven't seen Eldridge towards the front that much so far this weekend, but the number 10 seed from last year is now once again in 10th place.
That was as late as you dare from Aaron Brown into Gasworks. Rolled off the brakes, just about made it to the apex first. It forced Moore very wide. Moore's done well to recover right behind him, because you can easily lose a lot of time in those sort of situations. But a little bit of jostling. It's that desperate area between the back of the top 10. These drivers are all trying to force their way back into positions they think they should be in. And often that's where things can get strappy. Lloyd getting very frustrated with Mackie. You could see the frustration visibly, and Mackie looking over his shoulder and not really giving two hoots, if I'm honest.
To those who may be new to the championship, that's two very good friends off circuit having almost brotherly love at times out there. These two, of course, both previously been in the same awning. Freddie Lloyd still wearing his Fusion colours. We saw these two together last night on the Paddock show, and Freddie's wanted to come through here, and Harrison Mackie shuts the door but goes a little bit deep through Gasworks. We are on the final lap. Harrison Whitacombe, what a weekend Harrison Whitacombe is having. He will be on pole for the final again. Wins heat number 2. That's 3 points from the 2 rounds of heats. Mackie, second in this one, will join Whitacombe on the front row for the final for round 2 later on this afternoon. Third for Freddie Lloyd means that Lloyd pulls himself up the intermediate classification a fair bit. I reckon will be on the inside of row number 4, possibly even higher. Gus Lawrence, that's more like it, and crucially he's also right now going to be on the inside line on row 3 for the final, should things stand as you see them there. Gabriel Stilp, P5 in that one. Decent run for Gabriel Stilp. Will also be on the inside. Line will be on row number 2. Antrobus, Powell, Brown, Moore and Eldridge all in the top 10 on the road, just to give the full picture for the final IC. Whitacombe from Mackie, Stilp from Antrobus, Lawrence from Brown, Lloyd and Moore, the provisional top 8.
Interesting that we've got an all-fusion outside of the first 2 rows of the final, so they'll be working together, I'm sure, to not get hung out to dry down towards turn 1. But yes, I completely agree with you. Harrison Whitacombe starting his season right, starting his first Senior X30 year with a win yesterday and starting on pole for the final today. If he did the double today, that could set his year up very, very nicely indeed. But he's not going to have it all his own way with the likes of Mackie, Lloyd, Lawrence, Stilp, Andrews, Powell. The list goes on down the order. The back end of the top 10, outside the top 10, Jack Buckley, Jack Nettleship, Theodore Strange, Lewis Bird, CJ Bennett, Rhys Dewburn, Sam Branston, Connor McPullen, Laith Khan and Levi Sangera. This is your final drivers. A few drivers not quite finishing in that one. Joey Brown, Sam Lewis, Harry Cottrell, João Castro, not making the flag on that one.
So we'll see the finalists. We will see X30 Senior back out later on. 3:15 is their start time. They're due to go start time later on this afternoon. Who's going to be our round 2 winner for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in 2025? We'll find out later on. More racing to come up here at Warden Law after this. Let's switch our attention back to IAME Water Swift Restricted for their second heat of the day. Grid for it looks a little bit like this. Bodie Batch on pole position. Harry Chapman alongside on the front row. Albijay Stubbs in very strong form here this weekend. Starts on the inside of row 2. He's joined by Zev Gottschalk on the American license based in the Caribbean. Jaden McElhenney starts on row 3 alongside Freddie Baker, the privateer. Ollie West and Louis Williams-Mabs go from row 4.
Row 5 has Corey Lyons and Patrick Wood. Row 6, Benjamin Slivar and Logan Hodges. Row number 7 has Leah Russell and Frank Morrison rounding out our 15 karts grid. Harry Murphy. Now, we had a good race earlier on.
We did.
We had an issue for outside of the front row, Harry Chapman. His start was very good. Got to the lead of the race. Too good. And got a penalty for that. So we'll see if he can maintain that good start without the penalty this time. Are we going green? Yes, we are. First time of asking. Water Swift Restricted heat number 4, 2 of today. And this time Chapman decides to slot into second place behind our pole sitter, Bodie Batch. Bodie had good pace in qualifying. Couldn't match that in race pace this morning. We'll see if he can do that today. The man who won the first heat is currently sitting in 4th. That is Albijay Stubbs in that XL Motorsport car. And he's already up to 3rd place going past. That must be
Freddie Baker.
Freddie Baker had a good start.
Yeah, Freddie Baker had a really, really good start there from 6th place on the grid. Was a challenge for the lead there. Corey Lyons goes for a spin in the Daily Motorsport number 14. Oh, and I think he's beached. He's stuck on the exit of the Dunlop chicane. Change of leader, though. Harry Chapman has got through past Bodie Batch. And through as well has gone Albijay Stubbs. So it's the usual 2 back to the front of the field of Chapman and Stubbs as we finish lap number 1. Real shame there for Corey Lyons. 3rd, of course, yesterday in the final. Was 3rd in the first heat. Will be in the final later on this afternoon. But we would think now that it's going to be a little bit further down the order than we were hoping.
First lap, Chapman's got a half-second gap, but it looks visually to me as if Stubbs is already starting to chip it away at that. Bodie Batch just losing the toe off the back of Stubbs as well. Bodie Batch actually coming under pressure from Ollie West at the green helmet, the number 24, as the 21 going through. That's Zev Gottschalk. Is he going through on Baker? Yeah, that's a good move. Good move up the inside of the Senna 2. We saw him make some excellent moves in that previous race earlier on today.
Did indeed. Gottschalk already has got a 4th place on the board from things earlier on in the day. There's a good tussle as well, once again, between Freddie Baker and Jaden McElhenney. Benjamin Slivar's had a good start. 9th place at the moment for the driver flying the flag for Bosnia and Herzegovina. 6 minutes of this one to go, and once again, Piers, it's Chapman versus Stubbs at the front of the field, but they're not galloping away.
They are not galloping away by any stretch. It looks like, if anything, Chapman's going back towards the pack on that last lap. He was a good 3/10 slower than Stubbs in second place. Stubbs taking Charmaine Sillett's encouragement and going for the lead. Charmaine is grandmother or grandmother, I would imagine, with the name Charmaine. Your grandson's just taken the lead here in heat number 2.
And right now, that would give LBJ Stubbs pole position for the final later on this afternoon. Up towards Gasworks once again on lap number 3. Bodie Batch still there in third place in the Argenti liveried Jamie Green Racing prepared machine. Change for 5th place to confirm. Gottschalk through past Baker. Patrick Wood has taken 9th place from Benjamin Schlivar on the previous lap of this circuit. 5 minutes to go. Stubbs versus Chapman once again. Stubbs at 58.02 last time around. This is going to be a key lap, I feel. Not potentially the deciding lap, Piers, but it'll be important to see, can Stubbs start to break away on this one?
Yes, it's Chapman that needs to stay in the tow here. If he loses the back of Stubbs at this stage, Stubbs may drive off into the distance, and also Chapman, if he loses that tow, he'll then be vulnerable to Batch and West behind us. Batch is actually closing in on both of the front pair. Looks like a good middle sector for Chapman. May well actually be close enough to have a look into Gasworks. Stubbs doesn't defend, but Chapman also not quite close enough to go up the inside. A bit of a slide through the middle of Gasworks for Chapman in second place. This doesn't seem to hurt his run too much. But we've got 3 for the lead now, as West just dropping off the back of this lead trio at this stage.
4 minutes to go. End of the 4th lap. Things looking good at the moment for LBJ Stubbs to be on pole position for the final. A 5-point advantage right now on the live scores versus the driver 3rd on the road in this one, Bodie Batch. And Bodie Batch has just set the fastest lap of the race, though. This is a good run for driver running on the Austrian licence into the first part of the Senna S. If Batch can get through past Chapman, wouldn't necessarily change things in the intermediate classification, because Batch is on 5, Chapman is on 8. Again, if he can get through, could be an opportunity to put just a bit of pressure on LBJ Stubbs. O-plate winner, of course, a few weeks ago at Wilton Mill. If you missed any of that meeting, and any of the meetings so far this weekend as well, and last weekend, you can watch all of the action back on the Karting UK and Alpha Live platform of channels. Over the line to complete lap number 5. Here goes Chapman down the inside. Lovely move by the driver in the number 32. Harry Chapman back to the lead.
Do you know what? I was literally about to say, if I was Chapman, I'd be thinking about throwing a move now. It looks like Chapman's just being able to hold on to the back of Stubbs, and the best way that Chapman, or the best opportunity Chapman's going to have, is by causing a bit of chaos and forcing Stubbs backwards. But Stubbs taking the initiative, taking the lead once again, and look who's coming through now. Batch looking up the inside of the Dunlop chicane, can't get it done this time. Stubbs back to the lead, Chapman in second, Batch still in third. This is also just allowing Ollie West to cling on to the back of this lead trio still.
Yeah, good response from Ollie West. Had a very solid day yesterday. Was always in and around the top 5. Got some good points on the board. Was 5th in the first heat earlier on this morning, and Ollie West has got an opportunity here to get a best result of the weekend so far. Over the line then, Stubbs leads from Chapman. Batch still there in third. Ollie West, as mentioned, 4th. The top 4 all covered by less than 1 second at this moment. Who else is making progress down the order? Jaden McElhenney's up to 5th place ahead of Zev Gottschalk. Louis Williams-Mabs has got past Freddie Baker for 7th place out on circuit. Logan Hodgett's also having a good race. Has just overtaken Benjamin Schlivar for 10th place, gain of 2 positions for another of the rookies out there. The rookies noted on your timing screens on your live broadcast with the black number boards on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, keeping an eye still on this lead trio. Just looks like at this stage, Stubbs has a little bit more control. You can see Chapman pushing hard, sliding through a lot of the corners. A brilliant shot out of the last corner. There you can see the karts running over the subtle camber change at Paddock Bend. There's a lot of subtle camber change around here at the Warden Law circuit. Not a huge amount of total elevation change, but every corner having its own banking and elevation change throughout the corner in some of those. And a few bumps to the driver have to contend with, including that curb bump over there. And also on the right-hand side of circuit going into this corner, kart just compresses right there. which doesn't seem to affect our Water Restricted so much, but some of our faster classes, that's something to consider. But we concentrate on Water Swift Restricted now, still 4 for the lead now, as Ollie West has joined this lead group proper. At this stage, he is actually the fastest of all of them. At last lap, 57.54, fastest lap of the race from West on that last lap. Slightly defensive goes Stubbs, clearly feeling the pressure from Chapman. Chapman hand up, thinking, potentially feeling like Stubbs just did that defence a little late. I think it was just about within the regulations from my eyes, but we'll keep an eye on that. Stubbs, a little defensive move. Looks like a good run out of the last corner for Chapman. Stubbs squeezes him. Chapman decides not to go through it this time. And again, all 4 of them nose to tail for the lead. They've completely dropped the rest of the grid. The next kart is 77 McElhenney. He's down in 5th place, 3.6 seconds back, not even in the same shot at the moment.
This lap plus 1 more to go then. Stubbs doing the work at the moment, doing the business just to hold these guys off. Chapman still there in 2nd place, Batch and West 3rd and 4th. Ollie West, who's had some really good results at a classified British Championship levels in the Bambino category, so run within a different paddock, but still categorised as British Championship level races. This is a strongest showing, I'd say, so far here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships paddock within IAME Water Swift Restricted. What can Ollie West do as we go on to the final lap? Stubbs, Chapman and Batch, they've all been in these positions before. Batch feels the need to just drive down the middle of the circuit, make sure that there's no route underneath for Ollie West into P3. That's allowed Stubbs and Chapman to break away a little bit. Right now, Stubbs would have pole position for the final by either winning this race or finishing in 2nd, but he wants to keep this upper hand over the rest of the field, keep winning these heats, keep the momentum going that we saw for LBJ Stubbs through the O-Plate meeting a few weeks ago, through the Dunlop chicane for the final time in this heat. Gasworks has got to be the big opportunity, you feel, for Harry Chapman. Stubbs has covered that off very nicely. Routine run down through Gasworks, but is there a chance for Chapman down the inside into the horseshoe? There was a little bit of a moment there for Stubbs and Chapman, but it's going to be LBJ Stubbs 2 from 2. Chapman not happy about things there in 2nd place. Bodie Batch 3rd. Ollie West comes home a very competitive 4th.
I think that's more frustration than anything from Chapman. I don't think Stubbs did anything markedly wrong. Again, from my eyes, the stewards will have a look at all of the angles of everything, I am sure. But it was Stubbs that controlled that race. Chapman didn't quite have enough of an overlap, in my opinion, to claim the space on the inside into the horseshoe. You have to be all the way alongside by that place, but still a good race from Stubbs. Chapman's doing all he can to try and come through.
He is indeed. He's trying really, really hard. Just to run through the final intermediate classification, these results provisional, of course. LBJ Stubbs 0 points. That will convert to a pole position for the final. Bodie Batch will be alongside on the front row with 5. Harry Chapman on the inside of row number 2 with 8. Not a bad place to be around this circuit. Ollie West will be on the outside of row 2 with 9 points. Godchalk and Williams Mabs on row 3. Another really good run there for Louis Williams Mabs. P5 in the end, the privateer in kart number 22. Freddie Baker and Jaden McElhenney due to be on row number 4. But there's your provisional results from the 2nd heat of round number 2 for the IAME Water Swift Restricted category. The 4th time we've seen them in qualifying heat format this weekend. Stubbs from Chapman, Batch, West, Williams, Mabs the top 5. McElhenney, Godchalk, Baker, Wood and Hodgetts in the top 10. Schlivar, Frank Morris. Good drive there from Frank Morris. Up 2 positions to 12th ahead of Leo Russell in 13th place. 2 non-finishers in that one, Corey Lyons and Harry Murphy.
Let's have a look back at some of the highlights from that race. It was Batch that went from pole position. Chapman tried to go around the outside, couldn't get it done that time, and a great start from the inside row from the number 92 of Freddie Baker. He managed to get alongside. This is where we saw the 14 go round. Corey Lyons, he got beached, eventually did finish, but way down the order. Stubbs made it up to 2nd place, and then further fighting. That was the 21 going through into Zev Godchalk. Further fighting all the way down the field, an attempted move from the 77 of McElhenney. Couldn't quite keep that on the inside, and that battle continued down towards turn number 1. They went side by side through 1 and 2, but the front of the field, eventually Stubbs made it through to the lead, closely followed by Chapman. This is more fighting between McElhenney and the other drivers. Then Chapman made it to the lead. Stubbs got back through. Stubbs at this point held the lead until the final lap when Chapman tried to make a move into the horseshoe. Couldn't quite get that done. There's another angle of that one. Yeah, not quite alongside enough to warrant space there from Chapman. He gave it his all, but it wasn't enough to dethrone Chapman from the top front of the field.
And we will see IAME Water Swift Restricted later on this afternoon for their 12-minute plus 1 lap final. It will be at 3:40 local time. For now, though, we're going to take another short ad break. KZ2 after this.
Here at Demon Tweeks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweeks has got you.
Do you know what I like? Karting. Do you know what I like even more? Very fast go-karting. And KZ2 is back this weekend. 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds. Top speed over 90 miles an hour. They're absolute animals. It's the biggest challenge in UK karting, with sticky tyres, 4-wheel brakes, 50 horsepower and over 30 gear changes per lap. But that's my opinion. Let's hear what the drivers have to say about it. So what's your favourite thing about racing KZ?
It's an unbelievable driving experience.
What's your favourite thing about driving a KZ? Speed.
Everything is happens very quick, like changing gears and like a lot is going on.
Shifting gears. Fast, fast, fast.
The acceleration.
Fastest class in UK karting, KZ2, is back this weekend at Warden Law, and this is why you should get excited about it, and make sure you tune in all weekend. Well, I hope that's whet your appetite. Now, let's go racing.
KZ2 back out on circuit with us for their second heat of the day. Grid looks a little bit like this one for the British Short Circuit Gearbox Kart Championship. Josh Price on pole, had a DNF in the first race and needs a decent one here. Here's alongside Timo Youngling on that front row of the grid. Oliver Stewart and Jake Weston go from row number 2. Jake Weston also had a DNF with a binding brake on the front left in race 1. Charlie Turnham and Ella Stevens will start on row number 3. Ashley Lewis had a good run on his Formula K from row 4 last time out and is joined by Miles Murphy.
Row number 5, we've got Derek Morgan alongside Ralph Youngling, and then Nat Thomas and Jessica Edgar go from row 6. Row 7 and our final row of the grid, Privateer Lee Ward goes alongside returnee Nino Piccoli, who is back racing for the first time in a long time. And at the end of the previous race, we were speculating about the front nose cone situation with Timo Youngling. He received a 5-second penalty, so I'm assuming that is because of that. So Oliver Stewart took the win after all was said and done. Ashley Lewis second, Timo Youngling third, and Miles Murphy ended up in 4th place. But we go again from another race. Grid reset, Josh Price from pole position on the inside of the front row. Reigning champion from last year, revs rise, standing start here in KZ2. 1, 2, 3, 4 red lights. We're away, 0 to 60 in not much time at all. And it's Timo Youngling that gets the jump at the front of the field. 3rd place, Oliver Stewart, closely followed by Charlie Turner. We make it cleanly down towards turn 1, jostling further back through the field, but our winner on the road in the first race, Youngling, leads the way.
Yeah, good start for Timo Youngling. A bit of a slow getaway for Jake Weston again from P4 on the grid. Means the Sodi Vitesse number 7 has lost ground in the early stages of this one. Out through towards the Dunlop chicane, but of course these drivers don't take the route through the Dunlop chicane. They shoot straight towards the Gasworks bend as Jessica Edgar getting the elbows out. Jess on her return to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, but still relatively new to KZ2, Piers. You've had a bit of a sample. We'll come back to that because here's Josh Price down the inside, taking the race lead away from Timo Youngling. Will, of course, have had a bit less time on his tyres, maybe mean there's a degree or two of performance more for Josh Price at this stage of proceedings, but that was a bold move, a successful move for the reigning champion down the inside into turn one, Piers.
Yeah, I don't think the fact that Josh didn't finish the race will have a huge bearing, because he did still get those tyres fully up to temperature.
True.
So an equal number of heat cycles. It's a few laps, but that won't be markedly different. So clearly Josh finding good pace at this early stage. We see West once again, sorry, that was Lewis having a bit of a slide through Gasworks. Ella Stevens once again falling back at the start. I know it's been a thing that's been mentioned a lot as she makes a move now up the inside of the other youngling, Ralph Youngling, the 25 for Sodi Vitesse. But Ella Stevens, not the best start, back up to 7th, one place lower than she started on the grid.
Yeah, and I had half an eye on Ella Stevens' start because it was such a factor in 2024's races. And again, similar to what we saw in race one, she actually got a very, very good getaway, almost too good a getaway, and then got balked by the slow-starting Jake Weston. So once again, Ella having to fight her way through. Piers, for the uninitiated, myself included, we saw Jessica Edgar getting a move in there, getting up to 9th place. There's a driver who's very experienced in karting, but relatively new to this category. When stepping across into a KZ2 for the first time, what's it like?
It's, as we see, the 7 going up the inside of
Charlie Turner.
That's the 7 of Jake Weston, recovering after his not particularly good start. But yes, the driving style of a KZ is completely different to any other karts that we have seen this weekend or even last weekend here at Warden Law. Single-speed karts, all about carrying minimum speed, being delicate on the controls, keeping the kart nicely balanced. It feels like a whole different ball game in a KZ with the gears, as we see Ella Stevens just pressing the back of Miles Murphy there, trying to get through. She's got more pace at this stage. With the KZ, because you've got so much power and the torque available is instant out of the corners because of the gears and the four-wheel brakes, everything happens at what feels like 1,000,000 miles an hour. I've driven Senior X30 for a few seasons, a number of seasons ago. They're very quick machines indeed. I've raced up to British F3 level. Even compared to a British F3 car, which is now branded GB3, things feel like they happen twice as quickly.
Yeah.
Information, corners, stuff comes at you twice as quickly as even a Formula 3 car. It's no wonder why so many Formula 1 drivers still use KZ karts to train their reflexes, train their driving brain, because it's just an absolute assault on the senses in the best possible way.
It's just what we have come to expect from this category, and what a wonderful way to spend an Easter Sunday. 6 minutes of this one to go. These heats are slightly longer. They're 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Jake Weston has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 46.17. So Weston returning after a difficult first race. Story of the intermediate classification, because there is another one of those to talk about in this category, as there we see Ralph Youngling having a squabble with Jessica Edgar. Oliver Stewart right now would be on pole position for the final. He's got a 2-point advantage over Timo Youngling, so Youngling's got to get through and pass Josh Price to turn the tide in that equation for pole position in the final. Miles Murphy right now with the consistency, running there 6th on the road, would be on the inside of row number 2 alongside Charlie Turner. So this is going to be a really intriguing fight between Turner, Murphy, Stevens, 5th, 6th, 7th on the road, because whoever wins out in this one could well be on the inside of row 2 later on this afternoon.
And that's not a terrible place to be. We've seen a number of times this weekend in our rolling starts, the inside is the place to be. Less so so much of a factor in the standing starts, but still, assuming an even start down to turn 1, having the inside line is certainly an advantage. This group here, so Turner in 5th, Murphy in 6th, and Stevens in 7th, coming together, turning from a duo of Murphy and Stevens into a trio. Again, Charlie Turner just not having the race pace that we're used to him having from seasons gone by. Of course, 2nd in last year's British Kart Championships in the KZ2 gearbox short circuit class. Change of chassis for this year, same team, and still getting to grips with that. He was second throughout the season and had a good run here, I believe, out last time as well. So not quite firing on all cylinders. I mean, I say all cylinders, it's a single-cylinder engine, but figuratively speaking, for the very, very experienced and talented Charlie Turner.
Yeah, Charlie Turner has a very, very strong Warden Law British Kart Championships KZ2 record, including being towards the front of things last year. But again, I think they are still just trying to find their feet with the new machinery. Last time around, a 46.32 for Turner. That was a brand new personal best. But Price, Youngling, Stewart, Weston, 46 zeros, 46 ones, 45.9 for Jake Weston on a Sony machine that arguably is the best machinery to be in the world. Now, yes, this is on very different circuits, you know, longer format circuits in Europe, but the work that the Sodi Works team, which Timo Youngling is a part of in his European campaigns, did last year, very strong on their way to winning the European Championship. Went back a further year, it was the Birrell ART he really wanted to be on. Freddie Slater, of course, took that kart through to a European Championship. So it's interesting to see here on a short circuit basis that Sodi chassis in the hands of Youngling and Weston. Weston, who was very strong in this championship last year, of course, more into the second half of the championship when he was with more racing, is performing well on a very different type of circuit to what a lot of other KZ races take place on that we see in Europe.
Yeah, this is very much a tight and twisty circuit for these KZs. These KZs feel more suited to a place like Wigan or Wera in Spain, or a Le Mans or Campillos, you know, alongside. Oh, and a spin! A half spin for Miles Murphy, just backing the car in ever so slightly too much. And you can see the dirt on his tyres, so he's going to struggle with grip around this final sector. Edgar nearly getting through. Who managed to make it through on Miles Murphy? That would have been Stevens Youngling.
Did, yeah.
So Stevens Youngling actually only lost 2 places in that, but a fair amount of track position as well. That just looked like either brake bias a bit rearward or he grabbed a gear a bit early, and that's another thing that these drivers have to deal with compared to our single speed drivers in all the other classes. Is not only are you braking to match the right speed, but you have to make sure you select the right gear, change down the correct number of times. Do it not enough or too many times, it can completely change the way the kart goes through the corner, usually for the worse.
1 minute and 35 seconds remaining in this one then. Price still leading comfortably from Timo Youngling. Oliver Stewart having another tidy race in third. Jake Weston, fastest driver on the circuit at the moment, P4. Charlie Turner, best of the rest at the moment, completing that top 5. As things stand, with that half little moment for Miles Murphy, he drops from 3rd place in the final intermediate classification to 6th. It's really, really tight in that group for the 2nd and 3rd rows. So Stevens now into 3rd place in the FIC from Turner, Lewis and then Murphy. Josh Price, meanwhile, what's he doing in terms of intermediate classification? This first position would elevate Price up to P7, so not a million miles away, Piers, from the very front of the field.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the times, the lap times in this race. You can see Timo Youngling looking over his shoulder, can feel the pressure that Oliver Stewart is placing on his shoulders at the moment. But I was just having a look, trying to decide whether the tyre advantage for Price, having stopped 12 laps before the end, was contributing to him being able to pull away from the front of the field. And I'm not sure if it's a combination. I'm not sure whether it's the tyre advantage he has, because he stopped a bit earlier actually in Heat 1 than I remember, 12 laps less than all the other drivers, or whether it's just a bit of lack of pace from Timo Youngling in this one, because Stewart's certainly quicker comparatively in this one. So maybe Youngling made a couple of little setup changes in between Heat 1 and 2 that aren't working for him, or maybe everyone else took a slight step forward. Maybe Nicole will be able to unpack some of that at some point throughout the weekend. But for now, Stewart pushing on hard, keeping the pressure on the back of Timo Youngling.
And we talked to Oliver earlier in the week, of course, that one of the big challenges for him on his return, physically, recovering from the injuries he sustained, things start to ache. You know, the shoulder blades in particular, up around the top of the body is where Ollie's been working really, really hard, but he's doing a fantastic job right now to put not just one of the best drivers in this paddock under pressure, but one of the best drivers in Europe at this kind of game. Josh Price, though, is back on the board. Last year's champion wins Heat 2. We'll have plenty to do when we get to the final. At the moment, we'll be starting on the inside of row number 4, but that shows once again that the man from Redbourne, 2024 champion, runner-up the year before that, is not playing around here at Warden Law and is looking to add to his list of 3 Wera Tools British Kart Championships victories, his 7 podiums across his career. P1 for the reigning champion in KZ2. Second for Timo Youngling. He'll start in that same position for the final based on these provisional results. Third for Oliver Stewart there. Means that he's top of the standings after those 2 heats with 3 points. A tremendous return, Piers, for Oliver Stewart.
You were chatting just before the end of the race about the physical nature of these KZ2 karts, these gearbox karts, and they are hugely physical to drive, even more so than something like a Senior X30 that we're seeing this weekend. You've got, of course, extra power. The karts are heavier, stickier tyres. You have to change gear, but especially with Oliver Stewart, I believe he's had a fair amount of damage to his left-hand shoulder. Yeah. That's the one that you have to hold yourself in the kart with, because your right hand into the corners is the one that's changing gears.
Absolutely. There is your provisional result then. Price all smiles. P1 for the reigning champ. Youngling, Timo Youngling P2. Stewart, Weston and Turner in the top 5. Keep an eye on Charlie Turner. Yes, that number 2 isn't the fastest kart in this paddock, but the fact that Turner's still there on row 2 and with all of his experience, the former champion in this category, of course, and his record round Warden Law, he's still got a chance, I think, of being on the podium here today. Ella Stevens, P6, will be alongside Turner on row 2 for the final. Ralph Youngling up 3 spots in that one to P7 ahead of Miles Murphy, Jessica Edgar and Ashley Lewis. Let's have a look at the start once again. And yeah, Jake Weston not really getting the punch off the line there, Pierce.
No, he didn't, and it held up everyone behind him as well, which is what gave our lead to a bit of a gap. This is where Edgar and the 4 of Lewis came together, which dropped him down. Then Ella Stevens unleashed some of that pace, came through the field. Timo went with Josh Price in the first half of the race, but then Stewart came back as Timo faded, and we saw the pressure at the end of the race. Stewart never quite getting past in the end, but will go from pole nonetheless. Here we are looking back. This is the 3-way battle that we saw for much of the middle of the race between Turner, Murphy and Stevens in that order respectively. Turner in the 2, Murphy in the 5 and Stevens on the E plate. Stevens had a look up the inside, but this is when
he touched the back.
Yeah, just touched the back while he was fully loaded, did Murphy. Touched the back of Turner's kart, but looking back over the line and seeing a pretty big gap was our eventual winner, Price. As we're coming out the last corner, you can see how quickly they accelerate out of there. But a pretty dominant victory for our champion last year over Timo Youngling and then Oliver Stewart. Josh Price took the win. We didn't catch that. It was close between Ralph Youngling and Miles Murphy over the line. Youngling just taking that one.
So preparations get underway then for KZ2's drivers and teams. Their final will be at 5 minutes past 4 later on this afternoon, and you'll be able to watch every moment live here on the Karting UK and Alpha Live platform of YouTube channels.
Yeah, Timo not looking over the moon with that result there. Second on the road, not terrible, but clearly lacking the pace a little bit that he had in the first heat. I'm sure we'll see him go harder than ever in the final. It's going to be a good final, actually. We're going to be. There's a lot to look forward to. Josh Price starting down in 7th place. He was arguably the quickest in that heat that we've just seen. Oliver Stewart from pole. He's been there or thereabouts. There he is, Oliver Stewart, the Scotsman. Good to see him back on the grid.
But I think one of the big parts of that final with these conditions, you know, the last time we were here in the summer, it was very variable. It was a weekend of being dry to damp to damp to dry and keeping on top of tyres. Overtaking's looking a bit difficult this weekend for the KZ2s. So the fact that Price is there, P7 on the grid, the start is going to be very, very important. Nino Piccoli, by the way, continuing to build with pace. 47.42 last time for Nino Piccoli, the driver who's been out of the sport for 24 years, is now 1.5 seconds off the ultimate pace of those at the very front. As we say, more from KZ2 later. We're going to take a short break. Water Swift are out next. Here we go then for IAME Water Swift, their third heat of the day, and it's an A versus B one. We always love an A versus B heat in these qualifying sections, and we've got 24 drivers primed and ready on the pre-grid there, ready to battle it out for their positions in the final and also on the grid. The top 34, of course, from 36 runners in Water Swift proceed into this afternoon's final for round 2 of these Rear Tools British Kart Championships. Piers, this has been a mighty close category this weekend. What are you expecting?
This is going to be a good race, as we see Austin Newsted just hesitating getting away. That shouldn't be a problem for him. We've seen some of the closest racing so far, and it is Austin Newsted that is going from pole position alongside Colby Patterson for XR Motorsport. George Clark going in the inside of row 2 alongside Daniel Ferguson. Then row number 3, we have Luca Narroway and Charlie Clough, followed by Chester Fawkes and Christian Kobe on row 4.
Henry Clark and Knight Measures go from row 5. They're ahead of Johnston Stewart and Margaris Kvetskis on row number 6. There has been a spinner on the formation lap. We'll catch up with that in a moment. Row 7, Danny Dempsey and Alfie Davidson. Tough weekend so far for Alfie Davidson. Row 8, Andy Stewart and Sophie Campbell.
Then we have on row 9, we've got Efan Owen and Ilyas Sami. Then Alex Riley and Callum Graham. And row number 11, Ryan Meta and Oscar Kenny, followed by Ada O'Brien and Austin Gibson. Keep an eye out for that man. He made up a lot of places on lap 1 of the first race and made it well inside the top 10. It looks like we're going around.
The spinner was Daniel Ferguson, so there may be a bit of a reprieve here for Daniel Ferguson. Yeah, we're going to go round again for another formation lap. I thought it was the 115 who had gone round.
I'm not sure what the ruling is. Of course, Ferguson was trying to take his position after the yellow flags, but we've gone round again. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. If we had have started then, we would be expecting a 5-second penalty.
Or at least an under investigation for the 115. But we'll leave that for now. Ada O'Brien there in the 155. Be good to see Ada try and get through into the final. Just missed out on making it through to the top 34 yesterday with the young Irish driver, privateer as well. It can be a bit of a cool game at times, karting. As I say, with 36 entries into IAME Water Swift, there's no repechage today. It's just a straight cut at 34. Ferguson has now retaken his position fourth on the grid, because he's on the outside of row number 2. Is he not? So we're looking under starters orders. There's Dan Ashton with the shoes and the bands there, ready to get this one underway. Over to race director Nigel Edwards to get us started in IAME Water Swift. No, we're not ready to go. That is not to the race director's liking. That looked a little bit too quick out of the final corner to me, Piers.
Completely agree with you on that. We've got a word from Nicole. Nicole, what do you have for us?
Well, Andrew, I have a nice bright blue sky out here. All of those clouds, all of that wind has cleared away, and it's really good conditions out there now for the drivers. Wondering how that's going to play into this, how they would have set the tyre temperatures up to manage that. I think it's going to mix things up slightly.
I think it will indeed. But the more important question, Nicole, are you still cold?
Yes, very.
It's going to mix things up on circuit, also mixing things up in the commentary box. I'm now Andrew.
You're now Andrew. You've become Northern. You're from Sheffield now.
My name's Andrew, and your peers don't do.
No, I'm not going to do that. That's not going to go well for either of us.
Yes.
Right, okay. Slower this time from the Water Swifts, please. There is Colby Patterson. He's trying to tell those directly behind him, no, stop pushing. Let's keep this nice and steady at a pace into those tram lines. Do we go to green? Yes, we do. Away we go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Austin Newstead, good start. Very good start for those on the inside. And Luca Narroway was looking to gain positions as one driver is off towards the back of the field, cutting through the grass. Oh no! And there's a one kart over. That is a quite significant incident on the run towards the dogleg, and we have unsurprisingly gone to a slow procedure. The race is neutralised on the first lap, and all the time is given now to the safety crews to make sure that everybody is okay. Drivers who have not on transponders ticked through the first sector. Alfie Davidson and Oscar Kenny. There were more drivers involved. There is Alfie Davidson. That is very good to see that Alfie is out of the kart and okay. But what a rotten weekend for last year's IAME Water Swift Restricted champion. Just when you think it couldn't get any tougher, any worse for Alfie Davidson, it does. Ada O'Brien has not come round through the first sector either. The 115 of Daniel Ferguson has been under investigation and received a plus 5 second penalty. Now, going back to what you were discussing there, Piers, again, normally, we haven't seen much racing there. We've seen all of 2 or 3 corners of racing. I think you could be right there. I think Ferguson has received a plus 5 second penalty for trying to overtake and regain position after the line on the circuit that tells the drivers, thou shalt not go any further until we get to the start line. Even though there was a false start,
yes.
I can see that is a probable reason why a plus 5 second penalty has come up for Ferguson, but we'll get that confirmed in due course.
Yes, we're not seeing any other reason why he would have got that. Looks like we're going green again this time. Slippery surface flags out at the dog leg, so keep an eye out for that, but it is still Newstead that goes from the front of the field, closely followed by Colby Patterson. Very fast restart. There is the slippery surface flags. The drivers have to make sure they keep half a bit in reserve through there, but looks okay to me. Top 4 slightly braking clear.
It's a good start as well for George Clark there in the green and white helmet. Was very unfortunate in his previous heat to have a chain guard failure that resulted in him having to come into the pits, get it replaced in a qualifying heat. That pretty much ends your race. So it's at the moment, so what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4 for Fusion Motorsport. This is a commentator's nightmare as they all run towards Gasworks. That's Ferguson down the inside. Kobe and Clark go wheel to wheel on the exit of Gasworks. The first non-Fusion driver in this race is the ever-impressive Luca Narroway there in the yellow helmet in 5th.
Oh, I love these close-up shots. It really shows the speed of these young drivers. And even though they were still in the smaller karts, pretty quick lap times around here. Charlie Clough setting the fastest lap on that last lap. We pretty much got a 8-kart battle for the lead at this stage, all the way down to Chester Forks, the 1, 3, 8 and 8th place, nose to tail. The first 4 on the road are from Fusion Motorsport. However, don't forget that Ferguson in 2nd place still has that penalty. Through goes, that must be Colby Patterson taking 4th place, taking 5th place from Newcastle. Oh no, I'm getting confused. That must be Charlie Clough.
No, it is Patterson through past Narroway. Charlie Clough just behind. There with the blue and yellow helmet. Charlie Clough, who has changed teams midway through this season, started the Inter X30 season with Jamie Green Racing. Had a very good run at the IAME Winter Cup back in February. There is Chester Forks, the 138, one of the drivers up from the IAME Water Swift Restricted category from 2024. Saw his run of being on the podium at every single Wera Tools British Kart Championships round break yesterday, but he can be forgiven for that given the level of step up that this category is from where we saw Chester last year in the IAME Water Swift Restricted category. Good to see, though, that he's back in amongst the front runners here in this one. That was a nice move again. Patterson through past Kobe for P4.
Yes, the XL drivers just chipping their way through the Fusion contingent at the front of the field, and then there's that one green kart in the midfield there. That is Luca Naraway for Evolve Motorsports. He's doing it for them. He's easy to spot. Those on Austin Gibson watch, up 10 places on that previous lap, up till that previous lap, from 24th to 4th place. We saw him get inside the top 10, well inside the top 10 in that previous heat earlier on. We'll see how far he can get this one on. 5.7's had an issue on track. That's Orion Meta, who's dropped down now, coming over the line in 21st place.
But still running, still going out there. Is ahead of Ada O'Brien and Oscar Kenny, the two of the drivers involved in the first lap incident. If you're just joining us, 2 3/4 minutes to go here. Final heat before we have the top 34 cut-off for the round 2 final for IAME Water Swift, and it's Austin Newstead in the lead of this one from his teammate Daniel Ferguson. George Clark still there in 3rd. Patterson leading the charge for Excel Motorsport versus Fusion Motorsports is 4th, and currently the fastest driver on circuit. Naraway 5th, Kobe 6th. One retirement so far from this race, the 146 of Alfie Davidson.
Austin Gibson's had an outstanding lap on that last one, up into the side, the top 10 now. He's not that far away even from the lead, only 3 seconds from the lead. He's closely following Henry Clark. We can continue to keep an eye on this front group as Clark goes wide to the dogleg and squeezes Colby Patterson to the outside. That's dropped them off the lead 3, and we've now got a 7-car battle down towards the bottom end of the top 10. Is it 7? I can't even count. That looks like 6, actually.
Many a cart.
Oh, another Fusion driver. That's the 195.
199, yeah.
199, sorry. Christian Kobe going through.
Just a situation in terms of how is this affecting things for the final. Newstead right now would be on pole for the final, virtue of 2 wins. Even if Daniel Ferguson overtakes him, Newstead would still be in that position because we'd go into tie-break mode. Back to timed qualifying earlier this morning, and of course Austin Newstead was fastest in this category. He is always going to win a tiebreaker no matter who it is against. Austin Gibson though, currently fastest driver on the circuit, 54.56. I think the trouble for Gibson though, only 65 seconds remaining on the clock and counting, Piers. Yes, he's got a good chance of getting past Henry Clark with his pace, but then there's a big gap up to Chester Forks. I think P9 is going to be the pragmatic hope for Gibson in this one.
P8. He's just got P9 on the road. Don't forget Ferguson has that 5-second penalty.
Very good point.
So therefore he will be P8 after all this if things stay as they are, which they almost certainly won't on this penultimate lap. It's this one and one more. Still in the lead, Austin Newstead. Ferguson following him closely, doing what he needs to do to reduce his damage from that 5-second penalty, just following Newstead home. Clark, Patterson, Kobe, Naraway, Forks and Clough all still pretty much together, and we'll keep half an eye on where Gibson ends up. Gibson there in the back of shot, just that last helmet in the train. Slightly defensive down to turn 1 was Newstead. Also, that looks like Clark has just lost a place to Colby Patterson.
Yeah, Patterson up to P3. That will drop Patterson from 7 points to 6 points, and by being in a position on track right now to take advantage of Ferguson's penalty, Patterson, I reckon, will drop to 5 points and could switch to the inside of row number 2. George House currently holds that position. Quick rundown of the FIC as things stand. Newstead out there at the moment, leading 0 points. Williams in the clubhouse 2. George House also watching from the sidelines on 5. Patterson 7, but that's going to update in a moment. Ferguson 7, Kobe 9, Hodges and Naraway both on 11. Plus 5-second penalty though for Austin Gibson.
Oh, no.
So reverse the progress there for Aussie Gibson. Has gained 15 places, but something's occurred out there that's been spotted by the officials and has not been liked by the officials. So plus 5 seconds for Austin will drop him at the moment down to around 18th place. We're on the final lap here, Piers. Not too much risk needed here from Austin Gibson. Even if he loses the lead on the road, he'll still take pole position for the final, and the driver behind him has a 10-second penalty.
10 seconds?
Yeah, 2 5s.
Oh, I didn't see the second 5. Wait.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's made a big difference to where he'll finish the race. We're keeping an eye on this battle for the lead as Newstead does want to win this on the road regardless. Further down, this Clark is defending from Patterson, Kobe as well. No changes in this final section for the top few. It's hard to overtake in the horseshoe, but this man at the front of the field, 4th seed from last year, Newstead, takes another win in the heats. He's looking pretty good.
That is a tremendous run for Austin Newstead. What a turnaround from 24 hours ago. This is why the competitors like the double headers. If you have a bad day on Saturday, you can bounce back, and he showed that the speed that we did see yesterday, particularly in the final, has been all knit together. Heats done for Austin Newstead. 2 wins, P1 on the grid for the final, but now will come the hard bit, getting ready, staying in the mindset to try and add to the 6 wins that Austin Newstead has had at a British Championship, British title level, and the 10 podiums in his career. P1 for Newstead. Ferguson second on the road, but does have penalties to be applied. George Clark, good recovery there from George Clark after that problem with the chain guard earlier, P3 on the road. Colby Patterson up there again will be at the sharp end of the field for the final. Christian Kobe, Luca Narroway, Chester Fawkes, Charlie Clough, Austin Gibson and Henry Clark all finishing in the top 10 on the road, but again there's some penalties to be applied in there. Night measures, Johnston Stewart, Margaret Kvetskis, Danny Dempsey and Ilyas Sami. Good drive there from Ilyas Sami, gaining 3 places for Jamie Green Racing to 15th. Andy Stewart, Alex Riley, Ethan Owen, Sophie Campbell and Callum Graham all in the top 20. Orion Meta, Oscar Kenny and Ada O'Brien had troubles out there, finished a retirement for Alfie Davidson. We've got to move pretty quickly though, because race 26, Junior X30, is up next. Back with us here at Karting North East, Warden Law Kart Club, the home of Warden Law Kart Club for the Rio Tools British Kart Championships, and we're ready for the 26th race of our weekend, our double header. It's X30 Junior and their final heat of the this part of the competition. It is an A versus B race. I can see out of the corner of the commentary box window the track just being cleared from the previous race, so we'll wait a few moments and we'll tune in with some of your comments. Hello to you all. Hello to Jason, who was cheering on Andy and Johnston Stewart in the last race. Hello to Jacob Huang, who is cheering on Vismo International. Bobby Connolly, who was cheering on for Alex Riley and Danny Dempsey in that last race. Gail Judd, Danny Powell, someone called Admin from Florida is watching as well. And oh my goodness me, is that some support for you, Mr. Pryor, in the chat?
No comment. Anyway, it's good to see out the commentary box window. We've got the ambulance right outside. It was Alfie Davidson we saw just take a tumble in that last race. He is up walking okay with parents, all good, just getting checked over. But we have Junior X13 on pole position. Once again, Riley Cranham alongside him, his teammate Aaron Richardson. Ty Buckley goes from the inside of row 2 alongside Samuel Woolley. Row number 3, we have Isaac Sayer and Cameron Edmonds. Row 4, Harley Musk and Oliver Meek.
Row number 5, Nat Johnston and Max Endicott. Cooper Snedden and Mayan Patel go from row number 6 in this one. Alexander De Benedictis on the right chassis is on row 7. It's joined by Rocco Lane Shenton, Alfie Brown and Max Mason go from row 8.
Row number 9, Baron Altonsoy and Sam Motts. Row 10, Jack Crockwell and Freddie Lloyd. I got there in the end. And the final row of the grid sees Finley Lines after a technical infringement in qualifying. Watch out for him coming to the field. We've got some people watching on the Alpha Live channel. Artyom Sestakovs and Jack Collinson are watching on their way to Wackersdorf.
Hello, Jack. Hope you get well soon. Had a bit of a bump here last week, and we're going to have a go around for this time. But yes, saw that Jack had his arm in a sling after a bit of a bump here last week. I do hope that we see one of the local heroes to this part of the world back on track very, very soon. And yeah, en route to Wackersdorf. Good circuit, Wackersdorf.
I've never been, but I've heard that it is good. Yeah. It's got produced good racing over the years, and also fairly physical, much as is Warden Law here in Karting North East. Looking forward to this Junior X30 race.
Yeah.
It's one of those A versus B heats. Talk to me about situations, Andrew.
I had a chat with Riley Cranham over the lunch break. I said, how was it? And he just went, oh, it was rubbish. It's like, but you won. He's like, wasn't happy with the setup in the previous heat was Riley Cranham. So that tells me that there's a little bit more to come from Riley Cranham.
And shows us the standards these drivers at the front place upon themselves.
He's very direct and nonchalant. It was rubbish.
Yeah, rubbish. Only won the race by half a second. But hopefully those setup woes have been corrected if you are part of the Riley Cranham clan. We go again and lights are out. Green flag for the heats in 6 of the weekend here in Junior X30, and so far so good through turn 1. Cranham holds the lead at the front of the field, closely followed by Ty Buckley. Aaron Richardson in 3rd place, so again just losing out on the outside row. Yellow flags down on the exit of the dogleg. Who's that that's come? Oh, is someone missing a bumper completely?
That's not been a good start. The 294's been in the wars as well. That's Alfie Brown.
Yeah, there was a bumper, black bumper that was has been retrieved by the circuit staff. Great job. We've got a mechanical flag for the 271. That's probably that Kart without a front bumper.
Yeah, that would be Max Mason, another one of the privateers, I think, also involved in that incident. Sam Mott, Freddie Wood, and Mayan Patel. It's been a really scrappy weekend for Mayan Patel. Meanwhile, changes towards the front.
Changes. Not quite any changes, but Ty Buckley pressuring the back of Cranham through that final sector, right on his tail. Cranham fell away a little bit at the end of that previous race, so maybe going a little lower on the tyre pressure to become on stronger at the end, so he has more to give in the tank, but that might leave him vulnerable at this early stage. Buckley's looked good at various stages this weekend. He was quick as there's the 271 coming into the pits, serving that mechanical flag. But defensive goes Cranham into 2nd Senna and the Dunlop chicane, clearly feeling the pressure. He won't mind if he backs Ty Buckley up towards his teammate Aaron Richardson, or will he?
It's going to be interesting how the tactics play out in this one. That will be the end of the race as near the bottom Buckley off the road, pitched up into the air, touches into the wall, puts his hand up to say what happened there, back onto the circuit. But a real flashpoint here in Junior X30. It's back to the top 2 that we saw yesterday in the final. Cranham and Richardson, but Isaac Sayer looking to get involved. The driver from Singapore, very experienced on the international scene, is Isaac Sayer. Marshall running in the background there. I think that was for the recovery of the bumper for Max Mason, who's not going to get that one back in a hurry. Meanwhile, Sam Woolley is going to have a go at Sayer. Cameron Edmonds is going to get involved. Cameron Edmonds, who's not had a good weekend so far, but oh no, it's another Kart that's lost a front bumper. It's Freddie Wood this time who's out of the race. In fact, yes, I thought there was some Jamie Green Racing colours on that bumper being recovered a few moments ago. So Freddie Wood is out of this race now. 5.5 minutes to go. Cranham and Richardson starting to get on top of things here. This is looking ominous, Piers, for the rest of the field.
This is looking like we've seen this before with the 2 Fusion drives at the front of the field. Richardson sets the fastest lap at this stage and closes up to the back of Cranham. I think they'll work together for the first half of this race to try and gap themselves away from the likes of Woolley, Sayer, Edmonds, Musk, Shenton, etc. However, that's easier said than done. We've seen the pace that Sayer has had as those Edmonds goes up the inside of Woolley, and Woolley gets nearly gets overtaken around the outside of Senna 2 by the 221 of Musk. Musk having a good race. This is the highest he's been at any point this weekend.
And also coming through is Rocco Leon Shenton, who has not been happy with how things have been going this weekend. Oh, that's a little bit too close between Woolley and Musk. Musk takes the position through Gasworks there, and they'll fall into the clutches of Rocco Leon Shenton, who my mind casts back to Three Sisters for the culmination of the 2024 season as another retirement. Well, Alfie Brown we saw in trouble at the start of the race. Alfie just holding his right-hand side for a moment there. I hope Alfie is okay. He was one of the drivers involved, and whatever happened down at the dogleg, of the entrance to the dogleg on lap 1. Woolley down the inside of Musk. Woolley going through whether Harley likes it or not, and Rocco Leon Shenton picks up another spot, says thank you very much, I'll take that, up to P6.
Lovely, lovely stuff. That was a good move into Senna 1. Came in late, but got all the way alongside by the apex. Had to force Musk to go wide. Musk now defensive from Nat Johnson. Johnson goes for the cut, like gets it done at Gasworks. That's a good move. It would be good if we could get at some point a replay of the coming together between Cranham and Buckley. I don't know if we'd be good to have another angle if we have it, but that was decisive in terms of the IC and grid for the final. Buckley, where's Buckley fallen down to? He's already... he's in 12th place, but also look at Finley Lyons, fastest lap up to 11th place from the back row of the grid. He's up 10 places in 4.5 minutes.
And given how Finley's tended to get on with it's still very early in his time in juniors, of course, the fact that the sun's come out, the track's a little bit warmer, it's got all that rubber, all those different compounds that have been laid down over the past 2 weeks, these kind of conditions will be leaning themselves back into the favour of one of the inter-class O-plate winners from last year's season. Under 3 minutes of this one to go. Quite a few penalties being handed out in this race. The 221 of Harley Musk has had a +5, so that will relegate Musk down from P8 as things stand. Mayan Patel, who's not had a good weekend at all. Unfortunately, not the first time that we've seen Kart number 10 +5 seconds appear on our timing screen so far this weekend. Here's a replay of earlier in the race.
Here we go.
This is the moment, I think, between... apologies there, not quite able to bring in the moment between Cranham, Richardson and Buckley. Just to note on Ty Buckley, yes, you're absolutely right. It appears that Buckley is in 12th place on the road. In terms of FIC, he's fallen down to 8th place. Right now it would be Cranham and Richardson on the front row. Sayer 3rd on the grid for the final. Woolley 4th. Shenton, Johnston, Owen and Ty Buckley, the rest of the top 8. Let's have a look once again.
Okay, so actually it was Ty Buckley that managed to get the cutback, and then actually looked like that Buckley just tried to hang it around the outside. Initially I thought Cranham potentially forced him wide, but I think Cranham actually just took the racing line, and Buckley was a little bit optimistic, thinking he was going to go all the way around the outside there. Unfortunate wheel-to-wheel contact sent his front end into the air. That's just my view, or my opinion, from the one view we've had. The race direction team and stewards will have a look at all of the angles available and make the correct decision. Of course, I'm sure that Buckley and Cranham's opinions of the incident will probably differ as well.
Because that's what racing drivers do. 1 minute and 20 seconds and counting in this one. Cranham and Richardson into race management mode now, I think, over the line to complete lap number 8. Sam Woolley is kicking on here, 50.21 last time around for the BMR restart pilot, and trying to find a way past Cameron Edmonds. Right now there is definitely something to play for Sam Woolley, because if he can find a way past Cameron Edmonds and then start putting Isaac Sayer under pressure, there's a chance Woolley could switch himself from the outside to the inside of row number 2 for the final. Again, I know it's on your bingo cards. Not a bad place to start a final, Piers Pryor.
No, certainly not. We've seen it many times this weekend. Drivers on the outside falling down, drivers on the inside of row 2 and even row 3 coming out of the first sector in the lead of the race. The likes of Sayer and Shenton, if things finish as they are, won't be minding that position too much. Woolley, fast lap of the race in that last lap of 50.21, closing up to the back of Edmonds. He looks like he's going to be attempting a move sometime fairly soon for the BMR team. The MDL driver in front of him, the 257, is Edmonds. Edmonds has been there or thereabouts, been unlucky this weekend so far, so he would like a good result.
Yeah, had a clash yesterday in one of the races, I want to say with Cooper Snedden, if my memory serves me correctly. 2 points is the gap at the moment between Woolley in 4th place in the FIC and Isaac Sayer in 3rd. So he's got to get past Cameron Edmonds and then hope that something happens perhaps on the final lap, because that gap to Sayer is looking a little bit large right now to realistic to be able to gain 2 places on pace alone with the remaining time. We're on to the final lap then, and Riley Cranham knows now that he has got a very, very strong hold on this this round as Edmonds defends from Woolley into turn number 1. This is for 4th place that we're looking at here. Isaac Sayer, the Jamie Green Racing effort, just ahead in 3rd place, should have a comfortable run to take 3rd place in this one. The question for me, though, in this category, Piers, Aaron Richardson, not for the first time today, not for the first time this weekend. There or thereabouts, has he got that extra half tenth a lap to get ahead and get the track position ahead of Riley Cranham in the final, do you think?
Arguably, Richardson's been quicker over the race and over the laps. But this time again, it's going to be Cranham that takes the win. Just right place, right time, getting quali right, not making any mistakes, being metronomic in terms of lap times. I mean, I'll have a look after the race at his lap times, but I don't imagine Cranham's lap times will be varying by more than half a tenth, whereas Richardson is every now and again just fluctuating, proven by the fact that he set his fastest lap of the race and the fastest lap of the race on that last lap of 50.13. We didn't see a 50.1 from Richardson, I don't believe, before that lap.
Motorsport is a physical game, ultimately decided out on the track, but is that almost like a little bit of a psychological message from Aaron Richardson, just on that final lap going, that's my pace this weekend, and I've got bags of it for the final. Just to remind, he's very much in the fight this weekend against his elder teammate.
It is, but I think the psychological game between these two who are feigning friends at the moment, they're chatting after the race. I think it still goes as maybe a 2-1, 3-1, 3-2 maybe to Cranham, because once again there he is, the man that we've seen at the top so much this weekend. Cranham just churning out the results. Another 0-point score ahead of a final.
Yeah, that's 5 races so far this weekend for Riley Cranham. 4 heats and 1 final, and he's been P1 in every single one of them. Aaron Richardson second. Again, Isaac Sayer third. They will also be in that order for the final, for the start of the final later on this afternoon. Edmonds, good recovery there to P4. Woolley, Shenton, Johnston, Meek, Buckley, Tyke Buckley and Harley Musk in the top 10. Finley Lyons up 10 spots to 11th. Look out for Lyons coming through the field in the final once again. Max Endicott, Alexander De Benedictis, Mayan Patel and Cooper Sneddon all in the top 15. Jack Crockwell, Sam Mott, the last of the 17 finishers. Quite a bit of attrition in that one over those 11 laps, mostly in the early stages. Alfie Brown, Freddie Wood, Max Mason, all retirements. Baron Altensoy did not take the start.
Harley Musk, 5-second penalty towards the end of that race there, about 2 or 3 minutes from the end. Maybe we, for a contact that we saw earlier on. Here's the start of the race. It was Cranham that managed to hold the lead. Ty Buckley was the early challenger from inside row 2, right on the back. But this was in the middle of the race. Oh, this was the clash that came together. No wonder the 294 was holding his ribs. Because he got collected quite heavily. This was the race-defining moment for Buckley. Luckily, no lasting damage for him. He did end up finishing the race, but lost a lot of positions. Just front wheel to rear wheel contact there as he tried to go around the outside of Cranham. Then in the middle of the race, this battle of 5th place between Edmonds. It was Edmonds and, that was a Woolley getting turned sideways by Musk. Potentially that's where Musk's penalty came from. Woolley then returned the favour, Shenton following through as well. Shenton just plucking away, getting his results in, and will end up starting, if everything stays as it is, from 5th place inside of row 3. Not a bad place to be. Then Woolley's late race pace that was exceptional brought him onto the back of Edmonds. Didn't quite manage to get past Edmonds. Edmonds showing good defence for his position. 4th place in the end for him. And then we watched them run their way through the final sector, a bit wide from Musk. But in the end, it was the same man, and every time we've seen him in a race, we've come through and managed to take the win. Will we see a clean sweep of race wins from Riley Cranham this weekend? Only one race he has to do to make that happen.
Yes, indeed. And we will see that final for X30 Junior at 5 p.m. local time. It is our last race of the weekend. It's a potential race of the whole meeting of this double header for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Hope you're enjoying your Easter Sunday. Andrew Mather and Piers Pryor on commentary duties for you, with Nicole Sutherland down in pit lane. That is all of the heats completed. We've had 26 races so far this weekend, 5 to go, and all of them finals for the IAME categories. Their second finals of the year for KZ2, the first final for their British Short Circuit Gearbox Championship, Kart Championship of 2025. Do hope you can stay with us throughout the course of the latter part of the afternoon. If you do need to go anywhere, if you've got Easter Sunday lunches to prepare, or even better, Easter Sunday lunches to eat, you can, of course, watch every single moment of this weekend back at your leisure on the Karting UK and Alpha Live YouTube platform of channels. Do give them a subscribe as well. Big thanks recently to the support across the karting and motorsport community. Alpha Live recently hitting 50,000 subscribers on YouTube. And a very nice montage video. Did you do that one, Piers? Did you edit that one together?
I did edit that one together.
Oh,
your wonderful face started it off.
I had considerably more hair back in 2017. It was thicker. I mean, it was on its way out at that point, but no, it's
I wasn't going to say anything, Andrew, but you brought it up, so.
Yes. But yes, keep your comments coming in as well. I think we've had another one from Jack Collinson saying that yes, he'll be back out on track on Wednesday. That is very, very good to hear from Jack. Hello to Daniel, cheering on Alexander. Oh, Emerson McAndrew UN, who had a positive at times weekend here last weekend. Didn't quite get the result he perhaps deserved in the final, but he's in with us. Good to see cross-paddock support here for the Wera Tours British Kart Championships. A few moments time, we'll be getting ready for the finals here at Warden Law straight after this.
First grid walk of day 2 of racing here at Warden Law, and we're going to start with yesterday's senior final winner, Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison, yesterday you couldn't have done anything better than you did, you know, pretty much lights to flag, good racing. Do you reckon today's going to be the same for you?
Obviously I'll hope it to be the same, but I think the ones behind will give me a bit more of a challenge this time. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but I think it'll be a good scrap.
So you've just said that you think the ones behind will give you a more challenge. Do you think that's because now they maybe know how you race, how you lead a race?
Yeah, I think so, and it's a bit more, they probably don't want me to win again today, so they're putting me a bit more feisty.
I don't know, would they have wanted you to win yesterday though?
Yeah, no, but probably even more today, they won't want me to win again.
And then Harrison, tell me a bit more about the racing, about the competition. Is it quite feisty maybe compared to other grids that you've raced in before?
I think the X30 is a lot more cleaner than the Rotax. I think the driver standards are a lot better, but there's a lot quicker drivers in X30 compared to Rotax in my opinion.
Okay, and then tell me about the Kart, Harrison, the Kart Republic. It's warmed up today a little bit. It was really cold this morning. How does the Kart Republic start to behave when you get into hotter conditions and around this track?
In my opinion, the Kart Republic's always the best in the hot because it always has the least amount of grip and it looks after the tyres really well. So now that the heat's coming to us, it'll come into all the Kart Republic favours.
Well, good to hear from you, Harrison, and we'll see if the drivers can catch up to you in this one, because yesterday they couldn't quite. Pretty much drove away with it. A bit of a Sunday drive, even though it was a Saturday, but today is a Sunday, so maybe it will be another Sunday drive for Harrison. Well, they're going to go over to William Antrobus, who has joined the X30 senior grid for the first time ever. This weekend. William, didn't expect to see you here this weekend. When I saw you walking through the paddock, I was a bit confused. Tell me, what's your thoughts been about this weekend so far? What's it like in this grid?
Yeah, it's obviously a very competitive grid, I find. I'm very happy with what I've done this weekend at the moment, and hopefully I can grab the podium in this race.
Well, hopefully you can. And then, William, like Harrison, both Harrisons, Harrison Whitcomb, Harrison Mackie, you're on the Kart Republic. That's a newer chassis for you. I know you've raced OTK in the past. Why have you made the change over to that car? What do you think of it?
I wanted to stay with Sam because I've known Sam for a few years now and I really like the team. So we stayed with them and we moved to the Kart Republic, obviously. I am still adapting to it after 4 years on the OTK in the Rotax, but this weekend we decided to hop in and have a fun with it and see if we may do the full championship, but it's how this final goes, really.
So to give a bit of context then to the audience at home, Sam is Sam Pollitt Racing on William's suit. He races with Sam Pollitt over in Rotax, but you're racing with Fusion here this weekend at IAME. What's that the team change been like? What's it like over in the awning?
It's a lovely team. Chris and Dan have been helping me a lot. T4 on the data. They're all really nice, and I'm liking it at the moment, so yeah.
And so more changes for you because you're sporting a different helmet this weekend. Helmet change, is it permanent? Have you got a new one on the way?
Yeah, I've got a new one on the way. It's just last weekend I obviously got my helmet taken off me, so I'm not allowed to wear it anymore, so I've got to wear my car helmet.
Will you be, soon sporting a nice new one with a different livery on it?
I can't let any secrets out at the moment, is what I could say.
So the next round when we head to Duncanswell, will you have it when we're there?
I don't know yet. It's when he can finish it, is what I could say.
Well, great to hear from you then, William. We'll head back up then. Great to hear from our senior X30 final starters. Let's go over and into this race.
Time for the round 2 final then for Senior X30 in the 2025 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. And the big question before this one, who can beat Harrison Whitcomb, who right now, in terms of championship scores, is on a perfect run. We've had 3 allocations of championship points so far this weekend, 2 yesterday, 1 today from the heats, and Harrison Whitcomb 195 points from a possible 195. We'll start this one from pole position. There he is, the Welshman on the left-hand side of your screen. Harrison Mackie looking for that breakthrough seniors win. Almost won everything there was to win in the juniors in 2024. Here's your grid for the final then at Warden Law. Harrison Whitcomb starts on pole. Harrison Mackie alongside on the front row. Gabriel Stilp, can he take the win today? Starts on the inside of row number 2 and is joined by Fusion Motorsports' William Antrobus. Gus Lawrence. This, I feel, is a big race for Gus Lawrence in his title bid, and it's still early stages. Starting there on the inside of row number 3 is joined by another experienced driver in the shape of Aaron Brown. Freddie Lloyd and Morgan Moore form up row 4.
Row number 5 has Jack Buckley and Tristan Powell. Row number 6, the privateer, Jack Nettleship and the bright green TV Kart, alongside CJ Bennett for MDL Motorsport. Reese Newburn for S8 Racing on row number 7 alongside Joey Brown, and row number 8 has Hayden Eldridge and Connor McPollin.
Lewis Bird has a chance to finish the weekend, a quiet weekend on a high, but starts from row 9 alongside Sam Lewis. Sam Branston and Dylan Patel go from row number 10. Michael Gray and Theo Lestrange will start on row 11. They're ahead of Harrison Morrow in that lovely new sticker kit for Class and Motorsport on row number 12. He's joined by Canada's Levi Sangera on that one. Rounding out the field, row 13, Oliver Harris and Laith Khan. Ahead of row 14, Brazil's João Gabriel Castro and Harry Cottrell.
Great to hear from Darth Antrobus on the grid there in his black helmet. He's going from the outside of row 2. He's had good pace at this various points of the weekend. But we're going to be keeping an eye at the front of the field. It looks like an almost deliberate false start this time. That's not a surprise for me. And it was actually initiated by Harrison Mackie. So a little bit cheeky there, because in theory he's not the one controlling the start of the grid. This is almost certainly a psychological trick a little bit from Mackie on the outside of row 2. Just putting yourself in front of the pole sitter on the warm-up lap. Just showing him where,
I love it.
Get used to the side. Get used to the sight of this rear bumper, son.
And I say this is not the biggest senior field that we have in 2025, and things have been made about that. But it is a very, very quality in terms of depth field, and they all know that this is going to be a close run thing. I don't think this is going to be a story where it's like, oh yes, one driver dominates it all the way through, and yes, Harrison Whitcomb has had a very good weekend, is on a perfect score
on paper,
but it just feels to me, Piers, that this run of races throughout the whole season can just turn on a dime, and it's going to be back and forth across the course of the season. Whitcomb 195 at the moment, Mackie 184, Lawrence 178, Antrobus and Lloyd 174. Here we go then, round 2 final, Senior X30, lights are out, 12 minutes plus 1 lap underway here at Warden Lawn. It's a very good start for both Whitcomb and for Mackie. Antrobus has had a good one as well there from the inside and has taken 3rd place, but immediately lost it again to Gabriel Stilp. They're all through the first couple of corners, and Harrison Whitcomb is hitting the start hard and early, trying to break away from Harrison Mackie through the centre S. Gabriel Stilp holding on there in 3rd place, looking for a good result here. Lewis Bird in amongst it in the second half of the field. A couple of drivers running wide there, Piers, out of the centre S.
Yeah, it was a good start from Antrobus. Managed to get across from the outside of row 2 into 3rd place, but then got overtaken almost immediately back again by Gabriel Stilp. Stilp looking race at this early stage. It's broken up the pack a little bit as 2 groups forming. We've got this lead group down to Jack Nettleship, who comes across the line in, I imagine, about 9th place. 8th place is Nettleship, and then the rest of the grid following suit in the second big gaggle. But a perfect start for this man here, Harrison Whitcomb, current championship leader, and he's looking for that whitewash this weekend.
Yes, indeed. The gap is half a second at the end of lap 1. Here goes William Antrobus down the inside. Bold one on the brakes. Block pass on Gabriel Stilp to move back up to 3rd place. Gus Lawrence in the orange helmet there, the triple British champion, running strong in 5th with the driver he beat to that title last year. Freddie Lloyd immediately behind in 6th place. Jack Nettleship, what a start he's had. The privateer on the TB kart, not necessarily the fancied chassis in the UK scene, but a very good one, a very solid one, an all-round chassis in the European scene in X30 racing, and Jack Nettleship showing what it can be done with it, up 4 places into P7.
Yeah, Jack Nettleship has been very fast at various points. We don't always see him towards the front end, but it's when he does, it's easy to spot him with that bright green car. We've seen great pace from him. This is the highest he's been at any point this weekend. He's just being overtaken by the driver directly behind him. That'll be Aaron Brown. No, that'll be Jack Buckley, who's just made a position, the rookie going through for Mick Barrett Racing, and dropped him back a little bit. I can hear in the background a cart without an exhaust properly attached.
I think it's Dylan Patel. Yes, it is Dylan Patel. That's not a Vuvuzela. That is a broken exhaust for Dylan Patel. Really, really tough weekend. It never really got going for Dylan Patel in with Fusion Motorsports here this weekend. So Whitcomb leads at the end of the 3rd lap. The gap is 0.5 of a second. Mackie still there, P2, Antrobus P3. Hayden Eldridge, currently the fastest driver out on circuit. Gabriel Stilp under a bit of pressure here though, Piers. Gus Lawrence immediately behind, and Gus Lawrence going for the move and taking P4.
Yeah, Stilp just falling back a little bit. We saw it's that same corner 2 laps ago. Antrobus with a bold move up the inside. This time a bit more clinical from Lawrence, and has immediately got a bit of a gap. So the form we saw at Wilton Mill with the Croc chassis turning on quickly, not so much this weekend. Still not quite had the pace that he had last time out, but just a way of seeing how close the field was. The top 7 carts all lapped their previous lap within half a tenth of a second. It'll be a bit different this time with the jostling up and down the order, but it's very, very close at the front of the field. Lewis Bird setting the fastest lap on that last lap. He's got a decent toe. He's down in 13th, up a few places, up 4 from his grid slot.
Gabriel Stilp, to me, Piers, just looking like he's struggling mid-corner, had a big drift wide as Freddie Lloyd goes down the inside and sweetly takes 5th place there. Stilp, it just doesn't look like he's got the front end on the Croc Promotions chassis at the moment. Just see when he next goes through turn number 1, had a big slide. It's looking like hard work for the younger of the Stilp family right now. Jack Buckley's back into the thick of things there in 7th place in the 3.20. Aaron Brown as well had many a good final last year for Vismo International. 7 3/4 minutes to go. Just watch again the Stilp into turn 1. That was a bit better that time. He's having to work the wheel quite hard there.
Yeah, front of the field though, Whitcomb just extending the gap just over 6/10 the front of the field with the number 10. Oh no, that is the Vismo kart of Hayden Eldridge. He's not had a good day. The NASA panel not in the position they started the race, so that indicates to me that someone's been over the top of that kart, and unfortunately he is out of this race. That will be not ideal for his championship challenge. He'll be looking to retain a seeded plate, potentially improve on the 10 he got last year. We're looking at this battle down for the bottom end of the top 10. This is between Buckley, Brown, Nettleship and Moore at the moment. Looking at Stilp as well. He's under pressure from Buckley. I think Stilp's the cork in the bottle at the moment, going backwards as Bird once again. Bird set the fastest lap of the race on every lap of the last 3 or 4 laps. He's up another position now into 12th place. So that group just outside the top 10 are actually closing in on this group at the bottom end of the top 10. I think it's only a matter of time before Stilp loses another place again into the centre one. Once again, clearly Stilp not feeling comfortable through St John's, as now Aaron Brown goes up 2 places in 2 corners, one on the inside of Stilp and also Buckley as well. Good driving from him.
That was a heck of a move from Aaron Brown. He came down the afternoon and said, "Afternoon, folks, I'm coming through." And now up into P6, Stilp. Oh, it's going from bad to worse for Gabriel Stilp, I'm afraid. The kart is clearly not doing what Gabriel wants him to do with it, and yeah, this is tough to watch for Gabriel Stilp. He's a very strong driver, but it's just not been his day so far. Finals in 2025 have not gone his way. It's a bit of a repeat of what we saw yesterday and also at the O-Plate, Piers.
Right, so Whitcomb at the front of the field, very similar pace to Mackie. Gapped him again another half a tenth. Gap at 6/10 of a second, 6.5 tenths. Track conditions are very different to yesterday. Sun's been out now for a good hour and a bit, so track temperature will be notably higher than it has been at any other point this weekend. It's a long race, 12 minutes plus a lap compared to our 8-minute heats we had earlier on. So those drivers that are quick towards the end of the race, like Mackie has been all weekend, will potentially have that advantage grown in this one. So keep an eye out for the likes of Mackie and that number 1 kart right there of Gus Lawrence.
A bit of news further down the field. Harry Cottrell's having a heck of a race, up 15 places to P13. A super run for another one of the TB kart runners. Joao Gabriel Castro is also on the move, up 9 spots to P18. So good progress there. As here we're having a look at Morgan Moore getting past Nettleship there for P8. Lewis Bird, another strong runner last year, hence why he's running the number 5 plate. Had a strong start to his European season. He's having a look down the inside of Nettleship. Nettleship nearly grip flipping there.
That was very close to 2 wheels and to no wheels from Nettleship there. He's a taller of the drivers, and the grip flip is more prominent with the taller drivers, higher centre of gravity. But Nettleship's early race pace fading at this stage. It looks like he's losing a bit of pace that he had from that early on race pace. He's dropping down the field, but passed by both Moore and Bird, and now also Tristan Powell as well, and Gabriel Stilp. So and also the 3-4-1 as well. Who's the 3-4?
That's Harry Cottrell.
Harry Cottrell. So Nettleship not quite getting past by. Getting past there for the 3rd time, but losing 3 places in about 4 corners.
I must admit, I've never driven this track, but looking at it and the kind of topography and the corner density that we've talking about across the course of the weekend, it does strike me as the kind of circuit that if you lose the rhythm, Piers, it can go very wrong very quickly, become quite frustrating for a driver, particularly in their heavier senior karts.
We've seen that twice this race already with Gabriel Stilp a few laps ago, and then Nettleship in that last lap. Once you lose the momentum, you get pushed off the line. It's very, very hard in a chain of karts to get that momentum back and reassert yourself in the race. This group at the front, as we're looking at the battle between Lawrence and Lloyd, it's just about 2 kart length gap between all these karts, and that's not because they're trying to save anything. This is a flat out from start to finish for these guys. Just absolutely on the ragged edge of pace, and it looks like the person that has the most pace in this front group is the man who won yesterday's final. Whitcomb is a good move from Moore up the inside of the 320 of Jack Buckley. That was a good move up the inside of Gasworks corner.
A very good move indeed by the Irish driver. 2 3/4 minutes remaining in this one though. Harrison Whitcomb in full control, 0.8 of a second ahead of Harrison Mackie. Harrison Mackie now falling into the clutches of William Antrobus. 2 drivers who have moved up from the junior ranks from last year, but we haven't seen them in recent times go wheel to wheel that much, of course, because Antrobus has raced in the other half of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in other categories to the IAME ones. Mackie very well established in this X30 paddock. This is going to be a good one, you'd feel, between the two Fusion Motorsport drivers here this weekend. And Gus Lawrence has got the best seat in the house to watch it there from P4. 2 minutes to go. If Andrews wants to win this race, and he has got a strong racing record round Warden Law, you feel that he needs to make this move on Mackie pretty quickly.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race in that last one from Whitcomb, so he's just going faster and faster, and Mackie will know that. I think he's probably given up on the race win at this stage, barring any mechanicals for Whitcomb. So it's basically a battle for second now. As up the inside goes Antrobus into centre one. Mackie holds it around the outside. That's going to allow Gus Lawrence to get involved. No, not this time. It's now nose to tail, second through fifth.
Good stuff there from Antrobus to get the door shut and not lose any positions here. But Harrison Mackie, you don't often see this, is under a lot of pressure here from Antrobus, Lawrence, Lloyd. They're all baying for the opportunity to get through and make the move. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Just to note, there has been a plus 5 second penalty for the 388 of Tristan Powell. That was a few laps ago. So Powell will at the moment drop down from 10th place. Meanwhile, back with this battle, Mackie holding on. This is the other half of his arsenal of skills to take big points. It's not going to be a race victory today, or at least on this basis we don't think it's going to be a race victory, but Mackie doing very, very well indeed to hold off, continue holding off Antrobus, Lawrence and Lloyd.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be the penultimate lap, so this one and one more. It looks like Antrobus looking to the outside, just got a bit of a gap, does Antrobus, back to Lawrence, which is allowing him to be a bit more creative in his offensive driving on the back of Mackie, as now Lawrence has the attention of Lloyd. Of course, those two fought tooth and nail last year, 1 and 2 in the championship. That's a mistake from Antrobus in the final sector. That's allowed Mackie free, and now Lawrence is also defending once again from Lloyd. So potentially Mackie just got enough breathing room to relax with his last couple of laps. Maybe not. Still Antrobus within the slipstream, but this is the battle that's going on at the moment. 1 versus 2.
These are the two drivers who fought for the title in 2024. Not fighting for the win today. Don't count them out to have strong remaining rounds in this season. The two Fusions have broken away from Lawrence and Lloyd now. Time is up. Last lap board will be out next time around. Freddie Lloyd trying to go for the switchback there, but Gus Lawrence has got that covered pretty well. Harrison Whitcomb out of the final corner. We'll see the last lap board. What a turnaround it has been. Nothing went right, it would seem, for Harrison Whitcomb at great parts of 2024. But this weekend, here at Warden Law, he has stepped up and some. Won the round yesterday, a very assured drive, a tactical drive. This one today has been on pure pace. Out of centre 2 for the final time, through the Dunlop chicane. Harrison Whitcomb will have the widest smile in Sunderland under that bright red lid right now, as Harrison Mackie continues to defend from William Antrobus for second place. Harrison Whitcomb yesterday went from 2 wins to 3 wins in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. He's done the double. Harrison Whitcomb wins round 2 here at Warden Law. A tremendous weekend. He leaves the northeast of England with a perfect championship score of 260 points. There is a long way to go, of course, in this championship bid, but you cannot ask for a better start than that. P1 for Harrison Whitcomb and Premium Karting. They are the kings of Karting Northeast.
That's about as close to domination as you get in Senior X30. It wasn't all his own way all weekend, but on paper, points-wise, he is absolutely the one to beat. He's had a perfect score.
The only thing he's done wrong all weekend is he didn't quite park up in front of the new #1 board for the podium, for the Parc Fermé there. But we'll forgive him that one. He will be... what will he be thinking right now? A fist pump to the camera there. Harrison Whitcomb. For Premium Karting. That is why Argenti Motorsport have continued to back him into 2025. He's the sole Argenti Academy driver in this category, and he is your championship leader by 14 points as we head to Wales, of course, for the next round. The weekend of the 13th to the 15th of June, we'll see Harrison Whitcomb heading to the homeland, heading to Glanny Gors, knowing that all eyes will be on him to see if he can repeat this stunning performance that we have seen from Whitcomb across the course of this weekend.
Done brilliantly so far this weekend. Also, off shot of camera, we saw it was Lloyd and Lawrence doing battle on the penultimate lap, but actually Lawrence lost out to Lloyd and Aaron Brown. Good result for Brown, 5th place. So I don't know what happened between them. There was clearly some sort of coming together there, I reckon, for Lawrence to have lost 2 places in the final lap, but that doesn't often happen without something dramatic happening. So maybe potentially we'll have a look at that in the highlights that will be coming very, very shortly. But for now, here are the provisional results. Our championship leader, perfect, Harrison Whitcomb, followed by the second Harrison Mackie, Antrobus, Lloyd, Brown and Lawrence, who lost out on the last couple of laps. Good drive from Bird, up 10 places in that race, up into 7th place, your number 5 seed. Jack Buckley, Gabriel Stilp, who recovered to a decent result, and Tristan Powell rounding out the provisional top 10. Moving on from there, Morgan Moore got 11th, Harry Cottrell 12th. Jack Nettleship, who was high in the start of the race, fell away to 13th. Theo Lestrange, Reece Newburn, Sam Lewis, Conor McPollin, CJ Bennett, Joao Castro and Samuel Branston. And the last drivers on the grid, Joey Brown, Michael Gray, Laith Khan, Oliver Harris, Harrison Morrow, Levi Sangera, and the 2 did not finishes were Hayden Eldridge and Dylan Patel.
So the next time we'll see Senior X30 will be in the hills in Snowdonia in mid-June, as round 3 will take place on the 14th of June at Glanny Gors. It's another double header. Round 4 will follow on the Sunday the 15th. For now though, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's with our winner.
Thank you, Andrew. Harrison, different day, same result. You must feel great.
Yeah, it feels amazing just to repeat the same result, and there's a lot of pressure now going off into GYG.
And you were driving around right from the very start, pretty much in your own air. I know as a driver previously, there's a challenge that comes with that, you know, making sure that you don't make mistakes. How did you deal with it when you were going around?
To be honest, not looking behind made me drive really well, because it didn't make me feel like I was under pressure at all, so I just didn't look behind until a minute to go. I saw I had a gap, and then I could see I could back off a bit.
And that was a long race, and I know that this circuit is really, really physical, but you don't look like you're not remotely out of breath. Yeah. But was it a challenge out there? Is it hard to drive the Senior X30?
Yeah, I mean, my arms are absolutely cooked. Like, they're so bad right now. But yeah, honestly, I'm just so happy now that we finished the race, and that I've got to go to bed tonight.
You ready to go to bed?
Yeah, 100%.
Harrison, then, I know you have a big support team behind you this weekend. Every weekend, every championship that you head into. Is there anybody specifically that you'd maybe like to say thank you to?
I'd like to say thank you to George Bagley on the spanners for me today. And yesterday and Friday. He's been so good for me this weekend. No problems whatsoever. I'd like to thank my mum and Steve, Argenti, Ollie, Karen, and everyone who's backed me. And the guy over there with like the gels, he's helped me put some on my arms, and it's actually really helped me out. So I need to say thank you to him as well.
Our new championship sponsor.
Yeah.
Wow, it's working well for the drivers then. Harrison, congratulations, great result. We'll see you once again on the podium.
Thank you very much.
What a race, what another win for Harrison Whitcomb. We'll head up then to hear from one of our championship partners. Highlights to come as well.
Let's have a look back at some of the highlights from that Senior X30 race. Not the most thrilling in terms of battles at the front of the field, but plenty of, that's where Patel's rear exhaust fell off. But early on, Antrobus started the assault on Gabriel Stilp. Unfortunately, he fell down the order. We had a number of incidents actually through the horseshoe. That's Joey Brown coming together and falling down the order. This is the part of the race where Stilp just started to go backwards one by one, didn't have the pace at that stage of the race, and a great move from Aaron Brown. He eventually finished 5th on the road. Still, Stilp was losing places, and he ended up leaving the road on the exit of Gasworks and through the horseshoe. And that losing of positions just kept on going, but he managed to recover to finish inside the top 10. A driver that had a great run through the field was Lewis Bird. He managed to get himself inside the top 10 from 17th on the grid. Still managed to get some late race places. Morgan Moore made his way through, and then we saw this battle for second place between the two Fusion drivers, Mackie and Antrobus. Antrobus had a couple of goes, couldn't quite get it done. Mackie resolute in defence, but the man at the front of the field that's unbeaten in terms of intermediate classifications and finals this weekend, Harrison Whitcomb, brilliant driving this weekend. Undoubtedly the driver of the weekend in Senior X30, Andrew.
Yeah, didn't put a foot wrong and played the tactical game across the course of the weekend very, very nicely indeed. More finals to come here at Karting Northeast. IAME Water Swift Restricted is next, straight after this.
Always a pleasure to hear from our championship partners then. Just reflecting back on the Senior X30 race where Harrison Whitcomb took his second race of the weekend, and a driver that could possibly do the same in our restricted class is Albie Stubbs, the O-Plate, who is starting on pole for this final. Albie, you had a win yesterday, a very, very good win. Do you think that maybe you could get 2 out of 2 this weekend?
Yeah, definitely.
And between yesterday's race and today, yesterday's final, what have you done to make sure that you're going to go out there and be just as fast as you were?
Well, I've changed a bit in Sector 3 and the rest of the place. I've just tried to drive the same, and we've been quite fast today.
You've been fast indeed. Good luck, Albie. We'll see if you can do the same thing again today. Not much time then. It's 1 minute until these drivers are going to head off. Let's see if Albie Stubbs can get that second win in.
Time for the final in IAME Water Swift Restricted, the second final of the year that decided for who's going to take round 2 of these Wera Tools British Kart Championships. There's a quick look at the number 92 of Freddie Baker, one of the very impressive privateers on show here this weekend. We'll start from the inside of row number 4. For this one, I love that lid design as well, Piers. I don't normally like a chrome one, but that one's a good design. It sticks out.
Yes, the combination of the chrome, the gold chrome, the yellow, very distinctive and resplendent in the Sunderland sunshine. We haven't had a huge amount of it this weekend. A lot of the drivers and people around the paddock will be glad to have it.
Here's a grid then for the round 2 final. Albie Stubbs starts on pole position and has Bodie Batch for company on the front row of the grid. Harry Chapman has been quick throughout the course of the weekend and has good final results in his history within the championship here at Warden Law. Starts on the inside of row 2 alongside Ollie West. Zev Gottschalk starts on row number 3. Is joined by the improving Louis Williams Mabs. Freddie Baker and Jadel McElhenney start on row 4.
Row number 5 has Corey Lyons and Logan Hodgetts, and row 6 with Patrick Wood and Benjamin Slivar. Row 7 has Leah Russell and Frank Morris, with Harry Murphy rounding out your 15 karts. Water Swift Restricted grid for the second final this weekend.
Unfortunately, I don't think we've got Harry Murphy. Hopefully it's just one of those transponder moments, but at the moment the number 65 is not clocking as on the track, and I cannot see the number 65 there towards the back of the field. So we'll have 14 runners in this one. At the moment, tied on points at the top of the championship. Chapman and Stubbs both on 187 apiece. Batch 4 points further back on 183. Gottschalk 176. West 174. So there's plenty to play for here in the final. We are green and racing at the first proper time of asking for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And is there a problem for Stubbs? Stubbs going backwards. Not at full speed there down into turn 1, meaning that Bodie Batch straight away into the lead for Jamie Green Racing, side by side Harry Chapman through into second place. Stubbs is back up to speed now, but that was a very strange start, Piers.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Stubbs just didn't seem to have the power up towards turn one, but he's up to racing speed again now. He will have to fight through to get the win that he wants in this one. We go side by side into the Dunlop chicane. Further in the back a shot. Who was that? That was the blue helmet. Couldn't catch the number, but Stubbs in fourth place. An ideal start for Batch and Chapman.
Good move down the end side there by the number 36 of Patrick Wood. That was on Louis Williams-Mabs for position there in the midfield. Let's count them through. At the end of lap number 1, there's a lot to talk about. Bodie Batch leads this one from Harry Chapman. Ollie West, third at the moment. LBJ Stubbs now back up to speed, but is down to fourth place. Gottschalk's fifth. McElhenney and Lyons, the two Daily Motorsport runners, 6th and 7th, and then it's into the main bulk of the privateers battle. Williams-Mabs at the moment, P8. Baker 9th. Patrick Wood completing the top 10 as Chapman down the inside takes the race lead on lap 2 into the centre S. Lovely move there past Bodie Batch.
Yeah, Chapman, that was a good move in centre one. Also, I noticed he left it a little bit wide at the apex to give Batch no chance to hold it around the outside. Comments coming in on the Karting UK channel. How old are these drivers? The racing of these drivers between 7 and 11 years old. Most of them between 8 and 9, maybe 10 years old. So great racing from these young drivers. Change of the lead so far. Stubbs easing on to the back of the leaders already.
Yeah, and then you see one of our youngest drivers in the white helmet, kart number 21, Zev Gottschalk. He's 7 years of age. Got to be in the year of your 8th birthday to be eligible, but you could even be 8 on the 31st of December 2025. Under that ruling, so some of the youngest drivers you will see racing at such a high level. There's a good battle there between Corey Lyons and Louis Williams-Mabs. Louis Williams-Mabs on the distinctive DAP liveried kart. It's a Kart Republic chassis underneath on that number 22, but those beautiful classic colours of burgundy and gold. Oh, a little bit wide there for Ollie West out of the Dunlop chicane. Ollie West looking good though, still on for yet another top 6 position as Williams-Mabs and Lyons go side by side.
Not for the first time this weekend, those two have been side by side a number of times, but it is Lyons that comes out on top that time as Louis Williams-Mabs just getting past as well by the 36 of Patrick Wood down towards turn 1. Does he get that move done? No, not quite. So Louis Williams-Mabs holds it around the outside. Right, we have a 3-cut battle for the lead now. Fastest lap on that last lap by our O-play, LBJ Stubbs. Closed the gap to Bodie Batch and Chapman at the front of the field. A long way to go. Heats 8 minutes plus a lap. We still have 8.5 minutes plus a lap in this one. So effectively, spin, the 77. That is McElhenney. He's gone round on the exit of centre 2. We didn't see how that started, but we've seen how it finished. Maybe we'll get a replay of that as already Stubbs looking to make a move on Batch, trying to get the cut back. He'll struggle to do that as it goes left now into the horseshoe in the final sector before we head into Paddock Bend. But Batch looking a little bit scrappy at this stage, sliding around a little bit, giving Chapman just a little bit of breathing room, but that's exactly what Chapman wants.
Into the middle third of this race then. Nicole Sutherland down in the pits. What have you got for us?
Well, boys, I'm just watching on at this race. I'm watching on LBJ Stubbs, the driver that we interviewed on pole on the grid walk. Just looking at his sector times, boys. In the 2 previous laps, he's gone purple absolutely everywhere. And now I'm just watching hustle the 2 drivers ahead of him. I really think, at this point in the race, he's lighting things up. He's going to be having a look after dropping back in those early stages.
I tend to agree with what you've seen there, Nicole, but there's big news. Bodie Batch, kart number 88 plus 5-second penalty. That's just popped up on our screens in the commentary box, and it means that right now Bodie Batch would be down to P10 on the road. It would put Stubbs up to second, of course. So Bodie Batch is more than likely not going to be the winner of this race. We have seen drivers with 5-second penalties win here at Warden Law. Ewan Charman did it a couple of years ago, funnily enough, in an Argenti Motorsports entry. at the end of the 2023 season. But for Bodie Batch, this is going to be a tough ask now. He's got to find a way through past Harry Chapman, and in fact that's opened the door for LBJ Stubbs to take second place on the road. Zev Gottschalk is starting to wind things up as well for Jamie Green Racing. Could be on the podium here at this race, because Gottschalk has broken away from Ollie West in the number 24. Stubbs points up the road to Chapman to say, let's keep pushing on, but keep an eye on the 7-year-old there. Zev Gottschalk is less than a second away from leading this race.
Yeah, if I was Harry Chapman, I would have liked to have seen Batch behind me and not Stubbs, because we've seen what's happened so many times this weekend. Stubbs' race pace has been almost too much for everyone else to handle, and with Batch having that penalty, fight between those two would help Chapman at the front of the field. But Stubbs already right on the rear bumper of our leader Chapman, and don't forget that Batch has that penalty, but he can still get involved in the outcome of this race total, even if he's not the one that's going to end up at the front of the field.
Down the inside, LBJ Stubbs takes the lead of this race. Sweet move there by the O-plate holder. Officials, I think, being kept occupied in this one, as we have a look at David Manchester there in the CCTV camera room, looking over 30-plus cameras here around the 1.2 kilometre circuit. These penalties that have coming in, I think we've also had a breaking tram lines one, plus 3 seconds for Benjamin Schliver, and now Louis Williams-Mabs has received a +5 in-race time penalty. Given the time of when Bodie Batch's penalty came in, we wondered this earlier with Harry Chapman in a previous race in this category. I wonder, did Bodie Batch jump the start?
He probably did go over the line before Stubbs, which is what caused him to get the penalty, but if it is, then it'll be a bit harsh, because it didn't look like Stubbs actually had full power, so Batch may well have got on the power at the same time or later than our leader Stubbs. But with Stubbs is something not quite right with his engine, maybe a slight oil up. Unfortunately, it's dropped Batch ahead, or put Batch ahead over the line, which has contributed to that penalty. We'll see what comes of it. It may well get amended, we don't know. But all we can talk about is what we're seeing on circuit right now, and that is Stubbs at the lead of this race. Back where he started the race, but of course he fell back into the clutch of the drivers behind after that poor start. We've seen this a number of times. Chapman chasing Stubbs. Unfortunately, we haven't seen him be able to get through when we've been in this position this weekend. But I think if I was Chapman, I'd be trying to take a move through on every opportunity and just try and unsettle Stubbs.
Yeah, this would, of course, be for the championship lead as well, not just the win of this second round of the championship. Let's have a look at the start again. So there's going to be two interesting aspects here. Batch's relative position to Stubbs over the line, and then does Stubbs, I mean, you can see Stubbs there with his hand in the air. It's
close.
Yeah, kind of a bit confused as to what's going on, and then gets swamped by not one, not two, but 3 drivers, and in fact 4. Gottschalk gets him as well. So yeah, interesting circumstances there at the very start of the race. 3.5 minutes to go, Piers.
Yeah, I think a bit unfortunate for Batch there. Looked like they went over the line pretty close to the tolerance, but it must have just been slightly ahead for the penalty to have been awarded already. But it was the second half of the straight where Stubbs actually lost out most and lost those positions. So it wasn't as if Batch jumped the start completely, so we'll keep an eye on what happens with that. But for now, it is Stubbs at the lead, Chapman second, Batch still in third on the road, and Gottschalk's last lap just a 10th or slower than our leaders. Batch actually setting the purple first sector on this lap, so trying to keep that group of 3, a group of 3, and not let the front 2 pull away. Chapman still on the back. He needs to, in my opinion, make a move right now, if he can, to try and stop Stubbs, just edge away as he has a couple of times this weekend already.
Indeed, the battle buffer effectively right now is just under 2 seconds between Chapman and Gottschalk. Bodie Batch is almost running a little bit like a ghost car at the moment. Is still actually on for a very good result in terms of those points. Chester Fawkes' grandfather there. We just had a quick sight of watching on the action of the category that his grandson was in here this time last year, and it started to be a very interesting fight at the front of the order. Stubbs and Chapman, we've seen them go toe-to-toe throughout the course of this double-header weekend, and we're going to get another round of this Water Swift restricted heavyweight fight. 1 minute and 50 seconds to play, Piers.
That was that could have been a decisive moment in the race there. Stubbs defended the inside, Chapman forced the outside. Looked like Chapman had a bit of an oversteer moment through turn 1 and dropped a few kart lengths off the back of our leader Stubbs, but somehow managed to recover and drop in behind his back within slipstreaming range of our leader. If he'd have dropped about more than a couple of tenths more, he would have lost the toe, and that could have been it for Stubbs, but still a battle for the lead rages on as we cut to the 14 and 36 fighting for 6th and 7th. That's Lyons and Woods respectively. They are fighting between each other. They're not two DMSs, one DMS racing kart, and then Lyons in the 36. He races for as a privateer.
Is indeed. Has had a really, really good weekend as Patrick Wood has been knocking in about the top 10 throughout the course of the weekend, as Chapman has gone down the inside of Stubbs and taken the race lead. 50 seconds to go. This is going to be a big lap now for Harry Chapman if he can push hard to try and break away. Just give himself a little bit of track distance between his rear bumper and LBJ Stubbs. Is that the key move for Harry Chapman to take the win here at Warden Law? Take the championship lead as well out of the final corner. 2 laps to go, Piers Pryor. This is going to be a big one.
That's exactly what he needed to do. It was a move he pulled on Batch a few laps ago and executed it exactly the same way. Going in deep to center number 1 and managing to just edge Stubbs slightly wide so that he couldn't attack into center 2 and retaliate, and also managed to gap him by about 2 kart lengths in the process. This is the penultimate lap. This one and 1 more to go. That's all the time that Stubbs has to try and get past back on Chapman. Can Stubbs close that gap? And then if he does, can Chapman defend the lead of the race? Bodie Batch is still in this fight, although won't finish on the podium due to that penalty.
Yeah, at the moment, the penalty would drop him down to 4th place. As Stubbs has closed in again, as Stubbs just held something in reserve for the latter stages of this one. Has Chapman gone too deep, side by side off of Gasworks? They're touching again as here goes Bodie Batch down the inside. Now that could be key. That could be very, very important for Harry Chapman. There is now a kart between himself. There is the last lap board. There is a kart between Chapman and his closest rival, because Bodie Batch, unless something remarkable happens in this race, cannot win. He's got a 5-second penalty from the very start of things here. Chapman through St. John's for the final time will defend into the first part of the Senna S. The exit from the Senna S is going to be really, really key here as they run towards the Dunlop chicane. That's pretty good from Harry Chapman through the Dunlop chicane. Got to get the line right on the approach to Gasworks. This is where things are surely going to get close. Stubbs has still got a chance. He's going to try and go around the outside, try and retake second place on the road. Chapman's done a very nice job there to keep things in control through the horseshoe. 18 months ago, he was Bambino champion round this place. He's now a winner in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Harry Chapman wins round 2 at Warden Law in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships and is on the top step of the podium again. It's been a long, hard wait for this moment for Harry Chapman and his family, but it's paid off. A victory for kart number 32. Harry Chapman is your IAME Water Swift Restricted winner.
Absolutely wonderful drive from Harry Chapman. And as a privateer, means even more for him. It's just him and his family working together, maybe his mechanic as well. But a great race, and good to see the camaraderie between those men. But there is your winner, Harry Chapman, taking victory. Bodie Batch second on the road, will not keep that position, I don't think, due to the penalty. And LBJ Stubbs, the one that's won most of the races this weekend, third on the road, probably will end up second.
And there's going to be a big, big smile in a second from Harry Chapman. He's been receiving some driver coaching this weekend from Henry Gregory, who, yes, that's the moment he got the win. It's Harry's 3rd win at a British Championship level. As I say, had a very good run in 2023 in the Bambino category in the C50s. Last year was a testing year, a learning year, but holding things together in this one. Wins round 2, will leave as championship leader here this afternoon, but only by 5 points. It's a close run thing with LBJ Stubbs just behind. Let's have a look at some of the highlights.
Right, let's look back at that. This was the start that caused the issues for Stubbs and for Batch. Batch, unfortunately, getting the 5-second penalty for that. And early on in the race, we saw some moves. That's the 77 making moves. McElhenney through the field. We cut back. This was a move that we saw a couple of times in this race. Williams Mabs getting involved in all the fights. First move for the lead at the time that Chapman went through. He got that done at Senna 1. That was critical, and he copied that move later on, which was the decisive one, the 14 going at the inside. That's Lyons on the inside of Williams Mabs, just getting forced a little wide, and then Stubbs making his way through. We saw a slight half spin from McElhenney. That dropped him down the order. Then Stubbs got past Batch, got past Chapman, but we've seen that a number of times this weekend, that Stubbs gets in the lead and stays there, but not this time. We cut back to the lead for the battle for the lead. Same move again, different angle this time. Good to show the other angle of that one. And Stubbs tried hard to get through, nearly got the cutback once on the exit of Gasworks, side by side, rubbing his racing there. But that's what allowed Batch through and put a cart between our eventual winner Chapman. He came over the line, celebrated, and rightfully so, taking the victory and the championship lead. Leaving Warden Law. That's a battle that's going to continue on all season long.
Scores on the doors in the championship as we head to GYG, of course, next in mid-June. Chapman 252, Stubbs 247, Batch 245, Godchalk 235, and a very good weekend as well for Ollie West, top of the rookies, we should mention, in that final and in the championship in 5th place. For now, though, let's head down to Parc Fermé and Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. And with our race winner then, Harry Chapman. Harry, it's a first restricted British Kart Championship round win for you. You must feel great.
I feel amazing. Yeah.
And the battle between you, Bodie, and Albie, tell me about it. How did you make that overtake to get into the race lead?
So basically, I saw my dad through laps telling me to overtake. I tried overtaking, but then Albie was defending a bit. So on the 3rd lap, I managed to get him going down into, I think it was Senna 1. I got him in the Senna 1, and I led the race from there. And from the last lap, I won.
You did win indeed. Congratulations, Harry. What a race. And going into the rest of the championship, you know, our next round at GYG, do you feel confident that you can get another race win?
I feel very confident because, yeah, in Bambino I'd won there in the wet, and hopefully it's raining again.
Well, hopefully that works for you then, Harry. Congratulations. Great to hear from our race winner, Harry Chapman. Before we head into our next race then, let's hear from one of our championship's partners, Demon Tweeks.
Here at Demon Tweeks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweeks has got you.
Back on the grid then, but this time with our older category KZ2. I'm next to Timo Jungling. Timo, starting on the front row for this race, tell me about the weekend so far. What's the KZ like round Warden Law?
Yeah, KZ's really fun. It's really physical around this track. And yeah, I'm starting P2. The week's been quite consistent so far. You know, in the first heat I got P1. Unfortunately I had a bumper. The second heat I had P2. So it's been a nice, consistent weekend so far.
And Timo, you've raced in different categories. You've been in the Rotax Paddock, you've been a Rotax Grand Final winner, but you've jumped into KZ2 and really lit things up within this as well. Can you tell me a little bit about how the British Kart Championship KZ2 compares to maybe the FIA that you go and race in?
Yeah, obviously the grid's a lot smaller, but there's, even though it's a smaller grid, all the drivers are very competitive among all of us. We have basically all the seeds from last year, so it's super competitive. There's fewer tracks in Europe as well, so the drivers here have a slight edge because there's more tracks and it's all in the UK, so it's quite easy to get to the tracks, but it's very competitive.
Really competitive. Well, good luck to you, Timo. We see how you get on, see how competitive this race is. I want to head further down the grid to try and see if I can find Charlie Turner. Here he is. Charlie, number 2. Bit of a change for you this year. You're in a different car, on a different chassis. What's it been like so far? What's influenced the decision?
We're not going to lie, it's been a very, very difficult weekend for us. Through winter testing, the cart's been really, really good at fast-flowing tracks, but obviously we come to Warden Law, very tight, very twisty, very narrow, very grippy. For whatever reason, the cart's just not working. We've done literally everything on the setup, every heat and practice session in the final. We've tried something new, so whether it'll work or we don't know, but we'll just have to see what happens in the final.
And then, Charlie, with your race experience, your championship experience, you've been in the game for a while. When it came to making the decision to jump into a new car, were you actually quite confident that you could get it working, or was it, a bit of a nervous thing for you to do?
I've just got open-minded. I just think of it as just a go-kart with 4 wheels and an engine. Just, it wasn't a easy decision, but we're here now, so we've just got to try and make the best of it.
Well, we'll see if you can make the best of it within this race, Charlie. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear from Timo and Charlie then ahead of this KZ2 final, the first KZ2 final of the 2025 season. As you can see, we've got our returning champion Josh Price to my right. Drivers within this class are really loyal to the championship. We'll see how they all get on with this in this race. Good luck to all of them. Let's head up.
Thank you very much, Nicole. We are ready here in the comms box for the very first final of the year in the 2025 British Short Circuit Gearbox Championship. KZ2 in the Wera Tours British Kart Championships is ready to deliver what I think, Piers Pryor, is going to be a very interesting final. Not least because that man there, Josh Price, the reigning champion, second here at this circuit last year, starting on the 4th row of the grid on the circuit that is tricky to overtake around. It is a bit of a mixed up order relative to the race pace that we've seen through the heats.
No doubt. We saw Josh Price having excellent pace. DNF from Heat 1, winning Heat 2 convincingly, starting in 7th. But it's not just Price, it's both of the J drivers of Stewart and Stevens on the inside of row 1 and 2 that are going to be pushing on as well. We can tell we're excited in the commentary box. We go between sitting down and standing up to keep our legs moving.
It's an endurance mission sometimes, this karting commentary game, but we're on our feet for this one.
And talking of endurance, this is the longest race we will have at any point this weekend. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. That's the longest we have, 30 seconds before they leave the grid. It's physical enough as it is driving around a circuit, bumpy, technical, twisty circuit of Warden Law in a KZ2, but doing it for 15 minutes plus laps and nearly 16 minutes of racing ahead of us, plus the warm-up lap, standing start, 4-wheel brakes, 30 gear changes per lap. If it's 15 minutes plus a lap, that's going to be, what, 20, 21 laps times that. What's that, Andrew? Probably 600 gear changes in this race, something like that?
Yeah, it's going to be a busy one for the drivers out there. Bit of history for you. When we kicked the KZ2 season off last year here, it was Charlie Turner who won the final. Josh Price was second. Timo Youngling, his single appearance of the season, was third. Miles Murphy fourth and Ashley Lewis fifth. Here is how they line up then in 2025 here at Warden Law. Oliver Stewart has an opportunity here to create quite a story from pole position. Timo Youngling is alongside him on the front row. Ella Stevens starts third on the grid. Is on the inside of row 2 alongside Ashley Lewis, the first of the Rush performance runners. Miles Murphy starts on the inside of row 3. Is joined by the driver who's got a very good record around this place. Charlie Turner there, 6th on the grid. Josh Price starts his title defence in the finals from the inside of row 4. He's joined by Derek Morgan.
Jessica Edgar is alongside Jake Weston. Weston 9th, Edgar 10th on row 5. 11th is Ralph Youngling and 12th, Nat Thomas. And the final row of the grid, row 7, is Lee Ward and Nino Piccoli on the outside of row number 7 for your 14 kart grid. 14 karts, 50 horsepower each, don't forget. It's a good 20 more than we see in Senior X30 And you have that all of the time because you have 6 forward gears. So it's pretty ridiculous around here. If you haven't watched any of the KZ racing we've had so far today, well, you're in for an absolute treat. Corners that aren't corners in other karts very much become corners around here. The right-hand kink that goes up towards Gasworks, flat out easily in every other class we have this weekend. We see them coming through there sideways in KZ. We saw some wonderful moves from the likes of Stewart and others, and now we have the tyre warming procedure, not only for the front tyres, but also the rear tyres for that standing start that we have. 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds these KZ2s will do down towards turn 1. We'll be arriving at turn 1 at pretty much 60 miles an hour. Bearing in mind they start halfway down the grid. So here we are, rolling up for the final. 15 minutes plus a lap. I am looking forward to this.
I think we both are, mate. These very brave ladies and gentlemen are about to give us the best of British here in KZ2. I can see support for Timo Youngling from his former DHR teammate Emerson McAndrew, and the grid forming here at Warden Law at Karting North East. Race 29 of the weekend, the first final of the year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for KZ2. Thumbs up in the air from Dan Ashton. The lights will come on. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. KZ2 final is go, and it's a very good start for Timo Youngling, who will lead through the first corner. A solid one for Stewart. He retains second place. Ella Stevens has also had a good start, holding on to third place. Into fourth has hopped Ashley Lewis. It's a comfortable start for those at the front of the field. No real big changes in position. All drivers running through the middle of the circuit, Piers.
Big slide through St John's from Jessica Edgar further down the field. But at the front of the field, an ideal start from the outside of the front row from Timo Youngling. No jump starts around here, of course. Everyone goes when the lights go out. So assuming they don't go before those lights, all is well. But we know the pace that both of those Jade karts have had in second and third. Stewart followed by Stevens. They set the pace in a lot of the practice sessions. They're hoping that Youngling won't have the pace that he had in heat number 1 and will be more like heat number 2, where he fell away. But don't count out the number 1 kart of Josh Price. He actually started in 7th, down in 9th, lost a couple of places despite his good launch off the line, so out of position through 1 and 2. Jake West as well. Not Jake West. Sorry, I'm getting confused. The number 7.
Yeah, Jake West in 11th place.
Yeah, dropped down a place or so, but also Ashley Lewis, the number 4 in 4th place. He's just been going about his business, looking like he's pretty solid. Or actually saying that, I think a Carsten there, he turned up to Gasworks completely sideways. One more position for our champion from last year. Gets past Miles Murphy up into 8th.
Miles Murphy did very, very well to hold on to that one. If we get a slow-mo of how many times Miles had to hack at the steering wheel there, and we'll count them through in a minute. So Youngling leads. Half a second is the advantage over Oliver Stewart. Ella Stevens there in third place. Ashley Lewis then forming up the Rush Performance train with Charlie Turner, who's won the last 2 finals here at Warden Law in KZ2 last year, of course, and then in 2022 the KZ2 Championship didn't visit this part of the world in 23. Down into Gasworks, down the inside goes Josh Price on Jess Edgar. That's a good move. That is Price back up to P7, where he started this final. Now he's got to find a route towards Derek Morgan, who's had pretty good race pace so far this weekend and through today's heats, Piers.
Yeah, he struggled a little bit in that second heat, fell away towards the end of the race. I heard from him that he's has been struggling with the rear end of the kart, especially over the bumps. You'll notice that the KZ2s don't take that curve on the exit of the dogleg, choosing traction over minimum speed, and that's a thing that we see a lot with these gearbox karts. They've got so much power that you'd rather keep the rear wheels firmly attached to the ground, and that's more important in terms of lap time than actually how fast you go to the middle of the corner. Same with this Gasworks corner. They come out, go into and come out of the corners a bit narrower than we see from many of the other classes, just by the sheer amount of braking performance from the 4-wheel brakes and the amount of power from these KZ2 engines. Let's have a look at the front of the field. Timo Youngling extending his gap at the front of the field by a couple of tenths on that last lap over Stewart and Stevens. Stevens ever so slightly faster at this stage than Stewart, closing that gap. But the fastest man on circuit, the number 1, Josh Price, in 7th place. He's now closing onto the back of Derek Morgan. He'll be trying to get himself as close to the podium as he can. Long way to go yet. We've had a number of racing laps. Still 11 minutes or so, plus that one additional lap. And those tyres will be crying enough, the LeConte tyres, at the end of this one.
We're going to see a resumption of the battle for the championship less than 6 months ago. Charlie Turner ahead of Josh Price there. They, of course, finished the 2024 season with that epic duel in the wet on slick tyres. Three Sisters went the way of Josh Price to take the number 1 plate. He missed out on it the year prior. Stewart and Stevens were a touch quicker than Youngling on that last lap, 46.64. As there is the resumption of things from 2024 between Turner and Price, and Josh Price very much looking like he wants to get on with things here. It's down the inside of his rival from the previous season, and through goes Josh Price into P5, still with 10.5 minutes to go. He's not out of this, Piers.
Certainly not out of it. He'd made his way through Derek Morgan away from the camera's eyes and made his way all the way onto the back of Turner already in 1 lap. So that's how quickly he's moving through the field, and he's already closing down on Ashley Lewis. Oliver Stewart with the fastest lap on that last lap, a 46.5. Gap at the front of the field, down to just 0.2 of a second, Andrew.
This is looking good for the Jade Racing team. They have a rich history across the categories in the Mira Tools British Kart Championships. 17 wins, 39 podiums in the modern era. But there's an opportunity here for one of the most special ones, but they have got to overcome. As a duo, Stewart and Stevens, one of the best drivers around in this category. Timo Youngling, who I think's just kicked it into another gear, quite literally, out of the final corner. He's seen the presence of Oliver Stewart out of the final corner. 46.68 for Youngling, 46.67 for Stewart, but it's closing up behind as well. Ashley Lewis is a touch quicker than the 3 ahead, and Josh Price is setting 46.2s. Josh Price now on the rear of Ashley Lewis into the Senna S. This could be a key moment in this race. If Josh Price can dispatch of Ashley Lewis quickly, and that's not going to be an easy task given Ashley Lewis's experience and expertise in this category, but if Price can do this quickly in a lap or so, he's still got a chance of winning this race.
Yeah, the experience of Youngling in these karts showing the previous lap time around. Stewart just went a bit hot into the Gasworks corner, nudged the back of Youngling as we saw Murphy do earlier in heat number 2 and losing places, but not so dramatically. That gave Youngling an extra lap of breathing space, but back on the rear is both Stewart and Stevens, the 2 Jade Birrell ARTs chasing down the sodium test. Up the inside of St John's goes our championship winner from last season. That's decisive. Price into second. He is still the fastest man on circuit. He set the fast lap by a good 3 or 4 tenths on that lap previous. I reckon with 8 minutes to go, we could see this trio turn into a quartet.
Right, we're into a new chapter of this final now. This top 3 we've been talking about for the last couple of laps, but now Josh Price is unleashed. He's got a bit of clean air ahead of him. Could there be a swap between the Jades? Because this is normally the stage of a race where we start to see Ella Stevens' pace come to the fore. And the big question mark, it has been a heroic return for Oliver Stewart here this weekend. But how's the body feeling? How's the recovery feeling? Is this the stage of things where things start to tighten up? It's so tough to come back after a long spell on the sidelines. Oliver Stewart is trying to dig deep here. He's closing in once again on Timo Youngling. They wrap round once again towards Gasworks on the brakes, downhill, cascading down through that tight right-hander. What are the sector times looking like for Price? They're looking very good. He's very quick through sector number 1. It's pretty even through sector number 2. The tough bit for Price, though, now there's an investigation for the number 1. So that's another turn potentially in this final. Yes, Josh Price is fastest on circuit, a 46.21 last time around, and that's all in sector 1, where Price has got the advantage in terms of pace. But now not one but two investigations hanging over the reigning champion. One at 4:11, one at 4:15. There's potential drama here, Piers Pryor, in the first KZ2 final of the year. And Stewart's on the attack once again, and he's going to lose position to Ella Stevens. Stewart attacked too much. Nearly went into the rear of Youngling there. That has unleashed Ella Stevens. Stevens through into P2. 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Another turn in this fascinating final.
Yes, Stewart, I think, went for or thought about a move into Gasworks. Went in very deep on the brakes, but Youngling just about covered it off, forcing Stewart to back out of the move. Stewart still went in a bit hot, nudged the rear of the car of Youngling, and then came out of the corner, I think potentially one gear too high, and you could see how much time he lost by being in the wrong gear.
Is there a bit of tactics to be played, though, here by Jade Racing Team? Because if Oliver Stewart is starting to feel himself tighten up and know that he's probably, maybe, not got enough pace to overcome Timo Youngling today, is there an argument to say, unleash Ella Stevens? We know Ella Stevens has good pace in the second half of the race, and maybe try and be a bit of a rear gunner to keep Josh Price at bay. Last time around, 46.68 for Youngling, 46.34, a personal best for Ella Stevens. This is a 2x2 race now. Still no more race control messages from what we reported earlier, as Youngling now feeling the need to defend into centre one. Price is going to go for the move on Stewart for third place. Stewart holds it round the outside, not able to take the third spot on the podium. Down into Gasworks, 5 minutes to go. Youngling's properly having to defend now, Piers Pryor. Ella Stevens can smell victory.
Ella Stevens is putting the pressure on. Youngling will know how fast Ella's been, but Youngling, all he needs to do is not make any mistakes, block the entries of the corner and get good exits. Easier said than done. We're talking as if we've got a couple of laps to go. There's still 4.5 minutes left to go. This could be a four-way fight. Oh, Nino Piccoli not managing to make the final lap of the final this weekend. Great to have him on the grid, but he'll be watching the rest of this race from the sidelines. He'll be disappointed to miss the end of this race on circuit, but he'll get to watch this battle for the lead. A mistake for Youngling. He's being pushed hard at this oversteer moment through the exit of Centre 2.
And this is where the misfortune for Ella Stevens earlier in the day could come into her favour. She's had to do so much overtaking so far through the heat. She's had the practice that perhaps Timo Youngling hasn't. Stewart and Price, they're still closing in. This is all in the balance with 4 minutes to go. Keep an eye on Ashley Lewis and Charlie Turner. They're in 5th and 6th. Jake Weston's having a decent run as well. He's up 2 spots to P7. Derek Morgan, Jess Edgar and Ralph Youngling completing the top 10 right now. But we're going to stay with this battle at the front between Timo Youngling and Ella Stevens. Both of them have had victories in other classes in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, but they've never had a race like this in KZ2 in the sunshine here in Sunderland. Into Gasworks again. This is where Stevens is strong. But I tell you what's happening as well here, Piers. The pace of Josh Price is forcing Ollie Stewart to close this gap. He's doing a brilliant job of just holding track position, but he can't really do much in terms of holding Josh Price back by, going half a tenth slower. So that gap between second and third is naturally just closing up here. I just feel for Stevens in this race, it is critical that she gets past Timo Youngling, because those drivers behind Stewart, Price, Lewis, Turner, they're all going to be in the fight here with 2 minutes to go.
Oh, no!
And Price is out. Price out. Went for a move down the inside of Stewart into centre 2. There was a touch. There was a ride, and the reigning champion is out of the first final of the year. Stewart still holds third. Lewis and Turner. Could there be a podium on the cards for Rush Performance? They've looked on the back foot throughout the whole weekend, but they've still got a chance of some good points here. And still, Timo Youngling, you've got to tip your hat to this youngster from London. He has held the lead from the start of the race. Ella Stevens, again, just cannot find a way through it. It's so tricky to overtake around this circuit. Oliver Stewart, meanwhile, Piers still holding on for third.
Yes, Stewart's still got a good chance of a podium here, but it's all down to the 2 at the front. I think the gap is too large for Stewart to bridge now. 2.5 seconds is the gap between Stewart and the lead group, or the lead pair. Stevens keeping the pressure on. I can tell that Youngling is feeling the pressure every lap over the line. He looks over his shoulder. He'll look again this lap. I'm almost certain of it. As we go over the line, we've still got a minute and a half plus a lap, so that's another 4 laps remaining, or so 3 or 4 laps depending on where they come over the line. But Stevens doing a good job, just keeping the pressure on it. It will only take 1 missed gear change, 1 locked brake, 1 wide apex for Stevens to go through. Youngling, you can see his car wobbling. That's another little mistake there, grabbing a front brake into Senna 1. Stevens not able to capitalise this time, but she's still well within striking distance. Another look over the shoulder from Youngling at the front of the field. Stevens had a look. Half defensive from Timo Youngling. I think if it's going to happen, it's going to be Gasworks.
How much does Ella Stevens want this race victory? Closing in on the rear end, Timo Youngling is one talented driver, took the step from the Rotax categories, was a seeded driver off the back of 2023 in junior Rotax. It was a huge step, a massive step to go not only into a senior category but into KZ2. Arguably should have won here last year, had the pace to win here last year. He was only 3rd on the podium after technical issues here and there across the weekend. He came into this weekend wanting to put right the wrongs of that 2024 meeting. He checks over the shoulder once again. He sees that Ella Stevens is not within striking this distance this time around. 19 seconds to go. What could be quite key here? They're going to get over the line, Piers, and have 2 more laps. 2 more laps for Timo Youngling to defend. He's just got to keep things quick, keep things fast. Into turn 1 once again. 2 more laps to go, confirmed.
It doesn't matter how much time he loses really now. 2.5 seconds back to Stewart, who's actually just gapped Lewis in 4th place. So Stewart in a fairly comfortable 3rd place now. He would have been part of this battle if it weren't from the coming together with him and last year's champion Price. Price is out of this race. He's left his kart on the side of the road, so he will not finish. But this is the battle we'll keep an eye on. Is Stevens close enough this time? Youngling more defensive this time. He knows there's not long left. This is the penultimate time we go through the horseshoe. The next lap will be the last lap. It'll be the one that decides the KZ2 victor this weekend.
Less than 1.2 kilometres to go. Timo Youngling checks over the shoulder again. Timo Youngling's got really good speed. The setup work that the Younglings have done on this Sodiva test this weekend has been marvellous. The punch that they have out of the slower corners, the traction zones, there it is again. Ella Stevens can't get close enough through the medium speed corners. We now go into the part of the track where Stevens is a little bit stronger, but is the gap too big to have a go into Gasworks? Timo Youngling gets on the power out of the Senna S. This has been a magnificent battle between these 2 young drivers. Stevens goes for the move around the outside, trying to get the overlap. Youngling's got the lead out of Gasworks through the horseshoe. He wanted that win last time here in the summer of 2024. The spring of 2025 gives Timo Youngling the win. Timo Youngling wins at Warden Law, is a round winner in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships again. Ella Stevens records 2nd place. It is the 40th podium in the history of Jade Racing Team in the modern era of these championships, and it is a double podium. Oliver Stewart is back. There were big questions. Would we ever see Oliver Stewart in a race kart again? And my oh my, what a heroic performance from the Scotsman. 3rd on his return to competitive action at a national level. That is going to be a very, very emotional result for Jade Racing Team. There is Ella Stevens, who I think can be very, very pleased with that. It's not a win. I know Ella will have wanted to repeat the kind of win that she had at the E-Plate meeting Shennington last year. But she's knocking on the door. You know, the starts are sorted now, and she will be a feature throughout the course of the season from a championship perspective, on the basis that we don't think Timo Youngling's going to be here through the whole season, Piers. For Stevens, that's a very good result.
No doubt. Only a 1/10.5 away from victory in the end. Pushed Timo all the way, but Timo, fair play to him, didn't make a single mistake. Potentially didn't have the pace of the drivers behind, but such was the pace of the drivers behind. All 4 of the top 4 drivers set their fastest lap on the last lap of the race. So that shows how hard they were pushing right to the end of the longest final we'll have here this weekend. And there you see down the back of the order, Josh Price, last year's champion, out in Heat 1 and out in the final. That's not good for his championship retention campaign.
No, it's not at all. It's still a long way to go, of course, and all the cliches that go with that for Josh Price. And whilst it's not gone his way this weekend, you know, the pace has been there, which at times during that 2024 campaign wasn't necessarily the case. It was the consistency that put Price in the position to win the championship last year. So there are some silver linings in that regard. Back to the start of the race. Very good start for Timo Youngling. That was the key moment in the end. That start that Youngling got from pole position, going round the outside of Oliver Stewart. He wouldn't relinquish the lead. Josh Price was soon on the move. Didn't have the best of starts, Piers, and had to work back from 9th place.
Yes, he started directly behind his teammate in Miles Murphy. Murphy didn't get away well, so that's why Price dropped back through the order. We saw the little bit of contact he had with Murphy through gaswork. Potentially that was the first investigated move, and then he had this move through St John's on Ashley Lewis. Again, that was also under investigation, but it wouldn't matter in the end because, unfortunately, as we'll see very shortly, it came to a head. But this is the point at which Stewart lost the place to Stevens, just getting a little bit too hot into Gasworks' corner, touching the back of Youngling. And then he was under pressure from this man here, Price. And then that was into centre too. You saw big move up the inside. It was a late move. He tried it a couple of laps earlier. It wasn't successful that time, but they both got away with it. Unfortunate wheel-to-wheel contact. That brought Stewart out of the lead battle. Ella Stevens pressured the back of Youngling, but ultimately she couldn't get through. Faultless from Youngling. Got away from the front of the field from the last row. And unfortunately, Edgar losing 3 spots on the last corner as well. But a brilliant, brilliant drive from our eventual winner.
A super first weekend for KZ2. Just a very quick one before we go down to Nicole Sutherland. Virtual Championship scores, provisional results, of course. Youngling 127, Stewart 125, Stevens 122, Lewis 118, Turner 115. It's going to be a close one again in KZ2 throughout 2025. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, you just said it then, Andrew. Super weekend for KZ2s and super weekend for Timo Youngling. Timo, great race out there. You know, you were being put under some serious pressure by Ella Stevens towards the end. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so obviously throughout the whole race, I knew I had to keep my head. The Bureaus have been slightly faster than me throughout the week. So we're going into the final, I had to keep that in mind. And I got a really good start. I went into first. And at the start, my pace was like pretty good. I was able to hold like a gap. And then I think Ella got behind me and she was closing in on me. And then like the last like 7 laps or so, she was behind me. So some corners I had to defend. But I just kept my head for all of it. And yeah, I won.
You did win, indeed. You know, Timo, and this is a long championship. It's all about points. You're out to Europe soon, but will you be back for more at the next round?
We'll see.
We'll see. Congratulations, Timo. We'll see you later on the podium. Let's head up then to hear from some of the people that make this championship happen before we go back onto the grid for another grid walk.
Here at Demon Tweeks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweeks has got you.
Back on the grid then, and this time with our Water Swifts, and I'm going to be starting with George Clark, the 142 for Fusion Motorsport. George, bit of a difficult one for you earlier on when the chain guard came off, but you know, you looked like in your second heat you picked things back up, you were in that top 5 pretty easily. How's the pace? How's the weekend?
The weekend's been good. The first, on the Saturday, I didn't have the pace really because I haven't been to this track in a long time. But in the second day of racing, we got a way stronger qualifying, what put me up there. And then it was just easy in the heats for me. And I got a good breakaway in the first heat, and then just got unlucky with the chain guard.
And for this year, you've joined Fusion. You know, what's that transition been like? Are you enjoying being part of the team?
Yeah, it's really good in Fusion because you get all the setups like spot on every time, thanks to Chris Rogers and all that, and Dan Hazelwood. It just makes it the best.
And then, George, I know this weekend, I think you've got a bit of a goal to go out there and get a really good result, because am I right in saying you've got somebody quite close to you that's going off to America soon?
Yeah, I do indeed.
Tell us the story, George. Why do you want that win so much?
Just as like, because it's his last weekend like here for the British champs, and I want to try and get a win for him. So.
Well, hopefully you can do that. Good luck. Looking forward to seeing you pick some positions off within this race. Starting near George Clark is Oliver Spencer. He's in the KR Sport Karts. One of the drivers that we don't typically see in the X30 or IAME Paddock, you know, normally within the Rotax, but we're going to catch up with Ollie and find out how, you know, why he's decided to join the grid this year. Ollie, you know, new stab at the championship this year for you. We normally see you in the Rotax, but you're here, you know, in Water Swift. What's it been like? Why have you decided to come?
Yeah, I decided to give it a try. I mean, it's been good yesterday. Today, a bit of up and down, but I think we can make it happen in this one.
And how does the grid compare? What are the drivers around you like? What's the competition like?
Yeah, I think the racing bit is a lot easier in Water Swift than Rotax, but the driving style, I think it helps you like evolve in the Rotax.
Well, great to hear from you, Ollie. Good luck for this race. Let's head up then, because the Water Swifts are shortly going to be going off. As always, good luck to these drivers.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Ready here in the box for the IAME Water Swift final, the second final of the season for Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Piers Pryor in the box for you. Hold on to whatever you've got near to you, folks, because this is the last race of a long weekend for these drivers. No holds barred. This could be quite spectacular. There, chilled before the start, is Christian Coby. Will be starting this race from 5th on the grid. Chester Forks there, P7. He's taken a big step forward across the course of this weekend. One of the graduates from last year's IAME Water Swift Restricted. What can George House do as well here in this one? Starting 3rd on the grid. Has already had some big results across the course of 2025. Piers, I think this is the hardest one to call of the weekend, but I'm gonna poke you. Who do you think is going to win this race?
Please don't poke me. You can poke me figuratively, though. Harry Williams starts on the outside of the front row. We've seen the outside not being ideal, generally, for drivers this weekend. We've seen what he can do once he gets into the lead. If he gets into the lead, I can't see past a Harry Williams win. However, going from 2nd on the grid, that'll be hard. He's got his teammate on pole position alongside him, but then behind the 2 Fusions on the front row are 2 XL drivers of House and Patterson. So potentially House from the inside of row 2 could also be one to look out for. I can't call it, but it's going to be a good one.
Hello to Jason Livings. Ollie Spencer being cheered on by his teammates in Germany, Leo Livings and Lucian Smith. Here's your grid then for the final in Water Swift. Austin Newstead on pole position. It's a Fusion front row lockout with Harry Williams, the final winner from yesterday, It's 2x2. Excel Motorsport lockout row number 2. George House alongside Colby Patterson. On row 3, Christian Kobe and the very impressive Nathaniel Hodges here this weekend. One driver's off before we've even got going on the formation laps properly. Chester Fawkes is on row 4 alongside Henry Clark.
Yes, and then row number 5 is Luca Narroway for Evolve and Mason Hibbert for Fusion. Row 6, Night Measures for Evolve and Austin Gibson is on the outside of row 6. So Jensen Ackerman's off, but we'll continue with the grid. Marjoris Kovetskis and Oliver Spencer, row 7. Row 8, George Clark and Daniel Ferguson. Row 9, Danny Dempsey and Mason Brooks. Row 10, Wyn Goodchalk and Jensen Ackerman, who's fallen off the circuit. Andy Stewart, Alex Riley, Ilyas Sami, Charlie Clough, and Johnson Stewart, Evan Owen, Sophie Campbell, Callum Graham. That is your 34-car grid. Are we going green? No,
nope.
We are not, potentially due to the Ackerman being off on the inside of the circuit.
Oh yeah, just to run down the rest of the rows of this one. Ryan Meta and Joseph Davis on row 15. Oscar Kenny and Ian Carey on row 16. And good to see Ruben Sagu and Ada O'Brien on row 17 because they weren't on this grid yesterday. So they've made it through to the top 34 cut-off. Unfortunately, those not quite making it, and there is a big one here. Ethan Robinson's not made it. Alfie Davidson's not made it. It's been a torrid day for the reigning restricted class champion. Quick look into your comments as Jensen Ackerman's just going to try and retake his 20th place on the grid. Hello to Emma Barrett. Cheering on the Sodies from KZ2s. Hello to Alice Powell, of course, cheering on Ella Stevens from that one. Thank you for all of your comments. Just to note as well, KZ2 will be back on the 9th to the 11th of May at Dunkswell. That's going to be good. That's the next time you'll be able to see the British Short Circuit Gearbox Kart Championship. Right here, though, it's time to go racing in IAME Water Swift. 12 minutes plus 1 lap are underway. Another very even start across the front row, but it's Advantage Newstead after turn 1. On the inside, it's got a good start, but it looks like Williams has been able to hold their peers towards the front and in P2.
Yeah, Patterson's dropped back as we see someone going way off the circuit at the dogleg. That looked like an XL kart with a yellow helmet, the 184. That will be
Mason Brooks.
Mason Brooks, who started the heats at the back of the field, made his way through, but he's going to have more work to do in this one. Another driver that made their way through the heats was Austin Gibson, who started in 12th place. We'll keep an eye on him as he's managed to make his way through in all the heats. Can he do the same in the final from 12th place? Defensive already at the front of the field. Bit of jostling further back, the 138 getting involved in that.
That's Chester Fawkes.
Chester Fawkes, so he's working his way up the order. Night Measures got a different coloured nose cone on his kart this time for the Evolve Motorsport team. Clearly took a bit of a battering in the previous heat from some jostling, but we are line astern. It is Fusion from Fusion from Excel from Fusion.
So, end of lap 1, Newstead leading. George House has been able to get ahead of Harry Williams here. So, so Harry Williams, if he wants to get this winning streak to be one that goes through and does the clean sweeper this weekend, is going to have to do some overtaking in this one. Who's had a particularly good start? Austin Gibson's had a very good start, up 6 spots to P6, up 4, Luca Narroway to P5. Danny Dempsey's had a good one as well, peers up 3 spots. The privateer from Ireland is now in 14th as House goes for a move. Newstead holds it round the inside and holds on.
Just about. It was a move up the inside of Gasworks that we've seen so many times, as we see now Narroway going wide through the horseshoe and into Paddock. That was Gibson making a move. He's up to 5th place. He's with his teammates now. Some other team managers and mechanics looking on at the live timing. Hopefully you've got us from the Brive broadcast in your ears as well to keep you along with this. And the timing room are going to have to do a good job in this one, keeping everyone in check. Make sure that all the karts are accounted for, because it's going to be very, very close indeed. 5 the lead. Move the lead once again. House wants to lead from the front.
And this is a similar thing to what we've seen in other races in 2025, as 3 fusions into 1 doesn't quite go, and well, there's a bit of descent in the ranks perhaps. Harry Williams, as Newstead back down the inside for the race lead, retakes the race lead from George House. Ozzy Gibson trying to go around the outside as well. Switch back. Oh, House shuts the door in a nick of time there to hold on to P2. I was just having a look at the virtual championship scores. Yes, it's only round 2 of a 9-round championship, Piers, but the fact that Harry Williams on the live scores has already got a 16-point advantage I think this is it's already at the point where the other Fusion drivers... Oh, it was Gibson round there. Did Gibson survive?
Yes.
No, I don't think he did. Gibson has made a mistake coming through the dogleg, got all over the curb on driver's left and dropped it. So Gibson falls out of the top 3. That just shows you how hard these drivers are having to push. They know, even at this early stage of the season, for Harry Williams' title bid, this is looking really good. He's got consistent form. Everybody else is taking points off one another. They've got to take the battle to him, even though it's only round 2.
Good move from Mason Hibbert at the inside of Gasworks, but I think I've commentated thoughts Gibson out of this race. I was literally about to say if he could win this one, what a comeback that would be, but unfortunately that is going to look or be unlikely in this one, although we've seen stranger things. House sets the fastest lap of the race from second place. They've got a bit of a gap at the front of the field, the first and second of Newstead and House, as Harry Williams is nearly half a second back. Williams may be able to bridge that gap, but that remains to be seen. Very close all the way up and down the order. Where is Gibson after that? Let's have a quick look. All the way in 30th place, 10 seconds off the lead now, so that's going to be pretty much Gibson out of that.
Ada O'Brien is out of this race. A really good effort from Ada this weekend. Made the final step forward into the final after missing out yesterday, but unfortunately her race ends on lap 5.
Nathaniel Hodges with a good move up the inside of Night Measures into Gasworks for 7th place. We've seen Nathaniel up the order, fighting for the lead in many of the heats. Didn't quite get things right in the final heat this morning. That's why he started towards the back end of the top 10, or he actually started in 6th place, my mistake. Henry Clark with a fast lap on that last one in that second group of karts, so that gives hope to them that they could potentially drive up to the back of the likes of Williams and potentially even the lead duo of House and Newstead. Williams in a bit of no man's land at the moment. He's going to have to hope that he's got better one-lap pace than Austin Newstead at this stage, so he can close that down, although it's not looking particularly likely. His last lap a little faster, but if House continues to push Newstead, it's going to be hard for Williams to get involved in that lead group. This group now that we're looking at, Narroway, Clark, Patterson, Hodges, Measures, Spencer, Forks, they are all nose to tail. There's going to be a fair amount of jostling in that one as we just see, I think that is Patterson making a move on Hodges. Or was it on Hodges, or was he getting passed by Night Measures? We'll touch on that in a moment. That was a move, yes, so he's up a couple of places is Patterson on the last couple of laps. He's right behind Narroway.
So this final, it's just on a low simmer at the moment on this Easter Sunday. If you're waiting or being called for your Easter Sunday lunch, just tell whoever's cooking it, just hold for another 7-8 minutes or so until the end of this one, because it's got all the ingredients to erupt between now and the checkered flag. Colby Patterson was on the move there. It's just got past Luca Narroway for P4 as Margaret Kovetskis is out of this final in the 152. One of our brave privateers has had a tremendous step into IAME Water Swift at the start of this season. That is not how he wanted his first double header to finish. Side by side between Narroway and Hodges. Good racing room given between the two of them. Hard but firm racing out of the final corner. Night Measures is coming through though. Measures through to P7. What a turnaround for Henry Clark as well. We've not talked about Henry so much so far this weekend, Piers, because it's not been the kind of weekend that Henry probably wanted us to talk about. It was a 33rd place finish yesterday in the final, but again, a double header, new day, Sunday, a chance to shine, and right now Henry Clark potentially on for a top 5 here.
Yeah, Hodges up the inside of Measures into centre one, and following through is Oliver Spencer. Spencer getting involved in this group that he's been involved with all weekend. He's always been about there or thereabouts. He now looks for a move on Hodges, goes up a couple of positions his lap, does Oliver Spencer.
Change for the lead, but I think it's changed back again. House in just for a moment had the lead over Austin Newstead. 4.5 minutes of this one to go. I tell you what, that back and forth was very good news for Harry Williams, because Harry Williams just chipped a 10th off the gap to the top 2. 4.5 minutes remaining. Plenty of positions changing down the order. Spencer's through to P7. Past Hodges and Measures confirmed. Mason Hibbert is now into the top 10. Through past Chester Forks. Daniel Ferguson's on the move. Up to P13, followed by Mason Brooks. Charlie Clough has just got past Wyn Godschalk as well. for P17. Oscar Kenny having a tremendous run as well as your biggest mover right now, up 12 positions to P19.
Yeah, looking back at this battle for the lead, that fight between Newstead and House has brought Harry Williams into play. Harry Williams on the back of House. Newstead with a 4/10 gap down to House now. This is where Williams will push House onto the back. This is where teammates or no teammates doesn't matter. They're all in it for themselves, and if you can use someone else for your own advantage, then that's all fair in love and racing. As through goes Williams on the inside of House into turn 1. He reckons he's got better pace at this stage and wants to try and chase down our leader himself.
Well, this is what we've not seen from Harry Williams so far. All of his wins in 2025 have been demonstrations of poise and control, including his win yesterday to kick off the season, the championship season proper for the British Open champion. Just over 3 minutes of this race to go. Austin Newstead has had a tremendous turnaround from 24 hours ago. We did see this kind of race pace as Knight Measures has a squabble there with Mason Hibbert. Both of them run a bit deep. Measures is going to be through, and George Clark takes advantage of that to gain a position. Unfortunately for Hibbert, I think he lost 3 there to Measures, Clark and Hodges.
Yeah, that was an example of being pushed wide, and you get freight trained on the way through. But the front of the field, Patterson actually closing the gap a little bit as well as he pulls away from Henry Clark, 4th ahead. Patterson ahead of Clark in 5th. There's Knight Measures, followed by Clark as well. We cut back in a moment to the lead because I think it's coming closer together as Williams bridges the gap. There's a good move from Clark up the inside, and followed through goes Hodges as well.
Yeah, really impressed with Nathaniel Hodges this weekend. Is putting in results well beyond what the form book and the amount of experience that Nathaniel Hodges has that would suggest going into this kind of field. A little bit further back, I think that was a move by Mason Brooks to move up the order. There's Chester Fawkes going side by side with Mason Hibbert, 2 drivers who know each other very well, and that's a nice move from Chester Fawkes up to P11. The battle at the front, though, Piers, I think the biggest problem right now for Harry Williams, and I know it's something I talk about a lot with Austin Newstead. Austin Newstead just has one of those special gifts of extracting 0.5% more from his race finishes. He has a knack of being a very strong finisher, particularly in a long race like this. And the fact that you've got 0.7 of a second for the gap between Newstead and Williams, this is going to take an almighty effort to close that gap against someone that we know has a very good track record at this stage of races.
Yes, Newstead 4th in the championship last year, so he's been there, done that, knows how to do well in these Water Swift races. A lot of the drivers who did well in this category moved up this year into the juniors, so that leaves Newstead as our highest seeded driver on this grid, and we're looking at him leading the way at the moment, and he's actually extended the gap on that last lap. Buying into your theory there, Andrew, he's got that good late race pace, just a couple of hundredths faster than Williams. Williams needs to be a few tenths faster a lap now with only, 2 remaining. This one and 1 more, potentially a third if we just come over the line in time. We're cutting back to this battle between Knight Measures, who goes defensive into centre 1, under pressure from Oliver Spencer. Spencer looking up the inside into 2. We cut to the battle, and Spencer made it through on Measures into centre 2, and following through is the 1-1-5 of Daniel Ferguson as well. So Ferguson well involved in this fight too.
Very good stuff there from Daniel Ferguson. Very good stuff from all of these drivers. It has been a tremendous weekend for the IAME Water Swift category. Just a couple of seconds on the clock. They get over the line, and there was still a little bit of time on the clock. So there's going to be 2 more laps of this one. I don't think that's necessarily a big problem right now for the race leader. It's not one of those where you're almost praying for the last lap board to come out. The gap is staying at 3/4 of a second. Newstead is running at a good pace. I was saying that Williams has just had a mega first sector there. Took 2/10 out of Newstead through the first sector alone. George House in a bit of a lonely 3rd place right now. Henry Clark, Colby Patterson still wrapping out the top 5. There was a quick sight of Clark and Patterson. Is Patterson going to have a look down the inside into Gasworks? Yes, he is. Super move by Colby Patterson on his way for some very good points here today.
Potentially, and he comes back through. That's a great return of the favour up the inside from Henry Clark on the inside of Patterson. We don't see many moves in the horseshoe and into Paddock, but at the front of the field, potentially a mistake in the first sector for Newstead. Closes that gap to half a second on the final lap. It's going to be a tall order for Williams to close that gap. We continue looking at this battle between Patterson and Clark.
I say again, Williams is very, very good through this first sector. Austin Newstead's not got this race won yet. Another 2/10 has just gone out of Newstead's lead. If Williams can get a big sector 2 in, there could be an opportunity into Gasworks. Clark still holding on to 4th place on your screens, ahead of Colby Patterson. Luca Narroway not far behind in P6. We're on the final lap here. Austin Newstead coming through the horseshoe now. Has he got the advantage? Yes, he has. What a turnaround. This is what a driver, a talented driver, can do on a double header. Saturday was a bad day. Sunday is a good day for Austin Newstead, who wins at Warden Law, takes round 2 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships in IAME Waterswift, and puts in a reminder as to why he's a potential shout for the title win this year. Yes, he's going to need to keep that consistency across the course of the season, but when this young man puts everything together, as he's done there, he's proven again that he is one of the strongest in this field. It is his 7th British title level, championship level win in his young career, his 11th podium. Yes, he'll be a little bit further down in the standings because of what happened yesterday. Harry Williams will leave Warden Law as your standings leader. But for the first time this season in an IAME Waterswift final, Piers Pryor, Harry Williams has been beaten. Austin Newstead showing that he is going to be a bit of a threat across the course of this season.
There it is, our winner, Austin Newstead. Williams is leaving this weekend the leader in the championship. But he's got a few things to learn if he wants to make sure that he can take the battle to this man, Newstead. He needs to win from not the front. Of course, he's shown that he can win from the front, and that's all well and good. It's a vital skill. But being able to win on days when things haven't gone your way in the heats is also a critical thing to learn in your development as a young driver. He'll get there, I'm sure, but the battle between these two Fusion drivers is going to be exciting this season. Let's have a look back at the highlights from this race. It was Newstead that led from the front of the field. Williams tried to go around the outside and slotted in. This was further down the field. Contact further down the oil. That was a Fusion driver, the 184. That was Mason Brooks. That's how he lost positions at the start of the race. Then we had Hodges going off through the grass, early stages. And then the early race charge from the 177 of George House. He went up the inside for second and then took the lead briefly. Gibson had a good start to the race. Got all the way up into about 3rd place from 12th on the grid. Then made his teammates battle further behind. This is how Newstead eventually took the lead and held it from then on. But that was the mistake, critical mistake on his own, basically. Yep. Austin Gibson pushing too hard, too early on, 2 wheels over the back of the curve. Then we watched this battle further, the rest of the top 10 places. It went on pretty much the whole race. We're looking at Patterson and Knight Measures, and this is the move from Spencer up the inside into Dunlop. Then we had the battle for 2nd place. This is when Williams went up the inside, took 2nd place, closed the gap to our leader, but couldn't quite make it. Measures up the inside of Gasworks, good move there, robust defence, and then also Chester Fawkes getting in on the action, the graduate from the restricted class last year. Out of the last corner, these guys were pushing on hard. At that point in the race, it was House who was pushing Williams to try and bridge the gap to our leaders. Fawkes getting overtaken by the 115 of Ferguson. Then the final stage of the race. This was a good move as well in the horseshoe. The 182, Henry Clark, great move. But ultimately, unfortunately, for Harry Williams, couldn't quite make it to the back of his teammate Newstead, who took the win. And very happy over the line was Henry Clark in 4th place as well, celebrating that after what has been a tricky up and down weekend for him. But Fusion led the day today, 1-2 for them in Waterswift. We'll head down to Nicole, who's going to get some live reaction.
Yes, I am then, Pierce. I'm with Austin Newstead. Austin, I can't say much other than that's so well deserved.
Thank you. Obviously, after yesterday, it was a bit down, but taking as many positives as I could, and heading into today as good as I could.
Absolutely. And when you were driving around there, you know, in your own air, the focus, the concentration, how difficult was it?
Yeah, very hard. Obviously, at the beginning, George was right behind me trying to push me away, but towards the end, he just dropped off a little bit. Harry Williams was obviously very fast towards the end, catching me up quite a lot, but I just managed to hold it on.
And when you turned around and you realised that you had managed to shake George off and you were in your own air, did you actually feel quite confident that, yeah, you know, I've got a race win under my belt here?
Yeah, I wasn't saying that I knew I had a race win, because obviously anything that happened in the space of like 5 minutes it was left, but I was also quite confident, as in the first heat today I won it I drove off on my own.
Well, congratulations to you, Austin. Like I said, so well deserved. Looking forward to seeing you over on the podium later on. Well done to our restricted and water swift drivers. They're our minis. Let's hear from our championships partners before we head off into our final race of today. Back on the grid then, and this time for our final race of today, which will be our Junior X30s. I've got Sukhmani Kira to my right. Going to catch up with Sukhmani. Sugars, this year you've jumped up into juniors. We've seen you in the Mini in this championship for a fair few years now. What's the change been like? Are you enjoying it?
It was definitely difficult at the start, but I think I've started to get the hang of it now, so yeah.
And why was it difficult? You know, is it because of the size of the kart or the power? What was the challenge?
I think like the size of the kart, like the different grips as well, has definitely been hard, but yeah.
So maybe getting used to the tyre. And tell me, Sukhmani, what's it been like with the drivers around you? Maybe some drivers on this grid that have got a bit more experience than you, one of which is your teammate of Riley Cranham. What's that been like?
Yeah, some have got a lot more experience, but yeah, it's definitely been hard, but I think I can still do well today.
Well, great to hear from you, Sugars. Good luck for your first British Kart Championships Junior X30 final of the year. Let's go.
Last race of the weekend, last race of this back-to-back set of Wera Tools British Kart Championship meetings here at Karting North East Warden Law. Before we get going, I just want to give a big thanks once again to Paul Bainbridge, the Hunter family, everyone here at Karting North East for their hospitality and their hard work for the last 2 weeks. They have been absolutely fantastic for events 1 and 2, one of the best venues in the country, and we could not do it without them. So fantastic work by the whole team. Can't wait to be back here whenever the next opportunity arises. And to finish things, Piers Pryor, Junior X30, Riley Cranham on pole position again. Not quite, I wouldn't say quite heavy favourite, because he has been closely pushed so far this weekend. But the form book would suggest that it's going to be a tall order to beat him here today.
It's going to be a tall order to beat him, but the man that I think has got the best chance of that is his teammate starting on the outside of the front row, Aaron Richardson. He's been right there pretty much every time that Cranham has taken victory this weekend so far. And it would only take a small mistake from Cranham or a good race from Richardson for him to overcome the dominance that we've seen so far. Cranham's won every single heat he's been in. He won the final yesterday. He won the heats that he's been in this morning. Of course, it's split heats, so he didn't win one yesterday, one the day before, one today because he wasn't in them. But we go racing one more time, and that is your man Cranham on the front row of the grid alongside Richardson with Isaac Sayer and Sam Woolley on row 2. Row 3, Rocco Leon Shenton. Keep an eye out for the privateer. He's looked racy at times this weekend alongside Ty Buckley. Nat Johnson and Archie Owen go from row 4.
Cameron Edmonds and George Edgar start on the 5th row for this second final of the year. Jack McLaughlin and Ethan Woodward have a chance from row 6. Sukmani Kira, we heard from her there. She starts on row 7 alongside Max Endicott. Mayan Patel and Harley Musk go from row 8.
Row number 9, Oliver Meek and Finley Lines. Row number 10, Alexander de Benedictis and Jacob Bachler. Row number 11, Max Ewell and Zach McDonald. And then row number 12, Cooper Snedden and Alfie Brown.
Sam Mott and Suska Maeda go from row 13. Jack Crockwell and Max Mason on row 14. Freddie Wood and Baron Alton Soy on 15. There's somebody in a bit of bother there in the background.
Backler.
Ashley Harzer completes the 31 runners. Is it Jacob Bachler?
No, it's an
MDL that's had a spin there. It's Cameron Edmonds. It's Cameron Edmonds has not come through sector number 3. Cameron Edmonds, just at the point where you think the weekend is turning around after a torrid day yesterday, another thing happens for Cameron Edmonds. He's quite a way back as well. He's going to have real problems retaking his position on the 5th row of the grid from that spot. Riley Cranham, last year, if there was a primary flaw in his approach to racing, it was dealing with the pressure, particularly in finals. I remember watching him racing in this championship, remember watching him in IAME Euro Series last year as well, and he was very, very strong in heats, but just couldn't quite do it in finals. Now, we've seen he can do it in finals now because he's got that O-plate, he won yesterday, but every single time he does that, in a way, the pressure keeps mounting, doesn't it, Piers, to keep that run going?
Well, it sort of does, but it also alleviates it, because if there was any lack of confidence he had from those finals, then he's proving it to himself that he can do it. And he's looked very composed at all points this year, and we line up, hopefully for a start this time. The final race of the weekend, Junior X30 is green, and it's a good start from Cranham on the front row, followed closely by Aaron Richardson around the outside. That's Ty Buckley, who's had a poor start. He's lost a lot of positions going wide at turns 1 and 2. Cranham followed by Richardson. Sayer up the inside of the dog leg to take second place.
Yeah, good stuff there from Sayer. Cranham's passed that first test of this final then, has got through the start, has held the race lead. There's a bit of dust being kicked up in the background once again. Mayan Patel down the inside trying to gain positions, trying to end his weekend on a high. Out of centre 2 they go then for the first time in this final. Freddie Wood trying to pick up the pieces after having had a tough heat earlier on this afternoon. Everybody taking that middle line. Just wanted to keep track position in the early stages of this race through the horseshoe here on lap 1. Let's count them through to see who's up, who's down, who's had a strong start to this one. Cranham's lead is half a second. Sayer, Shenton, Woolley, Edgar, your top 5. There are some big names in that chasing pack, Piers Pryor, especially some that have been a bit quieter perhaps this weekend, and particularly looking at the 286 of Rocco Leon Shenton.
Yeah, he has been quick at times, and behind him defending was looked like Samuel Woolley trying to fend off George Edgar. But interesting, first, second and third on the grid started first, fifth, first, third and fifth. So the inside row once again being the place to be here at Warden Law, as Nat Johnson looks up the inside of the 252. That is him going through on Aaron Richardson, who's dropping backwards actually. Richardson's not had a good start to this race.
No, Richardson was able to get the position back, but is now outside the top 5, and it's going to be a long race back from here. Other drivers who've had a good start, Mayan Patel was up 5 spots. Alexander de Benedictis for SWRD is up 6. Max Ewell is also up 6 spots. Cooper Snedden has made it up into the top 20. So those are all the drivers going forward in a major way. Back at the very sharp end of the field, George Edgar there. Nick Barrett Racing wanting another podium. They're not going to get commentary cursed today. They got all of that out the way yesterday, I am sure. And Edgar's going to go down the inside for 4th place on Woolley. Sweet move there by the gold medalist from last year's FIA Motorsport Games. George Edgar is on the prowl for another spot in the top 3.
Great move from Edgar. I had visions of him climbing over the top of the kart. He just went past, as you said, that the commentator's curse of Mick Barrett Racing was done, but thankfully it looks like that curse has passed, at least for now. If I was Riley Cranham, I would be slightly relieved that Aaron Richardson is nowhere near him. However, I wouldn't be completely relaxed because Isaac Sayer has been absolutely rapid at points for this weekend, as we see the BMR drivers of Owen and Woodward. Is it Woolley?
Yeah, Woolley there
Woolley
as
going
well,
up the
with
inside,
Woodward
yeah.
in the fusion.
Going back to that lead battle.
Oh dear. That is Max Ewell, I think, in the 275. Well, that's not a good piece of news for one of the Mick Barrett runners. Ewell was on a bit of a charge. That charge is quickly stopped, and those 6 positions that Ewell had gained from the first few laps are gone.
Yes, also looked like he didn't actually take Senna 2, so potentially the race
omitting parts of the circuit.
Yes, exactly. Isaac Sayer in second place. That last lap, only a tenth or so slower than Cranham. So Cranham's a little bit fast at this stage, but I was just talking about that before we saw some racing. Sayer, at times this year so far, both at Wilton and here at Warden Law, has been absolutely rapid. Probably one of the fastest, if not the fastest on circuit at points. Sayer could have a genuine chance at closing the gap to the lead here, and he's a bit of an unknown quantity for Riley Cranham, isn't he?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, he's very experienced, is Isaac Sayer, but not so much of that experience within this paddock and versus this particular crop of drivers. 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. We're into the middle part of this race. Out of the final corner, the gap is 0.72 for Cranham ahead of Sayer. Archie Owen's currently your fastest driver out on circuit. The Welsh driver in 7th place on the road, a 50.92 with his KR chassis, racing for the BMR Restart team. It's got into a rhythm, this one. Jacob Backler is having a good drive, which is good to see. Pearce has just taken 13th place away from Alexander De Benedictis. It's a gain of 7 for the English driver.
He's been up and down the order all weekend this weekend, Jacob Backler. He's had great pace, made it into the top 5. I think it was the first heat of the weekend that we saw. And then it's been up and down since then. Didn't finish the final yesterday. He'll be hoping for at least a finish today to get some championship points on the board. So you see Ty Buckley on a bit of a recovery drive. He started in 6th place, now down in around about
16th. He just got past Cooper Snedden there.
Yeah, so he's still got a long way to go to get back to where he started. He's been fast at times, actually put a lot of pressure on Cranham at the early stages of the 2nd or 3rd heat this morning, whichever one he competed in. We're seeing all the drivers run over that curb on the exit of the dog leg. Very bumpy through there. George Edgar, another move, this time for 3rd place on Rocco Leon Shenton. Can he keep that position? Yes, he can. BMR Restart kart of the 2, 3, 4 trying to get involved with Woolley. Couldn't make that move. Good exit out of Dunlop for Shenton. He'll be looking to go back up the inside, but wise to it is Edgar.
Edgar defends the inside. They're allowed to do that. I say with the driving guidelines that have been laid out at the start of this season, when a driver overtakes, they are perfectly allowed to defend as hard as they want, as fairly as they want through the next corner. So that was spot on from George Edgar. Less than 6 minutes to go then. Cranham leads and is extending his lead. It's up to 1.2 seconds now to the nearest 10th over Isaac Sayer. George Edgar there in 3rd. We're having a look here at Rocco Leon Shenton, privateer on the Birrell ART.
Just looking at the race director's notes, Cameron Edmonds, 5-second penalty earlier on in the race, potentially due to the start as he fell down, of course, and also De Benedictis, another 5-second penalty early on in the race. We didn't see what that was for, but just for those following those drivers, unfortunately, they all be 5 seconds further down the order than they appear at the end of the race.
5 minutes remaining in this final then for Junior X30. Very much looks like it is in Riley Cranham's hands to be the 2nd driver to leave Warden Law with a perfect championship score. But if we've learned anything over the years in this sport, that's not to count your chickens too early or count your Easter eggs on this particular weekend. But it's looking solid there 1.25 seconds ahead as a move there down the inside by
Kira.
Sukmani Kira moving back up into the top 10. Sukmani Kira, who's becoming a regular runner in the top 10 of this category. Very impressive considering that she's only just stepped up from the inter-categories. Had a very strong run in those inter-categories in 2024, both at home and abroad. The driver based in Walsall in the West Midlands is out of the race. That is one of the crocs. That's Cooper Snedden. Cooper Snedden out of this race. It's been a good effort from the Scottish driver. Great to have him back in the paddock this weekend, but unfortunately it ends in retirement on lap 9.
Yeah, I think he retired. Was it the final yesterday, one of the heats as well? So he's had a bit of a rocky weekend.
Cameron Edmonds.
Yes, so Cameron Edmonds and Cooper Snedden both being in the wars in this race. We'll see them back hopefully for the next round in a few weeks' time. We cut back to this battle. This is the battle for 4th place. That is Edgar in the 6, Rocco Leon Shenton in the 2.86, and then Woolley right behind him, who currently has the fastest lap of the race, but at the front of the field. Riley Cranham looking pretty dominant in terms of pace at this stage.
Yeah, he's in proper race management mode now, is Riley Cranham. We could have a fight for 2nd place on our hands, though, because Isaac Sayer pushing on. They're trading best lap times back and forth. Sayer, Edgar, Shenton and Woolley. There's simply too many of them to all get a spot on the podium, and Woolley's going to have a go there at Shenton down the inside. Archie Owen will take advantage of that. Smart reading of the road ahead by Archie Owen. So that's the 240 back up into the top 5. 5-second penalty on your boards there for the 238 of Freddie Wood, who's currently running in 23rd position on the road.
Yeah, that's going to take him towards the back of the field. We'll keep an eye on this battle. It's the closest that we've got at the moment. That is Shenton, who was fending off the attack of Woolley in the middle sector. That allowed Owen to go through the into BMR team battle we've got going on there. The gap at the front of the field actually ever so slightly extending once again, 1.52 over the line. Isaac Sayer doing a good job actually of keeping with the pace of our leader. Just a tenth or so.
Oh no! Shenton out with 2 minutes to go. That was with Archie Owen through Senna number 1. Owen went for the move, and that could possibly be damage as well. Freddie Wood is out of this race, has headed into pit lane, but the good chance of a top 5 for Rocco Lee and Shenton. He would have been in 4th place in the championship, leaving here today, is in a flash gone.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Shenton. It was a lap before when Woolley tried the move up the inside of Senna 1, couldn't get it done. This time it was Owen tried to get it done. A bit late on the brakes, front wheel to rear wheel contact sent Shenton airborne. And is that another 5-second penalty for Edmonds? I think it is.
Yeah.
So 10 seconds of total penalties for Edmonds in this one. He won't be featuring inside the top 10 certainly. Now we're keeping an eye on this battle. That is the battle that used to have Rocco Leon Shenton in. I expect to see an investigation into that move because it looked a little clumsy from Owen.
At least to have a look at it. Not necessarily say that anything needs to be further actioned on that one. 1 minute to go on the clock. Down the inside, that is the recovering Ty Buckley, is it not? Yes, it was down the inside of teammate Nat Johnston. That will have been for 11th place on the road. Sayer and Edgar not done yet. The gap is only 0.6 of a second between Isaac Sayer and George Edgar, and in a year where points are going to be close and it's going to need a mighty effort to beat the man in the lead of this race, George Edgar, I'm sure, will be very, very keen to catch the Singaporean driver and find a way through to get another 2 championship points. Remember, it's 65 for a race win, 62 for second, 60 for 3rd place, and then 1 point less for each position back through the field, including those who didn't quite make the final. Everyone has made the final, but in the case where we've got more than 34 drivers, that would carry on into any repecharges. 5-second penalty for Mayan Patel. It's not been the best of weekends for Mayan Patel. Too scrappy, unfortunately. He's had good pace, has regularly pulled his way up into the top 10, and he's running 7th on the road right now. But that 5-second penalty, as things stand, would drop the number 10 seed down to 14th.
Yeah, too many penalties in my opinion from Ian Mattel. Almost every race he's had a 5 seconds, so potentially needs to look back at his racecraft in this one and improve for next time, because that'll give him better results as well.
Let's have a look at a replay from multiple angles, I think, in my ear, from earlier on in the race. So this is the Owen and Shenton moment. Good that Rocco didn't go fully over there, because that is, woof. I've been in that position. It's never nice when you're up at near 45 degrees. Shenton out of this race. Oh, well, actually still circulating. Full credit to Rocco. He's running in 20th place, at least trying to pick up some points. But what did you make of that one,
Do you know what? Not as much of a slam dunk on the overtaking driver of Owen there. Again, we've only had a couple of angles. The stewards will have more looks at that than we will. But Owen was a fair way alongside. I think Shenton was trying to squeeze him down to the apex, which is fair game. I think Owen was fully committed. But this is the final lap as Cranham goes through the middle sector. He's been absolutely flawless this weekend. He hasn't put a foot wrong, and he's doing it once again. And if all goes well in this final sector, he'll leave with a healthy dose of points towards his championship campaign.
A big weekend for Riley Cranham is going to end with another victory. The young man who won the O-Plate a few weeks ago from Ormskirk is going to leave as championship leader, and a double winner at Warden Law brushes off the rest of the competition to win in style for Fusion Motorsport. 2.2 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Riley Cranham does the sweep. Every heat, both finals, the perfect weekend for Riley Cranham. No one could touch him this weekend. Isaac Sayer will come home in second place. A brilliant run for Isaac Sayer. Third for George Edgar. A Mick Barrett racing driver is on the podium this weekend. And there's Danny, his mechanic, looking very happy indeed. He'll be on the podium again later on. Oh, actually, no, Danny will be for other drivers. But, yeah, for Louis Diamond, I should say. He'll be on the podium later on. But it's a great effort from Riley Cranham. Winner again. And, well, the championship lead for Cranham now, already 17 points. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. There's still 7 rounds of this championship to go. But following in the footsteps of Harrison Mackie in this category last year, Riley Cranham is just looking so good. And I think the worrying thing for the rest of the field, Piers, is it looks like he's getting stronger as the season goes on.
In my opinion, ever since he turned up for practice on Friday morning of the O-Plate, he's looked confident, he's looked calm, he's looked collected. He turned up to every practice session on the dummy grid, chilled, ready for it, even turned up late one session, no rush. Everyone else on the grid, he put his cart down, got in, drove off, no bother. He qualified badly in Wilton, let's not forget.
Yeah.
Drove his way through the field. I even tipped him on the Sunday morning when he was qualified. I think he was in the bottom end of the top 10. I said he's going to win it. And he did. And then this weekend, just taken another step forward. Brilliant, brilliant driving. We run out of superlatives, really. If he continue this sort of form, it's going to be hard to see anyone taking the fight to him in terms of the championship this season. Riley Cranham, clean sweep this weekend.
Absolutely. So that's another victory on the scorecard for Riley Cranham. Sayer and Edgar on the podium, 2 BMRs in the top 5 for Woolley and Owen. Aaron Richardson, good points again. Aaron Richardson will leave second in the championship at the end of today, which I think if you'd offered Aaron that at the start of on Friday, he would have taken that. Sukmani Kira, more solid points, P7. Jack McLaughlin, Jacob Backler and Ty Buckley all in the top 10.
Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. Isaac Sayer had a good start up the inside. Ty Buckley again in the wars, going wide. Nat Johnson attempted a move early on, but got repassed on the exit. And Ty Buckley is trying to recover those positions he lost early on. Over the bumps on the exit of Dunlop there, and we saw Woolley and Edgar fighting. Then we saw Owen getting involved in the wars. We look back, that was an issue that was how Ewell managed to miss part of the circuit. A bit of a clumsy moves further down the field. That potentially why potentially could have been the penalty for Edmonds getting involved there with Zach McDonald. We watched them all run to the final corner. It's been a brilliant weekend of racing here at Warden Law. Then Edgar made his way through cleanly on Shenton and didn't look back from there. Ty Buckley getting his way through, managing to claw back some of those positions. Woolley tried it up the inside of centre 1 on Rocker Shenton. A lap later, Owen, his teammate, did the same thing, came in a little late. We've got a decent amount alongside, but unfortunately that contact shoveled Shenton wide, and then it's blowing the dust off. Light work for Riley Cranham. Almost more dominant today than he was yesterday, which again is worrying if you're anyone else racing an X30 Junior this season.
Oh, absolutely. And, well, let's hear from our round winner, our double winner, our driver of perfection in Junior X30 this weekend. Riley Cranham is down there in Parc Fermé with Nicole Sutherland.
Yes, he is then, Andrew. Riley, unbeaten so far in 2025 Veratal events. You know, you've got the O plate on there, you had a win yesterday, you hit a win today. Riley Cranham doing Riley Cranham things.
Yeah, I am, yeah.
Yeah, you are. And tell me, Riley, when you were driving around 2.5 second lead, what was it like? How did you handle that race lead?
Well, I knew I didn't have a big gap at the start, so I just kept my head down, kept pushing, and then I looked over at the end and then realised I had quite a big gap, so obviously the pressure was a little bit off me more then. So then I just strove.
Apologies, we've lost Nicole Sutherland and Riley Cranham. I think that's the only thing involving Riley Cranham that's gone wrong this weekend. So apologies for that. A big thanks once again to all of the staff, all of the marshals here at Warden Law. They have been fantastic across this weekend and last weekend. All the Motorsport UK staff, all the officials who've kept things running. Thank you to all of you who've tuned in as well. From us here in the commentary box. Do hope you've enjoyed things. For the IAME categories, the next time we'll see them, a bit of a break until we see them at GYG mid-June. It's a very particular weekend in June where normally I'm busy in France, but if there's one place that can pull me away from the endurance capital of the world, it is Glasgow, and it is some X30 and some KZ2 racing.
Oh, we love X30s. Oh, we love KZ2, and we love Glasgow. What a place to go racing. We're back once again. It's going to produce some wonderful racing. Different circuit very much to this weekend, so we could see the order shake things up.
We will, of course, have more events before we get to that point. We'll be heading away from Warden Law, heading to Dunkeswell. We've not been to Dunkeswell for a while, so really good to be heading back southwest. At that one, we will have Rotax and KZ2, so we get another dose of KZ2 next time for Event 3. That will be on the weekend of the 9th to 11th of May. Do get your entries in for that, and if you can join us down at Dunkeswell, give the championship your support at the circuit. That would be absolutely fantastic. If you can't make it, don't worry. We will have full coverage of every single heat, every single final through Saturday and through Sunday. We'll have the build-up show giving you all the news on Friday night, and of course the Paddock show on the Saturday. Big thanks to all of our sponsors as well, to Wera Tools, to Demon Tweeks, to Marsh and PWR joining us this weekend. We could not go racing without them. We couldn't bring you this broadcast without them. Big thanks to all of our camera operatives out there, James Fitchew and Dan as well from Alpha Live. And thank you to yourself, mate, Piers.
Andrew, thank you to you.
We've known each other for many years. I've commentated on many of your races over the years, but it's gone pretty well for our first weekend in the box.
I very much enjoyed it. Thank you to all the racers for making it easy for us to talk about. It's been good racing this weekend. Andrew, pleasure to be alongside you, and look forward to being alongside you again back in Northern Wales.
Absolutely. Big thanks to, of course, Nicole Sutherland down in the pits. She's been fantastic again this weekend. We're going to wrap things up there for these back-to-back weekends at Warden Law. If you want to know more about the championship, head across to social media at British Kart Championships on there. My name's been Andrew Mather. He's been Piers Pride. Nicole Sutherland down in the pits. Thank you very much, Warden Law. Thank you very much, you all at home. Enjoy the rest of your Easter weekend. We'll see you at Dunkeswell in a few weeks' time. Bye-bye.